should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm not a girl, you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not that. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not that. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not that. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not that. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom scatters and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल जगह एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा, and the champions, they paying the price with the blood.
Welcome once again to BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series. It's the week 2, day 2, and I'm going to be a host, a caster for the day, and John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Shadow, and Shadow, as you know, the day 2 is over here for the week 2, and still a lot of the big names are all the way down in the slumber. I'm speaking of Cincinnati Kids. I'm also talking about 8-Bit. Yeah, slow and steady improvement is there from the side of 8-Bit, but in my opinion, they need a massive game in their hands.
I don't think the slow and steady improvement is there because there was only one good game from the side of 8-Bit and that was the second game, because in the first game they got 0 points, second game they bounced back, got 15 points, third game went against South Hill because they got only 2 points. So 8-Bit, they need to be consistent. Just delivering one good game in the entire week is not sufficient for a team like 8-Bit. Cincinnati Esports, yes, definitely a major dip is there in their performance, but along with that, if you look at the stats of yesterday, there was a team Neeraj who got the least points, and that name surprised me. That was Phoenix Esports, just 4 points.
Phoenix Esports is one of those teams that is trying their best to pull off some weird shenanigans. It's not the first time we've seen them do so. Even the previous week, Phoenix Esports was doing something completely out of the box. We do not really expect a team like Phoenix Esports to pull moves like those. They were going super aggressive, even against a team like Reven X-Park. They went for that drop clash. They still were not the one to come through victorious, even though they had the advantage. So we've seen a lot of those mistakes happen from Phoenix Esports, but considering it is Phoenix Esports we're speaking of, for some reason, there's always going to be that semblance that yes, they can't easily make it till the LAN finale, but you never know, anything can happen.
I want the teams to qualify comfortably. If you're qualifying on the 16th spot, you won't have the confidence for the challenge finals. If you're qualifying by being in the top 10, that is going to give you the extra confidence to go for the extra risk. So it's better to start early for the comeback, better to start making that rectification in your mistake at this week itself, because week number 3, the pressure will be mounting on your shoulders, and I repeat it every time, don't leave things for the 11th hour.
Exactly, and speaking of the pressure, but prize pool is also something that's going to be adding on a lot of pressure on these teams. 1 crore rupees prize pool, and from which the first placing team will be getting 50 lakhs in their hands. The second one will be getting 20, and the third one will be getting just 8 lakhs. It's going to keep on descending downwards. We've also got some individual accolades on the second page, but this is the best part about the tournament. The teams, of course, they want to get their hands on the prize pool, but at the same time, it's all about the bragging rights as well. Once you do get this BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series trophy, you can be bragging for years in the upcoming moments.
Of course, the bragging rights are something which everyone is looking forward to trophy of the SPS. That is going to boost your confidence for the upcoming official tournaments as well. But looking at the point structure, we have got 10 placement points for the team coming on the victorious, coming for the winner chicken dinner. Second placing team will get 6 points. The third placing team will get 5 points. It keeps on reducing, but the main thing is the finish point, because you get every single point for every finish. So finish point is something which few teams are relying heavily onto it, just like the players of Team Revenant, X-Park, Bot Army, Esports. These are the teams who always go for the aggressive side. They don't care about the placement points, but you need to find the perfect balance, just like the players of Godlike. Because if you notice, Neeraj, Godlike, they have got good placement points and good finish points as well.
Exactly. I mean, they do not have a lot of placement point. Of course, they've got so many finish points, though. 73 finish points and only 40 placement points. Godlike has been looking really confident. You move on towards the second spot as VXT sitting over there, and you can't pretty much say it's the same stats as well. 74 finish points and only 33 placement point. Even VXT's doing really good for themselves. WinGod Esports, too, is there on the third spot. WinGod Esports, they have indeed been surprising all of us with the way they've been playing so far in the competition. You've got Reckoning Esports, too, on the fourth. Just Jelly. This is another one of those classified teams that's been doing really good for themselves. Revenant, X-Park, of course, the supreme ones.
Of course, 94 points to their name. Then we have the players of Gujarat Tigers. Despite getting 3 chicken dinners, they are on the 7th spot. So few inconsistent games were also there, but have got no complaints from the side of Gujarat Tigers because they are doing everything correct. Then we have the players of Team Metal Esports also on the 15th spot. I won't say Metal is safe at this point because one bad game and they can be pushed in the danger area. Team Empire sitting on the 16th spot. They also need to be super consistent with 72 points. Carnival Gaming. But yesterday there was one team which took a big jump in the overall ranking, and that was Team Genix FM, because at the start of the day they were at the 24th spot, Neeraj.
They indeed were at the 24th spot. Even Wildfangs, they took a massive leap too in the overall standings. The same thing can be said for GDR too. Yesterday they got a big chicken dinner in their hands, and that's one of the main reasons why GDR is there in the top 16 right now. You flip the page, still a few familiar names over here. You've got TT, you've also got Genix FM right there, Aiku Soul on the mix as well, Phoenix Esports 2 in the mix, and Phoenix Esports, you mentioned about this team a while ago as well, that Phoenix Esports is not able to play that well, not doing too good in the overall standings too, but let's be honest, they're not too far away from the top 16. One good game at Phoenix Esports will instantly be back in the race easily.
Every team which is somewhere between the 17th to 24th spot, they just need one good game, one winner chicken dinner, and they'll be in the top 16, because the overall ranking is still very volatile. It won't be as volatile as it is now in the week 3. So this is the perfect time for all the teams to stage a comeback. 8-bit, yes, they had one good game yesterday, but that's not enough because they're sitting on the 25th spot. And when you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you need more than one good game. Then minus 40, CK, Duo Die, Legit Esports, also right at the bottom. They need more than one game to stage a comeback.
Yeah. Today's day is going to be really important for the teams on the latter half of the board, all the way on the last page, especially as you mentioned, 8-Bit, CK is also one of those known names. DOD, sometimes we see a big improvement from them, but then sometimes we also see a major dip in the performance. I'm not exactly sure why this inconsistency is there from DOD, but let's just hope in the future we're not going to be able to see something like this. We're going to see a complete different DOD, and you move on the conversation towards a few more different names. I mean, still being there on the latter half of the board is something that we did not really expect, but let's just hope that they're going to make the bounce back as soon as possible. And usually the majority of the teams on the latter half of the board are quite the new faces on the block, so they might just take a bit more time to understand the pace of the game as well. Even Myth Official is one of those teams, right, that was doing so good in the open finals, and now in the challenge season the transition wasn't that smooth.
Myth Officials are also one of those teams. Yesterday they got only 5 points. In the first game they had 0 points. Second game they just got a single point. The last game they tried something but they got only 4 points. So Myth Officials, and the problem, Neeraj, with Myth is despite having a good position in the inside the circle, because if you remember yesterday's Erangel, the circle was towards the side of Pochinki, and Myth, they had a good spot, but despite that, because only for the reason that they engage in the bad fights, the positioning sometimes is a little off of all the 4 players. Myth, they gets early elimination, and that's something they need to correct as soon as possible.
Exactly, they indeed need to. I mean, in general, you talk about from the side of Myth. In open finals, they like to play things pretty passive. In the challenge season, they try to vary the pace a little bit, but it's not been working out that well for Myth. So let's just hope in the future days, Myth do forget out a proper game plan. They know how to exactly execute that proper game structure that they're planning, and it's going to work out in the future for them. You move the conversation on towards Cincinnati Kids. We're not even seeing them in the playing field anymore. Cincinnati Kids, we see them for a flash, and then later on, we just see them in the eliminated list.
262. That's what they got yesterday. 2.6 points and 2 points. Not enough for Cincinnati Kids. But we also have got an interview lined up on the Hindi desk. So directly, let's just head over to the interview. Seems like the guest is taking some time, Neeraj.
This broadcast, guys, welcome Snapdragon Pro Series के इस special interview में Jelly and Prince कैसे हैं आप लोग? Prince, how are you doing?
जली आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ मेरे को आपकी आवाज आ रही है। मैं प्रिंस से हालचाल पूछ रहे थे, मैं मेरे को भूल गए।
नहीं आपको भी याद है, प्रिंस की आवाज नहीं आई हमें बस। प्रिंस को हमारी आवाज।
प्रिंस नहीं आ रहा, आवाज नहीं आ रही। हाँ कुछ करो कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट कर। तब तक जेली से कर लेते हैं।
जेली से बात करते हैं। जेली आप कैसे हैं? जस्ट जेली डूइंग वेरी वेल।
मैं बहुत ही बढ़िया हूँ, आप लोग कैसे हो सब?
बहुत बढ़िया जेली। एंड मुझे अभी भी आपका एक लाइन याद है, हम लोग ओपन फाइनल में बार बार उसके बारे में बात कर रहे थे कि कहीं से भी मौके दे, कोई भी लाइनअप हमारे सामने रख दे, हम उसे लेके फाइनल तक पहुंचेंगे। स्टेटमेंट में इतना ज़्यादा भरोसा आपको है और परफॉर्मेंस भी दिख रहा है यार। मतलब क्या चल रहा है लाइनअप के अंदर? इतनी नई टीम के साथ इतना बेहतर कैसे कर रहे हो आप?
अभी तो मतलब इतना बेहतर तो नहीं कर रहे हमारे अकॉर्डिंग। मतलब मैं चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग टॉप तक जाए और इतना अच्छा नहीं कर रहे मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, लेकिन हाँ बाहर देखने में लग रहा रहेगा कि नई लाइनअप और अच्छा कर रही है। ठीक है, वो भी एक पॉइंट ठीक है कि सब लोगों को लग रहा है, लेकिन मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अभी इतना अच्छा नहीं कर रहे और ज़्यादा बेटर हम लोग कर सकते हैं।
तो जब आप कहते हैं कि और बेटर कर सकते हो, व्हाट वन एस्पेक्ट वुड यू लाइक टू इम्प्रूव? आपकी टीम में बैलेंस हमने काफ़ी ज़्यादा देखा। ओपन फाइनल्स में यू वर वेरी अग्रेसिव। आई गेस वहाँ पे आपका जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जो आपकी टीम का नेचुरल रॉ फायर पावर है, उसको आप ज़्यादा यूज़ कर पा रहे थे अगेंस्ट द न्यूअर प्लेयर्स। बट यहाँ पे यू गाइस हैव स्लोड डाउन द पेस अ लिटिल बिट। तो क्या अग्रेशन और स्टेप अप करना चाहोगे आप इन द अपकमिंग डेज?
हाँ हमें को भी ये लगता है थोड़ा एग्रेसिव होना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को, क्योंकि मैं भी थोड़ा देख रहा हूँ फिनिश पॉइंट्स कम है हम लोगों के एंड पोजीशन पॉइंट्स भी है, लेकिन मैं भी चाहता हूँ थोड़ा एग्रेसिव खेले हम लोग और थोड़े ज़्यादा किल पॉइंट्स ले सके अपनी टीम के लिए।
अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई थिंक क्रैट के भी थोड़े बहुत सवाल हैं।
जेली अभी आपको तो सभी जानते हैं मतलब, बट जो बाकी प्लेयर है सैम, TWT, निंजे, एंड आपकी नज़र में वो एस ऑफ स्पेड कौन है आपके लाइनअप के अंदर? कि मतलब आप पे तो नजरें हैं, आप भी चाहो कि भाई इन पे भी रखो, ये मेरा हुकुम का इक्का है।
हुकुम का इक्का मेरी टीम में इस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम में मेरे को सैम लगता है, क्योंकि जब सैम चलता है तो वो नेक्स्ट लेवल खेलता है। मतलब बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है और जब भी वो चलता है तो टीम अच्छा करती है, तो उसके ऊपर मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा भरोसा रहता है कि ये प्लेयर है, ये निकाल देगा।
अच्छा जेली, एक आखिरी सवाल का, हमारे इंटरव्यूज़ में यूजुअली हम कोशिश करते हैं कि जो भी नए प्लेयर्स आते हैं, आई थिंक अभी काफ़ी नई टीम्स भी हैं अभी इस स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज़ में जिन्होंने ओपन फाइनल से आप लोगों के साथ यहाँ तक का सफ़र तय किया है। वी वांट कि वो भी थोड़ा बहुत चीज़ें सीखे, सुने आप लोगों से। सो यूजुअली हम ट्राई करते हैं कि कोई एक नया प्लेयर रहे एक एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल के साथ, तो दे कैन ऑल्सो आस्क अ फ्यू क्वेश्चंस एंड गेट देयर डाउट्स क्लियर। प्रिंस आई थिंक रिकनेक्ट हुआ, अभी प्रिंस से भी हम बात करेंगे। बट माय क्वेश्चन टू यू वाज, लास्ट ईयर आपके लिए एक काफ़ी टफ जर्नी रही थी। इट वाज नॉट वन ऑफ द बेस्ट ईयर्स फॉर यू पर्सनली, आपकी परफॉर्मेंस और टीम के साथ जो हुआ उसको लेके हुए। व्हाट एडवाइस वुड यू गिव टू अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स जो सेम प्रेशर तो नहीं फेस करते, बट दे हैव डिफरेंट सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रेशर्स एंड समटाइम्स उस मेंटल प्रेशर की वजह से आगे का जो एक जर्नी होता है वो भी पूरा खराब हो जाता है? हाउ डू यू डील विद सच सिचुएशंस एंड जस्ट स्टे फोकस्ड?
लाइक एडवाइस मेरी तरफ से यही रहेगी कि जितना मैं अपनी जर्नी में सीखा हूँ और जो भी मेरा डाउन फेस है या फिर जो भी मैंने अप्स देखे लाइफ में, तो यही सीखा कि इस जर्नी में बहुत सारा अप्स एंड डाउन्स आते रहते हैं, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि गिव अप करके बैठ जाओ। अगर तुमको लगता है तुम पे पोटेंशियल है, नई टीम बनाओ, खेल लो, हो जाएगा, कोई इतनी बड़ी बात नहीं है। अप्स एंड डाउन्स चलते रहते हैं, वो लाइफ का पार्ट है। मैं इतना ही सीखा हूँ और काफ़ी अच्छा लगा। जो भी मेरे डाउन्स भी आए तो मेरे को बहुत कुछ सिखा के गए एंड आज जब मैं खुद को देखता हूँ पीछे मुड़ के, तो मेरे को किसी भी चीज़ का रिग्रेट नहीं होता। ऐसा लगता है कि जो भी था सही हुआ, और यही एडवाइस है मतलब सब लोगों के लिए। कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अप्स एंड डाउन्स आते रहते हैं और कर लोगे सब लोग।
Exactly, I think just believe in yourself and you can still pull it off. Jelly, आपको खेलता हुआ देख के काफ़ी मज़े आ रहे हैं। We are enjoying the new performance and I think जैसा आप लोग खेल रहे हो LAN पे तो ज़रूर मुलाकात होगी। प्रिंस के टेक इश्यूज अभी I think थोड़े चल रहे हैं, so
प्रिंस गेस्ट है
गेम में बात करेंगे। गेम में
वो भी गेस्ट हमारे
लीडर बोर्ड पे प्रिंस आपको
बाय मिलते हैं
Poor Prince did not even get a chance to speak, but hey, you know what? Jelly had a lot of words to say. He did say that, yes, there was a bit of that time in the past as well where he wasn't really able to perform, and he calls that a downtime. I mean, and he mentioned this, right? He would not like to change anything. He likes to learn from his mistakes, which is a great thing, and now you can see Just Jelly doing so good. His entire team's pretty much doing good. I mean, the rest of the 3 players as well, you can't really take it away from them. They do pack a lot of punch.
Of course, and with that being said, I think Jelly was being just humble because yes, his team is doing really good, but as an IGL, he's the top fragger of the team because I was looking at the stats and Jelly has got the highest frags. Yes, he was appreciating Sam and Ninze. These guys are also doing fantastic in the overall leaderboard as well, but Jelly is also doing the majority of the heavy lifting. As an IGL, I think he's filling in 2 shoes.
That's the best part about this meta, right? I mean, looking at the point structure too, you don't really get a lot of points when it comes to the placement. And as an IGL too, you definitely do need to step up majorly, even in the elimination bracket. And that's what Jelly's realized. He himself is able to contribute so much to his team. And yes, take it away from Sam. You've also got Kyo Lamau in the mix as well. So of course the lineup's going to be super good. The entire lineup of Just Jelly right now seems one of the strongest, and I would love to see them move on with that same pace as well. Jelly mentioned this, they would love to amp up the aggression even more, but so far they've been looking pretty good. Nothing taken away from that.
Of course, so far they are looking good. They are doing those third parties. They are going for the late rotation. We have seen different kind of plays from the side of Team Jelly, not just one sort of play that either they're going for the third parties. No, they are trying and experimenting few things and everything is just working for them. Along with that, there is also one more team for whom everything is working, and that is going to be Vanguard Esports, because yesterday also they got 33 points. And the last game, Vanguard was looking so strong and fantastic. Yes, it was the only last player remaining who was going for the mid strat. Otherwise, I think Vanguard did fairly well in the last Erangel also.
Hands down, Vanguard is one of those teams that I generally did not expect to perform so well in BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series. It was one of those teams that was struggling so much in the past tournaments as well, but then this new lineup, it's working magic. Every single player from this lineup is able to contribute so much to the entire game, to the point where now Vanguard Esports is sitting there in the top 5, looking really comfortable. Now you move on the conversation towards Metal Esports. Prince was there during the interview. Unfortunately, the man did not get any chance to speak, but still his team is doing really good in the overall standings as well. Metal Esports, yeah, sometimes you do see that inconsistency hit them, but somewhere down the line, we pretty much know it's just the challenge season. Still, the challenge finals are yet to come, and Prince and the boys, I'm pretty sure they're experimenting a lot of the stuff.
Especially yesterday's first game, they got total of 25 points. They got a winner, chicken dinner. So Metal Esports, definitely they're looking completely prepared for the challenge finals, because like you said, for sure Metal is qualified for the challenge finals, and I think they're going to qualify very comfortably, not on the 16th or the 15th spot. I think they'll be in the top 10. So Metal definitely looking very good. Along with that, Godlike Hero Extreme Godlike is also looking very good. But yesterday there were 2 big names whose performance was not up to the mark, and that is going to be the plus of Team Aiku Soul and Carnival Gaming, because they didn't get too many points yesterday.
In my opinion, look, yesterday we had a conversation about Aiku Soul, and I mentioned this too. Manya and the boys, they love to experiment so much in these tournaments. When they know it's going to be a long stretch of a tournament, they love to experiment. They love to pull out some new game strats, and that's what it seems like. It seems like they're pretty much doing the same thing over here as well. It does not seem like the OG Aiku Soul that we've seen in the past, because we know they're so clinical. They're so clean in all the moves that they make. Aiku Soul, they do get one big game, and they instantly bring themselves back in the race once again, and we've seen that happen a lot of the times in the past. And today might just be the day where Aiku Soul gets that one big game, and instantly they just catapult themselves in the top 16 without any struggles. You move the conversation on towards K9 Esports though. Yesterday's day was really good for K9 Esports, getting that consistent point of 5 to 6 points per game, and K9 Esports now is doing pretty okay in the overall standings. A team that was struggling so much. The only thing K9 Esports really needs to work on is Omega. He's the only player who's left out from that roster.
Yes, and I was looking the player stats, and Omega has got the least amount of finishes because he gets picked off at the very early stage of the game. But looking at the schedule, we have Group A and C coming first. They'll be starting things on Erangel, then Miramar, and then after that Erangel. And after that we have Group B and D coming for Sanhok, Weekendy, and Erangel.
Exactly, a Group A and C are going to be the 2 groups where we kick things off from. And once again, moving back to K9 Esports' conversation, yes, hands down, Omega is not able to keep up with that pace. And we had a conversation about this yesterday too, with the way Omega is the one to get picked off first, and then you've only got Beast, Slugboy, and Ninja Boy to try and get something done for themselves. So just these 3 players are the one to rack up a lot of those points for K9 Esports. And because of these 3 players, K9 Esports is still doing pretty good in the overall standings. You did see the groups a while ago. this first game is going to mean a lot to Cincinnati kids because it's going to be something that will set the momentum for the day.
Of course, Cincinnati Esports, they need to step up from the very first game itself because this week is super important. I can't emphasize more than this because Cincinnati is one of those lineup. Yes, the banner is new, but the players, I repeat, they are veteran players and they need to qualify for the challenge finals. If they don't, I think a lot of question marks will be there, especially on the head of the IGL, that what really happened wrong despite having the experienced team, experienced players, why they didn't qualify for the challenge finals. I don't want that sort of thing to happen to the IGL or the entire team. So I think Cincinnati, they need to rectify all the mistakes. Along with that, I think OG also, they had their fair share of up and downs. The consistency is not there from the side of OG also.
That's pretty much the case with a lot of known names, right, who are there on the latter half of the board. You do not see that consistency coming through from those teams, but then they just come up with a big chicken dinner, and it just compensates for all the loss that they've acquired so far. So that's pretty much going to be the course. That's pretty much going to be the case for a lot of these teams. Aiku Soul as well's in the mix, even OG's in the mix. All the teams that are not doing so good so far, all it takes is one good game. Even Phoenix Esports, one big game in Phoenix Esports instantly is there in the top 16. Well, make it top 10, because Phoenix Esports is not that far back. There's not a lot of points separating that. And I'm pretty sure all these teams do end up calculating their points do know what the structure they need to bring inside of the game. So I'm pretty sure I'm not really worried about the experienced teams. The real worry is going to be about the teams that are going to be the newer faces on the block. And I'm speaking of M40. Now, M40 was looking so good in the past. You speak of the Open Finals, M40 was looking pretty okay. But that transition once again to challenge season, they have been trembling. And that's a big problem.
Yesterday also only just 6 points, and in fact in Miramar they got 0 points. So that's something concerning because I remember in the Open Finals -40 they had a decent rotation. Not just decent, I think they had fantastic rotation in the map of Miramar, and in challenge season they are not able to do good on their strong maps. But that being said, we have the first game up on our screens as a flight path is going all the way from the southern side, that is Novo Ripnoi, to the side of shooting range. It's a decent flight path. I think all the teams are going to be pretty happy as we have the plus of God's Train dropping all the way towards the side of military base, which has been their home ground since a very long time.
Indeed. I mean, looking at the planned flat path, it seems pretty nice for the teams, right? Just dividing the map into 2 equal halves. For Hero Extreme Godlike, even for them, their home ground's going to be pretty close. Cincinnati Kids too, moving in towards Fair Pier. That's been their main drop location for a long time. Wildfangs as well, they're going to move in towards their own drop location. And even OG going towards that Milta Power area. That's not going to be a struggle at all. Now, my real question's going to be, are we going to see any sort of drop clashes? If we are going to see, who is it going to be? And who is it going to be the one to get taken down first?
Today, I doubt we'll see drop clashes. But tomorrow, I think we'll witness few drop clashes because that is going to be the end of week number 2. And all the top teams will go for the experiment. Wait a second, we have a drop clash actually in the city of Pochinki, as we have the plus of Genix FM and Myth officials, both going towards the city of Pochinki. Myth, they need those points. I don't know how this is going to fare off for the players of Myth officials if they get eliminated at the very early stage of the game.
Indeed. It's going to be a big sign of concern, right? If they get eliminated right over here. Diesel Esports is moving towards Zarki. You've also got HO hitting once towards Georgia Bull. Just one drop clash so far, and that's inside of Pochinki. Myth against Genix FM, and speaking of Genix FM, quite the experienced bunch, while Myth struggling in the overall standings. If they lose this fight off the rip, it's going to hurt them so much in the future standings that you would not even like to imagine what's going to be the course of action in the future. Myth right now in a pretty uncomfortable spot. They don't really feel at home. And for Genix FM, continuing their loot in peace without any problem. It's like they know each other's territory. Myth is in the back lines, Genix FM in the front lines. And it does not seem like both of them do want to lock any sort of horns just yet. It will be peaceful, at least for the upcoming moments. But then later on, once they do find the first elimination, that's where the real hell's going to start to break loose. But I think Myth is one of those teams that would like to take a back step from this and just back away from this entire scenario. That's what Myth is known for. They do not really like to go for the early game action.
at this point they need to go and have that little extra risk, because just in case if you win that 4v4 battle, you are going to be rewarded with four finish points at the very early stage of the game. Yes, it's a big risk, but week number 2 is the only week where you can take that risk. Week number 3 is not the week where you'll be looking forward to take those extra risks. But speaking about one more team which is doing really good in the overall ranking as well, that is going to be the plus of Team Hero Extreme Godlike since day number 1. I think this team has been looking fantastic in terms of the aggression which they are bringing in. The very first game they came second. They have been getting chicken dinners as well. So they are doing everything right. But God's Reign, the inconsistency is also there from their side, because if you notice, every single time God's Reign, they deliver one very good performance where they outshine the most, and after that, cut to next game, they get an early elimination. So I think Destro also needs to work on that consistency. For sure, they are qualifying for the challenge finals, but Destro is known as the trophy magnet. He needs to live up to that name.
Indeed is known. But recently, God's Reign, yeah, they were looking a little bit slippy. But then yesterday, we saw big catapults from God's Reign. And now they're doing pretty good in the overall standings. And that's pretty much what I'm talking about when it comes to these known names. All it takes is one good game and instantly you're back in the race. Or at least that's what the game plan is for a lot of these known names, right? They're not keeping themselves that far away from the top 16. Because they know they can easily pull off that one good game if that's needed. Hidden Ones on the screen, a team that is completely newer, and still they have been performing so well, like the veterans. Mortis, Daniel, the main playmaker, the entirety of Hidden Ones, they've been looking pretty nice. And just keep on moving with that same intention, with that same pace. And Hidden Ones might just be the one in the top 16 as well. I would love to see a lot of newer faces this time in the LAN finale. It would be fun.
Oh, of course. I always love to see those new faces, raw talents. When they come to the LAN, there is a different atmosphere. Obviously, it's a learning experience, and I would love to see few teams who have qualified from the open finals making it to the LAN, making it to challenge finals. Because who doesn't love to see a new face, a new name coming and literally dominating the lobby? And speaking of dominating, what is just happening? Myth officials, they're locking horns with the plus of Wildfangs, and Wildfangs, they are on the receiving end. SF has been eliminated. Scout is still knocked out. What is happening to the plus of Wildfangs?
As usual, up close and personal, Wildfangs, they fall apart. And once again, the same thing happens. Sensei's the only player doing some damage to the players of Myth. But even Sensei gets spotted. Too much damage installed. And eventually, even Sensei will be eliminated from the game. Myth, with one casualty, they get 4 elimination points, and that's more than worth it. Took out the players of Wildfangs, a team that was doing so good yesterday. Now they just left the first game with only 1 point, and that's going to be a big dent in the overall standings. But for Myth officials, they really needed this sort of a squad wipe to bring themselves back in the race and also give them that mental boost.
Of course, Wildfangs, that is going to boost their confidence. They have eliminated one of the experienced lineup, one of the known names from the lobby. Wildfangs getting an early exit. And looking at the stat, I was surprised to see that in the entire team, the player which is performing the least is Sensei actually. He has got the least amount of finishes out of all the 4 players. So even Sensei also needs to work on those 1v1 fights. Yes, I agree that he's a very hardworking IGL, a very hardworking player, a very humble player. But now he needs to showcase all that hard work in the gameplay as well. Because Trace God, Seth, Scout, they're getting those finishes. But Sensei is lacking those 1v1 fights. He's not able to win those. But Myth official, speaking about this team, yes, this time Maxi, he got the most amount of finishes, 3 finishes, but the early casualty is also there. So I think Myth will survive with a 3-man army. They just need few placement points. I think Myth is good to go for this game.
Indeed. That's what it seems like. Minus 40 on the screen, and for minus 40, yeah, their performance has been looking in minus as well. They need to step up right now. Not a lot of time left. I do understand still you've got the weeks to work with, but those weeks only have 3 days which you can play. And that's the main issue. And in 3 days, you can only play 9 games. And if in those 9 games you're not able to play that well, you're done for. So yeah, minus 40. They need to start working right now. Myth officials on the screen after getting those 4 elimination points. Myth is going to be feeling too great. Maxioso was the man who got the main dig against the players of Wildfangs, but he also fell prey in the end. Sensei was the player who took care of Maxioso. Myth official, they will have the confidence to play with, but not exactly the man advantage that they're looking for in a fight.
Yeah. Maxi, he has been eliminated, and Myth officials, now they do have a good, decent compound to hold on to. But speaking about the other teams also, God's Reign, I think they'll be going for the late rotation, as every single time we see the plus of Cincinnati kids going for the bridge block, and this time also they'll be doing a similar thing. And Destro is quite an experienced lad to deal with such kind of situations. But speaking about Gen X FM, yesterday they had a very good run. They got a chicken dinner, they had a very high fragging game as well. So the confidence is there. They did take a big jump in the overall ranking as well. So Gen X FM might be trying to experiment something or maybe replicate the same performance in this Erangel as well. Because Gen X FM is known for those Erangel games. Because that is their strongest ones. That is where they shine the most and get most amount of finishes. But looking at the map, we have the players of Red Ross and Wodai also in the close proximity, and maybe we can see the next fight brewing between these two teams.
Erangel is one of the most classic maps. Every single team in the lobby that you're seeing right now is pretty good on this map, right? So you cannot say a particular team sort of loves this map. Yes, if you try and look at the stats sheets, maybe that's going to be the one to variate that. Yeah, this team is doing much better on the map of Erangel, but still, Erangel is something that always brings in that big mixture of teams' performances. Anyone can be the one to pop off over here. You never know. All it takes is one wrong step from the teams, and instantly even they can be eliminated. Looking at the position of Gen X FM so far, I'm not a big fan of that position, the way they've been playing so far. A few players are quite exposed, out in the open. And Gen X FM, they need to be a little bit more careful about the surroundings. Look at Myth Official, right next to GDR. And one-man spear is all the way in the back lines towards Potato Hill. That's a big split that's going through for Myth. If that works out, it's good. But if it doesn't, the chances are pretty high. You've got OG on the screen. And they're in a bit of a deadlock against Reckoning Esports. OG can't even do a lot. The players of Reckoning Esports inside of the bunker. AKOP, if he wants, he can take an exit from this vicinity, but he still doesn't want to.
Looking at the circle, Neeraj, I think Revenant X-Park, they're also in a very good spot. They're trying to traverse from the northern side. They can potentially look for a dominant control from the northern end, because all the teams, either they're coming from the southern side or from the western side. That is where we have the players of Team Watch Army Esports as well. They might try gatekeep the plus of team -40, but look at the God's Reign. Even they do have a decent spot because they have the entire southern control. They know their backlines are clear, and if the next circle goes a little south, I think Destro and the boys can benefit heavily from that. For now, Ninja is just trying to find a good compound to hold on to, but also we have the plus of Reckoning in a close proximity to the plus of OG, like you pointed out, kind of a deadlock situation. Completely agree to that, because it's just waiting for the opponent to try and make some sort of a mistake and capitalize on that. But for now, holding on to the shelter hill, I think Reckoning there do have a decent spot.
They need to. Reckoning right now, firing a few shots against the team that they see in the front lines. Finding any sort of value against them seems tough. Looking at the elimination feed, even Diesel Esports on the receiving side of things, as they lock horns with Hidden Ones. And this is one of those fights that's going to be quite deadly. Diesel Esports slowly and steadily crumbling down, getting dismantled as a lot of the shots are taken against even Gokul. Orlo gets stuck. Diesel Esports, someone needs to save the day for them. Hidden Ones, they definitely did rip apart the players of Diesel Esports. 2 players taken down, Pari and Shab. And now it's just down to Orlo and their IGL Gokul. Diesel Esports is on the run. Don't want to face off against the Hidden Ones. And that's going to be the wiser option. Play for the placement point. Try and gather as many points as possible in the upcoming moments.
Diesel Esports, even they need those points. They are not in the safe area. They're not in the top 16. Diesel, in fact, in the open finals, they were looking very strong. The way they were going for those aggressive fights. But this time, Diesel Esports, they're not having the best of the time. In this particular one also, they lost on to 2 of the players at the very early stage of the game. In fact, Gokul also, his vehicle is just about to be blown up. And Diesel Esports, I don't know, man, if they can pull up a great performance, because every single time I see this team, they are on the struggling side. But we also have few teams going for the late rotation, just like the plus of Team Tamilas, still around the quarry area and taking the brunt of the blue. But OG and plus of God's Reign at this point are exchanging few shots, as Aru is very much aware of the position of GDR. GDR, they just had their chicken dinner yesterday. They are running high on confidence. But OG, they need to be very careful, because yesterday was not one of the best day for OG.
Indeed. And I guess somewhere down line, that's what the game plan seems. OG's playing pretty cautious. Look at the positioning of the players too. Look at where AKOP's positioned in this bunker. It's such a wide spread between the players, and OG, they've got a bit of the unwanted guests too in the vicinity, which they're not too happy to see. OG's got so much land control to play with right now. But soon enough, the next zone's going to hit, and that's where OG, they would need to readjust. Reposition in a better spot. And where is OG going to go? We still do not know. Do or die on the screen. It's one of those teams that's been struggling a bit too much as well. On 30th spot with 35 points only. And do or die. Time's running as well for them. Right next to -40 this team is. And if do or die does not wrap things up as soon as possible, they will be done for too. We might just not see them in the top 16. These are one of those teams that we just do not really see the hope, that we just do not really see that semblance yet. And looking at the next zone shift, it's going to be favoring the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, of course. Even Revenant X Spark, they find themselves on the lucky side of the bed tonight.
Two strong teams. They do have a good position, completely agreed. Even the plus of Team Reckoning, they can look for the aggressive control towards the southern side of the map. And that is exactly what they're trying to do, as they have their crosshairs onto the plus of Team GDR, who are trying to traverse inside the circle, and also the plus of Team OG, or who are also trying to find a better spot for themselves. Reckoning can definitely capitalize on that and go for that aggressive approach in this one. We also have the players of Genix FM, Team Tamilas, -40, Bot Army Esports towards the southern western side in such a close proximity to each other. Maybe this time we can see a fight brewing to that area of the map as well. But R&T, I love the spread which they are having at this point.
Red Ross on the move. A lot of shots taken, but finding a knock that far away seems like a tough task. And one's on the screen. And oh boy, still found that connection. Impressive. Executor's taken down low. Player needs to patch himself up. Every single team right now, they don't feel safe. A lot of teams in the close by vicinity. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is right next to Hidden Ones. So there's going to be this constant threat. Hero Extreme Godlike, especially them being the snakes in the rice fields, they can be quite venomous. Hidden Ones, they need to watch out. Surrounding awareness, intel is going to be super essential. Team Timilas, it's one of those teams that is on the bottom of the circle. And right now, still, they're just playing for the intel. Gather as much information as they can, and then maybe reposition in the future if the zone moves away from them. That's what the game plan is for IQ Team Tamilas. And as long as they play their cards right, it will work out.
Yesterday also we saw that Team Aiku Tamilas, they were in a decent spot in the map of Erangel, but unfortunately Genix FM took away that spot from them. So Aiku Tamilas, yes, they also need to work on those 4v4 fights. I do agree they have a decent spot, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're literally controlling the entire circle at this point, considering the split which they're having all the 4 players. But we also have OG and Do or Die in such a close proximity to each other that maybe they can also start locking horns with each other. And this time again, it is Team Tamilas versus Gen X FM, as Tamilas finds an opening knock onto one of the player of Gen X FM, and might be they'll be looking for the confirmation point as well. But Gen X FM, they need to be careful because this fight is happening all out in the open. -40, they're also trying to find someone, but surrounding awareness is something which they need to have at this point. But -40, things are not really working for them. So maybe that could be the reason that this time they are going for a little passive approach.
Seems like it. Hero Extreme Godlike. There we go. The venomous snake strikes. And hidden once one of the player falls down. Punk is going to be the man to take the first action. You found the knock, and he instantly backs away. Not even exactly sure if you did find the opener. If you could have capitalized. But they still did not do so. Hero Extreme Godlike, looking at them and their placement. Now the zone's going to shift down south. And they might just need to regroup once again. Jonathan's got himself a nice compound to play from. But even that compound's outside of the circle. They can use that compound. Ask the safety lines to hold down all the teams that move in from the northern side. And that's what it seems like Hero Extreme Godlike is trying to pull off.
Well, this southern shift can definitely benefit the players of Team OG and Reckoning Esports as well, because definitely the circle is favoring them. Even the players of Red Ross are also in the good spot. Team Destro can also try accumulating those finish points by gatekeeping all the teams who are trying to traverse from the northern side. But -40 and Team CK, they're also exchanging few shots. Both these teams are towards the later half of the leaderboard, so they need to be very careful in their approach at this point, as Vodka is very much aware about the position of Juicy. And Team CK, they also need to move inside the circle. -40, they're also close to 300 meters away from the zone, so they also need to prioritize the rotation, because Team Tamilas, Team Hero Extreme Godlike, they might try gatekeep -40 and Team CK as well.
-40 on the screen for now. And Cincinnati Kids, they might just be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Aditya wants to rotate out of this spot, but how can he do so? Elimination feed as well now starting to pop off a bit. Myth on the receiving side of things against Reckoning Esports. Not looking so smooth after all for Myth. A rough patch that they need to traverse from. If they can get their fallen comrade back up, it will be great. But it does not seem so that's going to be the case. Myth official with just 2 players standing now. Aiden and Spear. They've got some heavy tasks that they need to try and achieve. Two players wanting to find a great and a safe play in the circle. Seems like a tough ask, but now you've got hidden ones up against Revenant X-Spark, and just look at what Sarang is pulling off. Drives straight through the enemy defense and still runs over one of the players. Mortis is now the only player left in the back lines, and I'm not sure if Mortis can pull a lot off from this spot. He's taken a lot of shots upon himself. Does find the knock on the Sarang, but that's all he's going to find. The entirety of Revenant Spark. Now they crumble right on top of him. And from the back, it's also going to be the players of Hero Extreme Godlike who close on up and go for the third party. They've got the man advantage in the fight, considering Sarang was knocked out a while ago. And even Goku closes on up from the back lines. Third party after third party happening on this side of the map. There's so much action.
Oh, certainly. Godlike and Diesel Esports, now they're locking horns on each other as Diesel. Orlo is still standing there, and Hero Extreme Godlike with those grenades trying to find the connection. The connection is definitely going to be there. 5 finishes and Hero Extreme Godlike, the opportunistic one, strike at the right moment. There was so much happening at this area. Revenant X-Spark, they were locking horns with the plus of Team Hidden Ones. They eliminated Hidden Ones, and Diesel Esports, they also chimed in. Hero Extreme Godlike, they also chimed in. Diesel Esports also got eliminated. Revenant X-Spark, despite showcasing a good performance, they also get an early elimination. But they've got 5 finishes to work around with. With officials surviving with only 2 players. Yes, they have the control of the circle, but they don't have the numbers. And maybe Hero Extreme Godlike would be looking to contest that spot, which the players of Team Myth are holding on to now.
Maybe. Seems like it. And Myth, they've only got 2 players standing. For Hero Extreme Godlike, to get rid of Myth is not going to be a tough task at all. But look at what's happening on the screen. Bot Army Esports, scary, is doing some damage, some serious damage against OG. 2 players knocked out, but still AKOP closes on up and gets that revival on the fallen comrades. Wiz and Auru were knocked out. Henry, he wants to close on up and go for this elimination as well. He wants to deliver the finishing blows, but it seems like a tough ask as well. Utilities tossed against Henry, and those are the warning utilities. If Henry does not back away right now, he will be eliminated from the game. But now Veron takes the fight up close and personal, as he will nail the last player down at Bot Army Esports. And that's it from Bot Army in this game. A rough game for Bot Army Esports. Looking the way Bot Army Esports started, they had 0 finish points till the end. So they got 0 points in total from this game itself. Quite a rough game of Erangel. Quite a rough start as well. Hero Extreme Godlike now. They close on up towards the edge lines. They've already taken care of the players of Myth, taken down both of the players without even any troubles. And now Hero Extreme Godlike, they control the entire northern terrain.
Of course, and 7 finishes strong. Hero Extreme Godlike as just finding players and just peppering down bullets. The next victim could be the players of Team -40, as Punk has spotted on one of the player of -40. And the way they are controlling that northern periphery of the circle, -40 could be the next victim as Joker gets taken down from the moving vehicle. The instant confirmation also made by Punk, but Edmino has been knocked down, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they also need to go for the rescue mission. Look at the soft cover. Look at the amount of smoke being invested at this point. Hero Extreme Godlike definitely looking good, but the circle is favoring the players of GDR heavily at this time. But -40 is one of those threats which Hero Extreme Godlike needs to deal with as soon as possible.
Looking at the zone so far, it's going to favor just the players of GDR. And that's why you see Godsreen playing this one so confidently. Cincinnati Kids eliminated with 8 finishes on the port. Finally, some points acquired by Cincinnati Kids this time around. And once again, moving back to this fight, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Simp and Edmino get knocked out. It's down to just Jonathan and Punk. Last 2 survivors off this entire rap breath. That's happening. And Punk is trying his best to fight back. Still one more man in the front line. So M40 and Vodka will put an end to Punk's story. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've already done so much damage to the players of M40. And still Vodka can recover. He can get the revival on his fallen teammate. And that's what he's going for.
Oh, he has to go for the rescue mission, and so do the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike. Somewhere else on the map we have GDR, but wait a second, oh, what a perfect grenade from the side of Jonathan. Marks an end for Vodka. GDR also locking horns with the players of Do or Die. Even we have the players of Red Ross, Reckoning, Do or Die. They are picking fights at the multiple fronts, where MJ is all by himself, sharing the same compound with the players of Red Ross, where we have the players of Reckoning outside on the broken walls. This is not a good spot for MJ, but Reckoning, finally they have decided to prioritize the rotation and move inside the circle. Maybe they are heading towards the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and Lucifer finds gravity, takes him down from the moving vehicle. Instant confirmation. Even Reckoning suffers a casualty, but Red Ross, they also need to prioritize the rotation at this point, as Destro takes down Jonathan.
Indeed. Red Ross is on the run. Lucifer's the only player. He wants to make the run to the finishing line. He's in the safety grounds for now, but how can Red Ross move in the open field? Doing so will be filled with a lot of risk. And just look at what's happening with Hero Extreme Godlike right now. Even Simp is taken away. Simp needs a revival. He needs a helping hand. Can Edmino provide that? He definitely can. But there's also some utilities being tossed against him. And that nade from Reckoning Esports' Viper will catch Simp. And that's going to be the confirmation. Godlike so far, they've achieved 12 finishes from this game. They're doing really good. Admino's taken down barely any HP. And Reckoning Esports, they're on the receiving end of Godsreen. Godsreen is constantly taking shots against Reckoning. The elimination onto Dynasys will be found soon. That's not a concern. Godsreen are already doing so much damage to the lobby. Once again, having such a great position in the circle. And this does seem like a Godsreen game once again. Even yesterday, Godsreen had a solid chicken dinner. Today as well, Godsreen, they've got such a great compound to play with. And Red Ross, they don't have the man number to face off against a strong force like Godsreen. They do not have the zone either. The same thing can be said for Reckoning Esports too. Viper, the only player surviving outside of the circle, and Godsreen is still in the zone.
Godsreen, I agree. This is their game to lose. Viper, the only survivor from the side of Team Reckoning. The journey inside the circle became so difficult for the players of Team Reckoning because one side it was Hero Extreme Godlike, GDR, and Red Ross from the backlines, and Phoenix, who was trying to find a better spot. Delta immediately deals with him. Lucifer, his position has also been compromised, and Destro is trying to just shut him down as well. Finally, Red Ross, they have been eliminated. Seems like Viper, the last man standing from the side of Team Reckoning in a 1v4 situation. He deals with one of the players going for the confirmation point as well, as Ninja Jod has been eliminated 4 finishes, and Reckoning Viper God gets taken down by the play zone, denying the finish point to the players of GDR. And GDR, once again, they come victorious on the very first map of Erangel.
The defensive and the passive play style once again working out for GDR as they got their hands on such a great compound. And then GDR did not even move a muscle from that one single compound. The zone kept on favoring the players of GDR, and they were constantly on the best spot possible in the circle. And that's one of the main reasons why they got the chicken dinner as well. In the final few moments, no one had enough players to face off against GDR, because GDR was the only team in the circle. And everything was also favoring them. They also had the compound to play with, beautiful cover to play with, and all the other teams, all they could do was just duke it out against each other and hope for the best. In the final few moments, Reckoning Esports is last man standing. He gave his elimination point away to the play zone. But still, as I mentioned, Godsreen, yesterday too, they had a big game in their hands. Today as well, they start things off in a great manner. That means in the overall standings, Godsreen, they're now going to propel themselves maybe in the top 5 with ease.
Well, one team was doing fantastic, Neeraj, and that was Team Hero Extreme Godlike. Had the circle favored Hero Extreme Godlike, and they had number advantage. I think Hero Extreme Godlike could have gone for that winner chicken dinner. It's just that Godlike had to engage in so many fights. They had to deal with the players of Team Mid, they had to deal with the players of Team -40, then also they had to deal with the players of Team Reckoning at this point. And Godsreen, all they had to do was just do a third party. Rank up those finishes, accumulate those finish points, and that is exactly what Godsreen was doing. The moment Destro realized that they have the entire control of the circle, all they did was just do a third party and accumulate those finish points. So everything was just perfectly working out for Godsreen.
Yeah, looking at the highlights so far, Wildfangs, this is how the action really kicked off for them. And unfortunately for Wildfangs, they fell prey to just one player of Myth Official, which was Maxioso. Maxioso single-handedly took down 3 players of Wildfangs, and I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I mean, a lot of things went wrong, I guess, from the side of Wildfangs, considering they fell short just by the one player. And Maxioso, in the end, got taken down by Sensei. So, yeah, Myth Official were not really able to convert a lot from that game. You move on with the action towards the final few moments. Hero Extreme Godlike had 12 finishes secured. And unfortunately for them, they just had too much to deal with. -40 taking shots against them up close and personal. It was also Godsreen from the backlines taking shots. It was too tough to survive in that scenario. And then even Reckoning Esports came into picture.
I think the most important fight for the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike was when they did a third party between Revenant, X-Pac and Hidden Ones, because that was such an important fight. The moment Godlike took the control of that particular northern periphery of the circle, after that Godlike started accumulating those finishes, started getting aggressive, because before that they were just waiting for the circle shift. The moment they realized that this is the point which they want to hold on to, they're their perfect third party. Revenant, X-Pac, that was such a chaotic fight. Even the players of Diesel Esports tried coming into the picture. They were also eliminated pretty early in the game, and I think that was an important fight for Hero Extreme Godlike.
even Diesel Esports came into picture, right? It was Gokul who was the only player who rammed his vehicle towards the other vehicles, and he got instantly evaporated in thin air. I'm not even sure why he went for that move, but hey, you've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Punk from Hero Extreme Godlike. 7 finishes all by himself acquired, and the finish contribution of 58% and 12% of map impact. A solid game from Punk.
Of course, a very good game, and we have seen Punk becoming an MVP so many times, and I like this change which is coming from so many teams. The IGL himself stepping in the shoes and going a little aggressive and accumulating those finishes and becoming the MVP. Along with that, we have Dionysus from the side of Reckoning as the best companion with 3 rescues. Reckoning, the only problem for them was the journey inside the circle. That was a difficult one because from the backlines, Team Red Rose was also peppering few bullets. In the front, it was Team Hero Extreme Godlike also, which they had to deal with. Team God's Train, they were also doing a third party. So that became a little challenging for the Plus of Reckoning.
Indeed, I mean, just look at the stats, right? Punk, being the IGL, still getting 7 finishes racked up for his team. That's pretty solid. Hero Extreme Godlike as a unit, they were playing so good. Unfortunately, Admino in that previous game, he could not really contribute a lot. And especially you speak of Hidden Ones too. Considering they had such a good compound to play with, the zone played its game once again. Shifted down south, took the compound away from Hidden Ones. Hidden Ones, all they could do was move out in the open, and then they took a fight against Hero Extreme Godlike. We also saw Revenant X-Spark wanting to be a part. Then we also saw Diesel Esports that came crashing through. And speaking of Diesel Esports too, Shadow, it was quite a bad game for them as well. Off the rip, they lost out on 2 players in that fight that they took upside on the northern side against Hidden Ones. And then as they were trying to play for the safety lines, I'm not exactly sure what went through Gokul's mind. He straight up rammed his vehicle in that third party, and he got taken down instantly.
This is not the first time we have seen such a sort of a thing from the side of Diesel Esports. In the open finals also, it was Team Jelly, where Team Diesel Esports, they just ranked up their vehicle right in the face of Jelly with numbers at disadvantage. So it's not like the first time Diesel Esports is making such sort of plays. The decision making which is coming from Diesel Esports is quite questionable because they are engaging in a lot of bad fights. That's a problem with Diesel Esports. They need to correct these things. They need to rectify it. Otherwise, Diesel Esports won't make it to the top 16.
True that. I mean, Diesel Esports, as I mentioned, yes, it does seem like you've got a lot of time left, but trust me, there's not a lot of time left, Diesel Esports. You guys got to wrap things up as soon as possible. Each week, you only have 9 games to play, from which the second week is pretty much almost about to be done. You're at the halfway point. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just let us do our thing. Send over to the Valgo's thing.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never slip. Just till I had enough of us. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season, week number 2, day number 2. And with Erangel already being done and Dustin Godstrain coming victorious, we have the map of Miramar coming up next. And I have Fixes with me on the desk. Fixes, Godstrain and Hero Extreme God, like they were on a rampage in this Erangel.
Certainly on a roll, and I can't deny that for Hero Extreme Godlike, especially considering how beautiful this 2025 is shaping up to be. Same goes with Godstrain. I think seems like they're getting back to their 2023 groove and getting back-to-back chickens over here. Yesterday, they ended things up with a chicken. Finally, we're seeing that little bit of a stability. But you know what? I want to see more. I want to see them cruise through, make it inside the top 3, top 4. Because rightfully, that is where they deserve to be. It's been a long time, and these 17 points will definitely help them secure that.
And look at Hero Extreme God, like they have got 16 points, but only 4 placement points. 12 elimination. They were raining death and destruction in the lobby. Reckoning the rotation became a problem. The journey inside the circle became a problem for them. But I think considering the situation they were in, they fared off really well with 10 points. Team Cincinnati Kids, they did try to recover themselves with 8 finish points, but just a single placement point. I think it was Team Tamilas who eliminated them, and they were both fighting in the blue. Red Raws this time with 8 points. Do or Die also tried to recover themselves with 7 points in this one. But Bot Army, Gen FM, Diesel Esports, what's happening wrong with the plus of Diesel Esports?
I mean, they have been so erratic, and even for Diesel Esports, we are yet to see some good performance. Some high-octane, high-fragging games from their side, even for Wildfangs. They got picked off pretty early on. Revenant X-Park, of course, you know, they have been always a thundering force, running rampant throughout the lobby. This time, just having eliminated that one squad and eventually just to get taken down later on. But improvement in the departments of Cincinnati Kids, to be honest, getting so many of those finish points, I think work in the right direction for them. But, you know, I was watching you both cast, hearing your insights. And for Hero Extreme Godlike, honestly, I felt like they had no avenue. There was no chance on earth that they could have made it inside the circle. So they decided just to stick over there and let the other teams come at them. And that is how they were trying to cook up a couple of more eliminations to their name.
Yeah, definitely. The decision making which came from the side of Punk was on point. All they had to do was just accumulate the finish points, and they were doing it perfectly. The major fight which I felt was important for them was against the plus of Team Revenant X-Park, because Revenant, they were engaging in a fight with Hidden Ones. Had Revenant won that fight, they would have been the one to accumulate all those finish points which Godlike was doing, because holding on to that northern periphery of the circle was so important in that circle.
Yeah, I think it was, right? Even, you know, at that particular situation, they were really out of options. They could have done nothing else. And teams do realize in circles like this, when the circle shifts away from you, and you know it's an open land, it's very difficult to get inside the zone. So the best alternative is to find as many finish points as you can, because position points lately haven't been that rewarding for all these teams. And I hope this run continues for all of these teams. But like discussed, we would want teams like Bottom Esports, Diesel Esports to get something out of this game in Miramar, especially for Diesel, considering, you know, teams from the certain circuit are so very well adept in games like Miramar. But I think it's all about them trying to really find their niche inside of the lobby. Where do they excel at? That has been the big ask, because, you know, when you are being led by an IGL like Gokul, we know he is very good at his rotations. And back then when he was leading team Limra, Limra used to convert games of Miramar. You know what the specialty was? They used to keep on rotating around, keep on floating, and they knew the exact right time to somehow insert inside the circle, somehow infiltrate, breach in through. That has been missing from Diesel's side. And even if they do that, what has been the biggest issue is their 4v4s aren't really that good yet. We have seen a couple of moments. We have seen Sham maybe get a couple of finishes here and there, but that's not going to make the cut.
I agree. The decision making which is coming from the side of Diesel Esports when they're trying to move inside the circle, that is where they are lacking. Because in the open finals, we also saw that how Diesel Esports, despite having numbers disadvantage, they just slammed onto the players of Team Just Jelly and got an early elimination in Erangel. Similar thing happened this time also. Revenant and Hidden Ones, they were locking horns with each other. Diesel Esports with only 2 men, they just slammed the vehicles right in the face of Revenant X-Park, where Hero Extreme Godlike also chimed in, did a perfect third party. So these sort of decision makings are not really working for the players of Diesel Esports, but maybe this Miramar, they'll try to redeem themselves, because like you said, Miramar has been a strong suit for the players of Diesel.
It certainly has been, and with that hope, we take flight, folks, as we head on to the skies. It is going to be a flight path trajectory all the way from the southern side, heading on towards El Pozo. And how a lot of these teams dropping down maybe at the northeastern corners of the map, they will have to go for a longer glide, or maybe they will have to resort for a couple of vehicles here and there, and we know what that leads us to. Of course, a couple of those early collisions. But look at this. This is what I've been talking about, right? The dynamics inside of Hero Extreme Godlike. You know, they are so flexible, so versatile. Yesterday, we saw them dropping down at Hacienda del Patron. This time, they've decided to drop down on Puerto Paraiso. And this is sort of a double-edged sword, really, because, you know, these are the early phases of the game. Very well, you can experiment. But moving on ahead, I'm pretty sure the way Hero Extreme Godlike are playing Shadow, I think needless to say, they are going to make it inside the grand finals. I hope till then, they have a concrete drop location where they can constantly drop down, get their timings right, and everything A-okay for them as we move further ahead.
Sometimes you also need to have the secondary drop location, because in the challenge finals, what if someone starts coming on
They have 10
your
different
drop?
drop location, it feels like.
They're just experimenting, and they can afford to do so, because they are right at the top of the leaderboard at this point. But speaking of one more team which is having a lot of up and downs, is going to be the players of Wildfangs. Yesterday was a good day for them, but in the previous Erangel, they were the first one to be eliminated from the lobby. Myth officials, they rammed into their compounds, and Wildfangs, they looked unprepared, completely unprepared.
You know, for Wildfangs, honestly, I'm going to give them a little bit of a leeway. They're still doing A-okay. It's just that one bad game. Yesterday's day was quite decent, in my opinion. Of course, a few of those tweaks, and it's all about getting their players intact, getting them in the mood. Trey Scott, we know he's been hard carrying the team so far, but I believe the moment Seth gets back to his old ways, I'm pretty sure he will have some assistance. A little bit more work in departments of taking those 4v4 fights, and I think Wildfangs be some heavy contenders. This is a team that came in with no expectations, and surely they've exceeded that so far. Having spotted out the players of Reckoning from afar, Sif giving all that intel to his teammates, and just waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and there he had it, almost finally connects. This is what we need more out of Sif. Such impactful plays, definitely helping their endeavors. Wildfangs, they will have to double down on it. Of course, they know that Gravity, he has to tuck his tails and run, because Dionysus is pretty much done for. Reckoning, nowhere in the nearby vicinity, and Reckoning, they have incurred an early casualty right from minute 1.
Of course, Dionysus also getting an early elimination. This is not going to help the case of Reckoning, because in the last game, they did fairly well. And this Miramar was something where Reckoning could have gone for the experiment, could have gone a little aggressive like they used to in week number 1. But Wildfangs, definitely a good start for them, considering they were eliminated in the previous game pretty early. This Miramar is one of those maps where Wildfangs may be looking for some sort of redemption and extra points to recover from that previous Erangel. But we also have few teams in the close proximity, like we have the plus of team Bot Army Esports in such a close proximity to the plus of team Revenant X-Park, where Monty Bay has been knocked out, leaving Devotee all by himself, because the remaining plus of Bot Army Esports finally are there, and finally the knock onto the plus of Revenant X-Park as Sarang has taken down Shadow. He has to hold on to his grounds. He has to deal with the 2 plus of team Bot Army Esports.
Yeah, now this is not looking good for the Hungry Hounds. They have been hunted, and it is going to be Bot Army Esports. They are such a nuisance. And Revenant X Spark caught astray, weren't really prepared, were intent on moving inside and get to their desired drop. As a result of which, a little bit of a clash, and they're already down to their final 2. But we know Revenant X Spark, this is a team that does not like to back off. Devotee Bay leading the charge. Joker has a really interesting flank angle. He's got a lot of intel to play around with. Scary Jod out in the open. And Spray God does not have the best of weapons. Would have loved to have maybe a Scaril or an M4. Instead, has to make do with an M16. Surely Henry Bay being spotted out, and he gets knocked down. Does not matter which weapon is. This player just spits carnage throughout the entire lobby. Bot Army Esports just got a little ahead of themselves. And Revenant X Spark quick in retaliating back. But Spray God, being the final member alive against Devotee Bay, he will not stand. Puts him 6 feet under, and Bot Army Esports, an early scare, but still threat averted. 4 finishes for this team with the loss of Henry, which could have been avoided, I feel.
I agree. There was no need for Henry to be eliminated in that scenario because Bot Army, they were aware that there is one player remaining from the side of Revenant X Spark, and Henry being a little away from his teammates where there was no cover fire or backline support. But nevertheless, I think a good start for Bot Army Esports because they were struggling, really struggling in week number 1. They are right at the bottom of the leaderboard. So these 4 finishes are definitely going to boost the confidence of Bot Army Esports at this point. We also have the plus of God's Reign, who have also opted for the Eastern Highway. And for now, after getting that loot towards the side of Impala, going for a northern rotation. I think God's Reign, they're looking fantastic. They're looking very strong considering they got a chicken dinner yesterday. They got a chicken dinner in the previous Erangel. I think it's safe to say that Destro is again back.
I mean, I would still say early days. Let him cook. For God's Reign, what's impertinent over here is that they get their confidence back. We have talked about it, Shadow, multiple times. We know this is a team that is capable of winning championships. What hasn't really been working out well is all these 4 players being really comfortable with each other. Couple of chicken dinners surely will instill that amount of confidence. But when it matters the most, God's Reign, they will have to step up. They will need to have those contingency plans for themselves, especially when situations aren't really going their way. And we've seen that little bit of a tweak really working wonders. Their timings are right. They're not over-aggressing. They're holding on to nice spots. They're defending it really well. So far, all good in the hood. But for Revenant X, an early exit, I think their fans also do realize the fact that this was a situation which really goes against you. The RNG, the flight path trajectory not favoring, and you drop down in the middle of nowhere, suddenly meet a team that drops right beside you, and you have to deal with the brunt of it. Could the situation have been avoided? Maybe. We do not know. We haven't seen the POV of those players. But Bot Army Esports, lovely stuff coming in, going unfazed with the defending champions of the recently held officials and still holding on to their ground. With just one casualty wiping them off is not a small task.
Of course, Bot Army Esports, those 4 finishes are definitely going to help their case. But speaking about one more team, Hidden Ones, they also had their fair share of up and downs in the previous game. They were also eliminated pretty early in the game. But there's one player from the side of Hidden Ones who is doing the majority of the heavy lifting, and that is going to be Executor. In the Open Finals also, Executor was performing really well, and this time also he's doing majority of it. But he needs the support of his teammates. And speaking of the support of teammates, I think Cincinnati Kids is also one of those teams where it's only one player who is getting majority of the finishes. That is Mighty. The remaining 3 players, I think, they also need to step up really well.
And when you look at Cincinnati Kids roster, I'm sort of baffled how long it is taking Flock to start delivering, because he's one of the evergreen players. A lot of the recent IGLs, the bigger names, speak very highly of him. And I think he plays a very crucial role in the success of Cincinnati Kids. Very versatile player, has got good game sense. And somewhere down the line, Juicy needs to find ways to make this work. Of course, Mighty has been one of the anchors for this team. He's been the hero. He has been the one doing it all. You would also want Aditya to get out there. Because when you look at this team, I think they also have the right players. Again, it's the lack of confidence. It's a couple of things really not working out. And what God's Reign have just accomplished, if Cincinnati kids maybe get a couple of chicken dinners here and there, I think they also might find themselves back in, because they are changing the script. It's always been about Cincinnati kids or their former clan when they were back in the days of 8-bit. Their league stages were pretty much smooth sailing. But now things are looking really rough. They somehow need to fix this and get themselves back up. And this is a good circle for them, mind you, because when you look at this, if they take over Power Grid, they've got so much area to play around. Couple of high ground advantage they can secure for themselves. And if they do that, I think Cincinnati kids can go big in this game.
Of course they can. Even it's a good circle for the players of Gen X FM if they want to accumulate those finish points, because so many teams are in such a close proximity to Gen X FM, like the players of Do or Die who are on the struggling side of the story. Then we also have the players of Team Reckoning, and Reckoning, they have got God's Reign right on their tails. Gen X FM, they have the height advantage. So I think Gen X FM can also do fairly well in this particular one. But there's someone who is going for a late rotation, and that is the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike, right on the tails of Wild Fangs. The main question fixes here is, are Wild Fangs aware that Godlike is just behind them?
I don't know. At this point, they haven't really let loose of those bullets, but DOD certainly were caught with their pants down, completely unaware of the presence of the players of Gen X FM, and suddenly they have one man down. And this is where Gen X FM would be looking forward to somehow kind of increase their lead over here, as Reaper, he wants to make a narrow escape over there. MJ has been bashed heavily, brutally. In fact, MJ making his way back into the roster. One of the veterans of the scene. We've seen him play from such big rosters in the past. Has played quite a lot of official events. Does bring a little bit of that stability to Do or Die. Given the fact that this team hasn't had enough time to practice around with him, it's going to be really interesting to see how far can DOD get away with this. Bhalu, their IGL, being caught in no man's land, because on the backlines you do have the players of Bot Army Esports, and there you have it, Monty opening things up, and Bhalu wanted to capitalize on that time, want to make a run, but Bot Army Esports seems like they're in no mood for showing mercy to anybody inside the lobby.
5 finishes already in the favor of Bot Army Esports. Definitely a good start on the map of Miramar. But Do or Die, they just became sandwiched between Gen X FM and Bot Army Esports. We also have Reckoning also chiming in. So things really didn't go very well for the players of Bot Army Esports. For Do or Die. As they are left with, I believe, only one player, which is Reaper. And Reaper might be looking for a very passive and late rotation gameplay. But there are few teams coming from the Sunken Western side also, like the players of Diesel Esports and -40 can be the team who can try gatekeep them. But looking at our screens, Gen X FM and Bot Army, they are aware about each other's position. So maybe there is a possibility of Bot Army and Gen X FM also locking horns with each other.
There could be. But at this point, Gen X FM, they've got such a prime position inside the circle. Unless and until the zone moves away from them, and if they defend this area, they're really good to go. They can get a lot of finishes for themselves. As for Bot Army Esports, they've been making a lot of noise, a lot of sound, drawing so much attention towards them. And you've got so many teams even lurking around them. You've got Hidden Ones, you've also got Reckoning. And Reckoning, they've already been dealt with an early blow. As for Hidden Ones, this has been one of those wildcard teams inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. And they've been such a delight to witness. Just roaming around here and there, like a pack of hyenas, just scalping through whatever they can find. Suddenly you see there's a fight going on, and the next moment, Hidden Ones partake and they come out as the victors. Against Reckoning, it's going to be a little bit of a tough ask from their side. Viper already taking down one player, and he's got so much information to play around.
Well, he has got the information, but he doesn't have the hard cover. That spray which came from the side of Alien could have taken him down. Viper, now he needs to reposition.
That helmet saved him.
Yeah, definitely. But Executor is knocked down, and Mortis is right there to go for the revival. So even the players of Hidden Ones are back in the game. All the 4 players fit as fiddle, but Reckoning, they need to be careful because Viper, the first time the helmet saved him, but the second time it won't.
At this point, we've come to such a phase where all these teams are sort of in front of each other, but they're being very cautious. And for all the right reasons, I understand. Now, the kind of a circle that is building up out in the open, teams that do have those concrete covers to play around, they're already doing that. You did talk about your Extreme Godlike being on the tails of Wildfang. Whilst we speak of Team Tamilas, they found an opener against the players of -40. Joker already down on his knees, and Team Tamilas, another team so well adept in these desert, can get something good. Already that one finish, yes, that's going nowhere, but look at the circle shift. Head around those northeastern sides, and BGMI Esports suddenly have a sensation that this game could be theirs. They do, however, have 3 players to work around with, but Rico, that's a wild spray, young man. Of course, would have fancied his chances with maybe an M4 better.
Maybe, but for now he's trying to do the most out of that Scarl, but seems like 1 or 2 bullets and the vehicle can be blown up. But Team Tamilas, they also need to prioritize the rotation as the players of -40 have made a safe escape, especially Nishu. But he needs to find a better vehicle at this point because he has escaped from the clutches of Team Tamilas, but he also has got the players of Team Orangutan in the close proximity. So -40 would try going for a different vehicle, but along with BGMI Esports fixes, I think Myth officials and Hidden Ones are also looking quite fantastic because they have the entire northern control to themselves. Myth, who went for the complete north rotation, they do have a good spot. They have the complete city of Hacienda. But Genex FM, they are the king of the hills. They have the height advantage, and from there on, they can get a lot of information. Hero Extreme Godlike, Reckoning, Wildfangs, God's Rain, they all are just sticking to the southern eastern side. These 4 teams are currently the top 4 teams of the lobby, looking at the leaderboard. So it's important for all these 4 teams also to have a little safe approach at this point.
I mean, you've just given us so much masala to work with. You know, the best of the best around that one vicinity. It's going to be exciting to see really how that brews up. Whilst a couple of shots here and there, Red Ross, another team, they have been doing quite exceptional. Yesterday's day really did not go their way. But today brings a fresh new start. And that being said, we've already secured 1 finish to themselves and now marching inside the circle. They will, however, be challenged by the likes of Cincinnati Kids or Myth officials, depending on the direction of the influx coming in from their side. But as things stand, Genex FM, BGMI Esports, all these teams having such a good position, still lurking around the center of the circle, whilst Diesel, it feels like, again, Shadow, the same old. They look lost.
I think they need to go back and do a little bit of the homework, read the other teams, that how they like dropping in, what sort of rotations which they bring in. Because if you look at the rotation of Diesel Esports, they might clash with the players of Red Ross or maybe the players of Team Myth officials, which is happening in every single game. Diesel Esports, the rotations are a problem, the decision making are a problem for them. And look at that, Red Ross, they're locking horns with the players of Team Myth as Oxen has been knocked out, as Beast gets a confirmation point as well. But OG and CK, they are also in such a close proximity, as Wizgod has got the players of CK right in his crosshairs. But at this point, both of them trying to fight on the western periphery of the circle. Even looking at the map feed, I can see the players of Team Tamilas in the close proximity. So there is a chance of a third party happening from Team Tamilas.
There could be. And Team Tamilas, they're all coiled up, ready to strike, just waiting for maybe OGN or CG to unleash their trigger. The moment one of the player gets taken down, they will be vulnerable to a third party. And recently we've seen this smoke grenade gun come out. Really handy in such tough situations as Myth official trying to defend their fort against the likes of Red Ross. And this is going to be really interesting as Lucifer gets his head cracked off. Myth official really getting a very good opener there. But Oxen having lost out on his life. It's going to be really interesting to see how Myth official see this one. Because when you look at the setup, players of Red Ross are all stacked up together. Does not make things easy for them. Those grenades, a little too far from comfort. It's just not even inches, it's miles afar from its destination. So Red Ross, they've been given another chance, and Maxi also has got a lot of vision. But look at this. Aiden having the perfect cover fire. His cover finally compromised as Phoenix seems like he spotted him alongst with Artho.
Red Ross and Mid, they also need to prioritize the rotation because they are close to 430 meters away from the circle. As the circle has taken a southern western shift, it is heavily favoring the players of Team Gen X FM. But Diesel Esports and Team Tamala is also locking horns with each other out in the open as Maxi OP trying to find one of the player in that wooden shack. With the Molotov trying to lure him out, but Aditya doing a third party takes down Rico and Maxi as well. Gen X FM also chiming in this fight. Third parties, fourth parties, everything is happening at this point, and Team Tamalas and Diesel Esports not looking good at all.
All hell has broken loose, but Fox, he becomes the hero for his team as Team Tamilas somehow withstand this storm as Gen X FM now eyeing out on the players of Reckoning Esports. Viper making quick work of Dhruv, instantly eliminates him. Now Madrick, unable to save his ally. He somehow needs to reposition himself as Reckoning. They're breaching through, which could have been such an impossible task, and now they're suddenly doing it. And to make matters worse for Gen X FM, this could be a push coming in from multiple directions. So Evil and Madrick, they need to have their spider senses tingling, because right next to them we can see the players of Orangutan also readying up, maybe to make a move at their direction, and this is going to be so difficult. But look at Evil spotting out the players of God's Reign out in the open, but unable to find Nox. And now God's Reign, they're also aware.
Just look at the position of the third player of Gen X FM, that is Vishu. He's on the periphery of the circle. If the circle takes a complete southern shift once again, I think he can be that anchor who can bring his entire team inside the circle. For now, Gen X FM, yes, I do agree they need to deal with the plus of Team OG. They also need to deal with the plus of Team Reckoning. They have to be very cautious. Even God's Reign are also present in the compound right in front of the players of Gen X FM at this point. But minus 40 and Wildfangs also locking horns with each other as Nishu trying to find some sort of connection with a grenade. Wildfangs, it's a 3v3 fight. Minus 40 not having the best of the time as Nishu goes out in the open. And Saf is trying to hunt him down, and finally Trace Gods shuts down Nishu. Will be looking for the confirmation point. Vodka all by himself also gets taken down. It's all down to Spider now of minus 40 in a 1v4 situation.
It certainly is, and Spider running for his life, begging, screaming for help at this point, but Wildfangs certainly have their fangs spread wide. And minus 40 are feeling the heat over here. Spider, the only surviving member, what does he do? How does he free himself from this situation? And seems like he is not going to be spared. Somehow still alive, though finally wrecked. I love this stuff coming in from Wildfangs. You could see Seth being so sacrificial. He goes on. He becomes the punching bag. He's the first point of contact as now that eases off that pressure from Trace Scott as he does his dealings from the backlines. This is good stuff. Finally, you could see them play as a whole knit unit. And that was a well-executed fight. But look at this. Hidden ones in the middle of nowhere. They are surrounded by multiple foes. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have already been dealt with a casualty. Punk on the sidelines. He's been taken down. You've got Red Ross. You've got Hidden Ones. You've got Pod Army to deal with. Too much on the plate of Hero Extreme Godlike. And even the circle really does not favor them. As Executor sneaking up, spotted out the entirety of Red Ross. Readies up that grenade, but before he could even lob that Admino from the backlines, he mows him down. And suddenly Hero Extreme Godlike, they are showing interest in taking down the players of Red Ross, but Bod Army Esports, they strike from the sidelines. And this is something that Hero Extreme Godlike weren't really prepared for. And now they will have to deal with the brunt of it.
They certainly have to, as Admino has to go for the rescue mission onto Sim. But Bot Army Esports is also charging towards him. But Admino, what a knock coming on to Scary Jord, buying enough time to go for the revival on Sim. Now again, got like two players back in the game, but they also need to move inside the circle as I've got 20 seconds on the clock. On the other side, we have Team Tamilas and Myth also locking horns with each other. Bot Army, this time they were so aggressive, but seems like at this point, either they have to make a dash rush, mad rush toward the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, which Devotee Bay is trying to do with it. Buggy And Sims down to a sliver of HP. He also gets taken down. The confirmation point is also there, and Edmino is left all by himself as he's trying to prioritize the rotation. Bot Army Esports 7 finishes, but now they have to deal with the plus of Team Red Rose as well, as Lucifer is down to just a sliver of HP.
He certainly is, but there you go. Beast doubles up. He gets the trade over there. Perfect. Everything going well for Red Rose as they somehow conjure their way inside the circle still. They've got Devotee to deal with, and this shotgun really dishing out so much of that damage as Devotee. He does not want to show any mercy, and again, the clock strikes 12 and Bot Army Esports back to their old ways. They get a lot of finishes, but missing out on those crucial position points. Still, good in the hood. 8 finishes, 8 points secured for Bot Army Esports. But look at this, Wildfangs. Their trial by fire begins now, considering the fact that they have to somehow get inside the circle. So many foes around them, and Seth, he has been quite stellar in this game so far. Has been doing a lot for his team. At this point, it's going to be very important to see what happens next for Wildfangs. They really are desperate for this chicken dinner. But look at Orangutan. They've got such a nice cover to play around with. All they have to do is just watch out. Have good spatial awareness. You've got Admino, the last player alive. Not anymore.
Well, godlike, they have been eliminated, but Myth Esports trying to move inside the compound of OG as Spear gets taken down from the moving vehicle, as AKOP is also looking for the confirmation. Even Aiden also gets taken down by Mighty of Team CK. So Myth Esports not in a good spot. The confirmation on to Spear has already been made by AKOP with a grenade, but they also need to be careful from the set of GDR, and CK is breaching into the compound of OG as Wizgod has been dealt with, leaving Veron in a 1v3 situation. Even Godston can also do a third party. Genex FM can also chime in. So much can happen. It's such a chaotic fight as AKOP is trying to provide all the backline support to Veron at this point.
He certainly is, and this is good stuff coming in. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Cincinnati Kids at this point. But Veron, we know this young lad, he's got so much potential. He's got so much to offer. Instantly dropping down the smokes, somehow trying to create a path where he can escape, get back to his teammate AKOP, as he has to deal with forces from the other sides. Cincinnati Kids a little bit of a room to recuperate, have to get those revives really quickly, as now even threat coming in from Godsray side, who have been quite patient throughout this game. Haven't really made much of their moves, but they know now is the time. This is where the iron is hot. This is the right time to strike as Team Tamilas. They've resorted to a healing battle of their own. And now Wildfangs, now the numbers are almost depleted over here as Seth, the last member alive. How long can he keep the hopes alive for Wildfangs? As of now, hooks up another grenade, spots out Evil right in the open, gives his position away. Madrek somehow tanking majority of that, but Seth, he has to emerge as the hero for Wildfangs. Already having done enough, but now this is a situation, quite uncomfortable one at that. At this point, he needs to conjure something. He has a couple of grenades, though, to work around with. But Evil, having all the information in the world to play around with. Seth, he has to do something different over here.
It's not going to be easy for Seth at all. And look at the circle, it is heavily favoring the players of CK and OG at this point. They do have a concrete to work around with. GDR, they have the numbers advantage, and Genex FM seems like they're aware about the position of GDR as Ninja Zod strikes and takes down Medric, leaving Evil all by himself. Evil goes for the rescue mission, but this is the moment where GDR can strike in a grenade right in the face of Evil, down to a sliver of HP, and Justin's follow-up cleans up the entirety of Genex FM. Now God's name, they have the control of this hill. They have the height advantage, but OG, they are pretty much pinned down as AKOP gets taken by Delta of GDR, leaving Veron all by himself. And all the 3 players of Team CK are charging towards Veron, and Veron in a 1v3 situation gets dealt with. And Cincinnati Kids finally having a good outing, 4 finishes, and a good concrete cover to work around with.
This is exactly what Cincinnati Kids needed. But let's also not forget that Godsray, they're en route to maybe secure the first hat-trick of ESL Snapdragon Pro Series 2025. Delta, he's got so much information to play around with. All that intel, but Seth, a constant looming threat. How many meds does this man have? Can really dismantle the players of God's Reign if the situation arises, but looks like he's quite defensive. So it has come down to a proper 4v4. Cincinnati Kids going up against God's Reign, and now the circle really not favoring CK. At this point, they've dropped down a couple of smokes and they know where the players of God's Reign are. Maybe he could get a couple of grenades from those death boxes over there. Could work around a little bit more, but Fox finally down to his final first aid. And he's going to bid adieu to the lobby on the 5th position.
Oh, certainly he will. And few good finishes also for the players of Team Tamilas. Now we have top 3 teams remaining. We have the players of God's Reign. We have the players of Cincinnati Kids. The majority of the control is in the hands of GDR, but Destro needs to be careful of the grenades which are coming as Red Ross, last player, also bids bye-bye to the play zone. And now GDR and CK, they have to fight it out. Like you said, GDR on their way to get a hat-trick, the 3rd chicken dinner for themselves. But one single grenade can change things for either of these teams, as a Molotov from the side of Delta towards Mighty. Mighty down to a 50 HP. He needs to patch himself up. This is going to be a constant barrage of grenades. This is a battle of utils. A lot of smokes being invested as Delta is also trying to find some sort of connection. Finally, he finds it onto Juicy and takes him down. And Destro might be looking for the confirmation point. He also needs to deal with Mighty as Mighty with the DBS takes down one, and at the nade also takes down one player from the side of GDR.
This is lovely stuff coming in from Cincinnati Kids as Mighty, he unleashes himself from the shadows like a ninja assassin over there and suddenly wipes out a lot of the players of God's Reign over there, now limited to their final man Justin. But Justin, he prevails supreme, does not bow down in front of Cincinnati Kids, and just like that, Shadow, God's Reign have gotten a hat-trick. A team that was literally in the ashes have somehow seeked rebirth, getting 3 back-to-back chicken dinner. God's Reign, now all those lingering doubts, if they could have staged a comeback, are they back? Yes, I feel like it's safe to say Destro and the boys have done it.
They certainly have, and in quite fashion. Erangel, I agree, is God's Reign, strong map, and up until now they have got all chicken dinners on the map of Erangel, but finally getting a chicken dinner on the map of Miramar this time. 3 players were knocked out. It was only 1 player remaining from the side of GDR. And for a second, it looked like the chicken dinner, the victory might go in the hands of Cincinnati Kids. But the way Justin saved the day and got the chicken dinner for the team, that was so impressive moment for the entire team of GDR.
See, I think it really came down to Mighty because there was one of those Molotovs lobbed at his direction and he did not budge. He did not move. For a moment, it felt like he went unchecked, and which was the case, really. And what GDR did really well was how they just dropped down those smokes, hindering the vision of Cincinnati Kids to really come out of their hiding. And since their options were limited, the other players couldn't really do much. And that is where Mighty went on to strike. He got a couple of knocks over there, but towards the end, just kind of somehow fumbled in that 1v1 situation. And honestly, it could have gone either ways. It was a 50-50. But Justin, kudos, we know he's one of the star players. He's been there, quite underrated, and he's had his form lost somewhere down the line. But now, finally, they're having everything set up for them. Now, this God's Reign is exactly what their fans wanted, right? That perfect balance of position and that coordinated aggression from their side. Now, they are not really going head first with blindfolds on. They're being very careful. Now, they're getting all these chicken dinners without a lot of finishes to their names. And I think getting this chicken dinner will get you that confidence. Now, moving ahead, we could see maybe those big games, finally them spreading their wings across.
Of course, that's a possibility, but this Miramar fixes was quite a comeback game for so many teams. Like the players of Bot Army Esports, they also tried to redeem themselves. They had good amount of finish points for themselves. Even Cincinnati Kids, we have been asking why they are not able to perform, what's happening wrong, but finally coming so close to the winner chicken dinner. I think they did really well, and this should be the game after which their graph should go linear. There should be an improvement day by day in the gameplay of Cincinnati Kids after this one. There should be giving them the enough confidence boost. But Bot Army also performed really well. Wild Fangs also, they had fair amount of finish points in this one. So this Miramar was quite a comeback story for quite few teams.
You know, considering the fact where Cincinnati Kids were in the previous week and how their outing was even yesterday, I think it feels like it's a breath of fresh air from their side. This is what I was talking about. Look at Mighty. His position completely uncompromised over there. He went unchecked and suddenly he's just dishing out all that lead. And I think it was Ninja who had a little bit of a sneaky angle, and he could have also, done a little bit of a damage over there, could not see it properly. But regardless of whatever is going on, Cincinnati Kids, God's Rain, they are really pulling through. And even when you look at the other teams, even Bot Army was quite impressive considering same old. They got a lot of finish points. The position points kind of missed out. Chenx FM felt like they could have done a little bit more from this situation. I think they had a very good position inside the circle. Even for Orangutan, they somehow need to handle all that push coming their way, because the moment Cincinnati Kid flooded in on them, they failed to have any answers. But when you look at the match MVP, like I said, right, 4 finishes for this young lad, and just when Wildfangs needed another player to really step up, I think Seth, he's done that.
Of course, 4 finishes, 50% finish contribution, and the way Wildfangs rushed onto the compounds and eliminated the entirety of -40. They got 4 finishes during that. After that, they went and eliminated the players of Team Reckoning as well. Along with that, we have Scary Jod of Bot Army Esports as a best companion, and of course, Justin as a finisher, because he was the guy who landed the final blow onto Mighty of Team Cincinnati Kids, and after that got the beautiful winner chicken dinner, 4 finishes towards the side of Justin as well.
I think, for Scary Jod, Monty, Devotee, all of these players, they've been so good as an aggressive unit. I think they need a little bit of a guidance, maybe a mentor who coaches them how they can keep themselves alive. Because in terms of going aggressive, in terms of getting those finishes, everything is all good in the hood. Like, that is quite at par, in fact, with the current lobby or what the demand is. But they need to know how to stay alive. They somehow need to find some leash on their players. But for Wildfangs, I think the options were quite limited. Seth did make the most out of that situation, even patching himself up towards the very end. That was good stuff. For Hero Extreme Godlike, what I felt really went wrong for them was a little bit of a miscom towards the end. Or maybe it was intended where Admino was like, listen, I'm going inside the circle. You hold down the fort. You try and deal with Red Ross, or maybe get a couple of finishes here and there whilst I try to survive. But that plan sort of backfired. One bad game for Hero Extreme Godlike will not have such a huge impact on the overall standings, but still decent points. But GDR, this is good stuff. I'm talking about them not getting more than 10 finishes here. They did that in the previous game also. They're being very collected. They're constantly focusing. These 18 points will definitely now propel them inside the top 8 if they aren't already inside of it.
Of course. And Wildfangs also, they have fared off really well in this one with total of 12 points. Cincinnati Kids coming so close to that winner chicken dinner. Total 11 points to their name. Red Ross, they were also stuck in that commotion, in that traffic which was coming from the northern side. That is exactly where Godlike was. Hidden Ones were also there. Do or Die. So many teams were there. But 11 points, I think Red Ross also did very well. Bot Army, 8 finishes. Placement points are still a major concern for Bot Army Esports, but this time Myth officials -40, Do or Die. Revenant X Spark, they had to face an early elimination where Revenant just got 1 single point.
Yeah, I mean, for Revenant X Spark, we know how things really boil down there, didn't we? Clearly, completely caught off guard, but even for Revenant X Spark, they have been quite stubborn, don't you think? There have been multiple situations where there were avenues where they could decide maybe to bow down or just get back, recollect yourself, gather yourselves once more. But that was a situation which I don't think could have been really avoided, because when you're going up against the likes of Bot Army Esports, you're supposed to expect this, right? This is a squad that does not care even if they get finished off. They are that suicidal army. They just go rampaging through, maybe kamikaze attack sort of a playstyle coming in from Bot Army Esports. And Team X-Pac, for a moment, I think they did not have the best of loadouts. We saw in certain situations a little bit of overcommitment from their side. And could they have done better? Maybe. Could they have escaped from Bot Army Esports? I think the answer is no.
I was looking at the stats also fixes of Bot Army Esports of all the 4 players, and the majority of the heavy lifting is done by Scary Jod himself. So I think the remaining 3 players also need to step up, because the Monty, Devotee, the way they were playing in the open finals is quite missing this time. But looking at the overall ranking, we have GDR taking quite a jump. They are the second spot with
Wow.
116 points. And 55 placement points, highest.
This is what I was talking about, right? God's Rain for a moment it felt like they might have just catapulted up into the top 8, but no, they've gotten in a lot more than they could have asked for, directly to the second position, instantly threatening the likes of Reckoning, Versatile, and suddenly one more good game, they might be breathing under the necks of even Hero Extreme God like Wildfangs. Also cruising through, right? If not the best team in the lobby, they're still getting those decent average and in a quite a good, comfortable spot. Orangutan, however, I feel like they aren't able to convert majority of those situations. I'm pretty sure this should have been one of their games, and having all their players scattered apart, a little bit more of cohesiveness would certainly help. But Carnival Gaming on the 15th position, that is something which will definitely raise a lot of eyebrows. And don't get me wrong, they're yet to play their matches tonight, and which will happen after this game. But still, Cincinnati Kids, this is also a nice bounce back from their side. 55 points, finish points definitely racking up. Good stuff.
Of course, good stuff coming from the side of Cincinnati Kids. 4 Miracle, they are yet to play their today's game. Phoenix Esports, they also didn't have the best of the day yesterday with 61 points sitting on the 21st spot. Even Team Vashishta, they are also one of those teams which really need to step up. Diesel Esports with 14 games being played and still on the 20th spot. I think Diesel is one of those teams which really needs to rectify their mistake, because even in this particular one, they were not in the best position. Then we have the players of minus 40 again having a bad outing. They were eliminated quite early by the players of Wildfangs with 22 points only on 31st spot. I think it's going to take more than 2-3 games for minus 40 to come in top 16.
Now, as these games keep on passing by, finally we having that segregation. We're having the creme de la creme, the upper echelon, and now we are seeing the teams competing in the middle order, and then there are a couple of outliers like Godstraight. And I mean, pulling off a hat-trick, what do you expect? Of course, they had to bounce back and directly are sitting on the second spot. But yes, legit, minus 40, all these teams, they have to wake up, because this is week 2, and from week 3, any of those teams, if there were any questions in our mind, where are they? They will start putting up their A game. They will have to go all out. And they somehow have to survive the week number 3 right now if they want to make it inside of the grand finals, if they want to fulfill that Cinderella dream for themselves.
Well, certainly. There's one more game remain for these particular teams, and this is going to be the last chance for minus 40, I'll say, because after day number 2, day number 3, the pressure will be there. So many bullseye target will be there on behind their back. So it's not going to be easy for minus 40 and Bot Army Esports and other few teams who are towards the later half of the leaderboard to stage a comeback. I think this is a very important game. And looking at the schedule also, we can see the next game is going to be the map of Erangel. So it's important for minus 40 to have at least decent finish points or placement points in this Erangel.
Interesting. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see how do God's Rain fare off in this one. Do they go on to create another record, get maybe 4 in a row? That would be lovely, won't it? Because the kind of a choo-choo momentum train they're on, it's so difficult to stop a team like God's Rain. And even now the teams are starting to feel it, because a lot of these teams, we have seen so much volatility across the 2 weeks, right? First week we saw Versatile doing so well, Carnival doing so well, and this time, a little bit of disappointments from both the sides, and now the others that did not perform well in week 1, they are waking up from their slumber. And I think for God's Rain to start this year on such a positive note, it's such a delight to watch, because this is what we wanted from them. And that being said, we head on to unravel the mystery if God's Rain get their 4th back-to-back, as I've got Necro alongside with me. And Necro, they're doing it, aren't they?
Of course they are. CK once again establishing that comeback. And then you've got God's Rain just pulling off a hat trick. 3 chicken dinners back to back. We had our questions, we had our doubts as well, but it seems like slowly and steadily the boys are definitely answering in quite a great fashion. Godsreen, yes, still that defensive play style is coming into the picture, but they know exactly when they want to aggress and which fights they want to take. You move on towards Cincinnati Kids. The first game, they had a decent amount of elimination points to play with. The second game, too, CK once again getting that consistent number on the board, and I'm pretty sure moving on in the third game, too, we might just see the same thing applied from CK.
I've been really impressed with how Cincinnati Kids went out to play day number 2, especially finally finding all their players, picking the right fights, and Mighty stepping up. It's due time that Aditya and even Flock, they also do their bidding, because if everything falls into place, I think Cincinnati Kids, they certainly are a force to be reckoned with. But considering the flight path trajectory heading a little down south, a lot of these teams heading over towards Yasnaya. This is where you would want to see Revenant X Park drop down at Novripnol. We've seen them doing that even in the past, and this is what they're off to even today.
Look at Bot Army Esports dropping toward Georgia Pool, not taking a fight against UDR anymore. They've got different plans now, and there's
somebody in the military
right
base
next to him. It's interesting.
You've got Myth
like
officials.
Bot Army Esports, they sort of switched their drop location with Myth Official. And Myth Official now want to take a fight against UDR off the rip. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to pan out that well for the players of Myth Official, because even they've been struggling too much in the overall standings. But looking at the players of Bot Army Esports, they've taken a safer route.
Interesting. We've seen Bot Army Esports do that in the past also. But I think the only explanation behind Bot Army Esports to really back out from this situation was somehow not wanting to go against a completely heated up, charged up God's Reign. And now really excited to see what Myth Official can do out of this situation, because they've somehow restricted themselves to those C buildings. And God's Reign, they've got the entire lay of the land to themselves. So there will be a point sooner or later where they start circling around them. Whilst Hero Extreme Godlike, this time another drop location, school apartment, is where they will find themselves at.
Indeed. I mean, for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's one of those teams that's doing really good in the overall standing. So even if we do not really shed any sort of limelight on them, it's completely fine. They're not someone who are going to be in the troubled shoes, but if they want, they can definitely put a few teams on that spot. You move the conversation on towards Cincinnati Kids, and we've seen a little bit of that tweak in the pace, and that pace tweak is now working out perfectly. Cincinnati Kids taking those fights that they're supposed to, coming out on top as well. I'm loving this aggressive characteristic that Cincinnati Kids are showcasing, but hold on to that thought. We've got Orangutan taking a fight against DOD, do or die. And it's also one of those teams that's on the struggling side of the spectrum. Even OG's not doing too hot in the overall standings anyways. And these 4 points, if they do manage to get them, it can definitely help OG quite a bit. But the trades do start to happen back and forth. DOD's out in the open. Aru messes up big time as even he gets taken down. But still, the trades do favor the players of OGS. They've now got the man advantage. Another man gets struck down. Even Reaper falls down. One more man to go, and that's going to be Avnish from DOD. He's trying his best to close on up against the players of OG, but there's also going to be the cover fire from Veron soon in the backlines. S12K starting to do a lot of damage, and Avnish, he wants to go for that finishing blow. He does get the elimination onto Aru, and OG is taken down to a 2-man squad. Finds another knock as well. Avnish does want to go for the confirmation blow, and he does get that as well. The game has now been spoiled. There's also a third party coming from the backlines, and Avnish, he needs to back away as soon as possible, and that's what he does. But no, I guess.
Oh, no. It's not going to happen. Reckoning, they are not going to show any mercy. And seems like even White Fangs, they might have sniffed some blood out there. Of course, they're also on the hunt, but Reckoning, this is typical stuff. But Orangutan, a huge disaster. Anything and everything that could have gone wrong for them really went awry. To be honest, in that situation, they did not have a lot of intel to play with Necro. Out in the woods, going up against DOD, having the first ones to have spotted them out. But the other players were in good position to provide cover fire. But in those minute moments, you could see, right? Aru was trying to bait himself. He was trying to take the shot, and he was hoping that his teammate behind him would do something, maybe just trade him out there. But they failed. And even for Veron, he was in no man's land, did not have the best of weaponry, had an Uzi on his hand whilst being dealt with Avnish. But seems like for DOD, The happiness did not last long as Reckoning, they just cleaned up, sweep the floor with them as now God's Reign. They were aware of Myth Officials, but Myth Officials, they've also parted ways out of military base, now heading on towards Nova Ripnoi. In fact, the radio tower, it's going to be interesting to see what they do next.
It was such an unplanned fight, though. The teams, right? They did not exactly know what the proper game plan is going to look like for them. DOD just out in the open, OG taking a fight against them, and still somehow DOD finding equal trades. Now, that was impressive. It's a whole other thing that they could not really come out on top, so yeah. And looking at Revenant Spark too, look at where they've dropped. In Nova Rupnoi, they did not go towards Yasna Polyana because the plane fly path, I assume, but still, Revenant Spark dropping towards Nova Rupnoi. That's also a bit of a curveball thing that they're doing in the game. Let's see how the path is going to look like for them.
You know, honestly, Necro, we've also seen this in the past, right? Even in the officials, we've seen Revenant X Spark drop down at Nova Ripnoi multiple times. Kind of their secondary drop location, and I'm pretty sure majority of the teams in the lobby would be aware of their presence. But the big question over here is, are Revenant X Spark aware of Myth Officials taking over the research laboratory and the radio tower? Because if that happens, this could be one of those X factors that could maybe trouble Revenant X Spark a little bit. Because Godstrain, they're not showing any intention of competing for that Eastern Bridge. Rather, they want to take a fight against Cincinnati Kids. And that would be definitely a sight for the sore eyes.
Indeed, would be. But knowing that God's Ring likes to rotate pretty late from that military base, I highly doubt they're going to go for that bridge route just yet. They know CK is going to be camping that bridge for as long as possible. And looking at the circle too, it's going to be favoring the players of CK for a long time. So God's Ring's going to take even longer time to rotate now. Moving towards the Norupnoi Bridge, it's not going to be too safe either. Filled with a lot of foes, and that's what GDR knows. Minus 40. Not doing too hot in this game either. Hidden One's on the tail. And Hidden Ones is one of those teams that does pack a lot of punches. Whoa! What just happened in Issue? Ejecting out in the open. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was, but he's still doing a lot of damage. Eventually, Nishu gets knocked out and confirmed. And Hidden Ones almost losing out on 2 players in that fight. Luckily enough, they do sort of back away. But minus 40 still there on the opposite side, and they would want to go for the confirmation on the fallen players of Hidden Ones. Minus 40 taking shots from the opposite end. They would want to create some sort of an alpha angle, go on the flank. As Daniel's out in the open as well, getting spammed through by Vodka. Not having the right attachments on the M416, that's why the spray, it does not seem that accurate. And Daniel now tosses out a smoke. Wants to get inside of that buggy, but I'm pretty sure the tire's now blown up. He can't go anywhere. Repositioning seems next to impossible for Daniel. Someone needs to give him a lifting hand. Daniel's still trapped out in the open. Hidden Ones recovered completely. Looking safe for now. Players out in the open, shots taken. Vodka himself does not seem too safe. Man advantage in the hands of Hidden Ones. If they want, they can pull off some weird shenanigans too. But Hidden Ones, instead, it's better to just back away because they've already secured 1 point.
You know, to be honest, minus 40, they could have played this one better. Really messed things up. You could see that lack of teamwork into place because the other teammates, they were nowhere to be found. And now Vodka,
oh my God.
He's gonna get shredded apart with no response whatsoever coming in from Joker and Spider. Suddenly they realize that they are 2 men down, and now Spider, he's just gonna make an escape. Still not out of harm's way because you've got Hero Extreme Godlike waiting for them, all coiled up. And even Hidden Ones, they also need to realize that something's up. Of course, at Minnow, position given away, but Alien must be wondering, could be the last player of M40. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got their eyes fixated inside of the waters. Somehow trying to lure the opposition out at this point. But M40, that is something they want to forget. They need to fix this issue ASAP. The teamwork was completely absent.
Exactly. With how disconnected M40 was in that fight, they definitely do deserve what just happened to them. In a big sandwich scenario between Hero Extreme Godlike and Hidden Ones in the front. And minus 40, as you mentioned, teamwork just not there. While Hidden Ones pushing in tandem together. The players cross that bridge without even getting any sort of hurt upon themselves.
What?
And look at that spray from Admino. Catches Alien off guard. This is what you call pinpoint precision. Hero Extreme Godlike. Already finding the opener they were looking for. And for Hidden Ones, they can't even back away. And now look at Hero Extreme Godlike playing from the same position that M40 was. Just look at the way Hero Extreme Godlike is now going to play this fight in a complete different manner. And this is something that M40 is supposed to apply in their own gameplay now.
Oh, this is just not getting better for Hidden Ones as they are being completely bamboozled by Hero Extreme Godlike, of course. Simp getting taken down, not in their plan. But Hero Extreme Godlike still, they've got the upper edge in this fight. One player down, but Hidden Ones already outnumbered over there. Mortis's position compromised. Pong peppering some heavy lead into his direction, but Admino really closing in on the distance as Alien. No route for escape as Executor Mortis. They are left stranded, and look at Admino. He is just enjoying himself. Jonathan, in the meanwhile, gets taken down, but still all good in the hood for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. As one more grenade gets logged in, and this is disaster in massive proportions for Hidden Ones.
That was absolutely diabolical. Executor. Oh boy. That preemptive nade from Admino catches Executor too. Knew exactly where he needed to place that nade. And Executor gets shattered, slithered. Daniel from the top is also raining down death and destruction. Almost gets the confirmation onto Simp. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is taking a lot of damage now. You can't ignore that. And Daniel is patching himself up just with the bandages. He's not going to have a lot of HP to take a fight against Admino, as Admino nails the final player down as well.
So perfectly well executed. But hold on, we've got another fight. Diesel Esports down to their final two, Sham and Pari. How do they withstand this onslaught coming in from Bot Army Esports? We know they have been ever so aggressive. Devotee giving his position away. Sham, of course, just kind of continuing with the spray, hoping that one would connect. But seems like nothing does. As Bot Army Esports, even they've got two of their players down on their knees. As he readies up another grenade, but Monty takes advantage of that situation. Instantly comes striking through. As Pari, the final player alive for Diesel Esports, now in a 1v4 situation. Scary Jot and Monty right in front of him, two foes to deal with, and he falls. As Scary Jot, he puts the final nail in the coffin, and Bot Army Esports again doing what they're really best at. Just running rampant throughout the lobby, instantly securing those early finishes. They are such a delight to witness.
But here's the concern, and that is going to be Diesel Esports, my friend. They have been struggling throughout the entire day, Fixes. Diesel Esports is not able to get any sort of points off the rip in the first game. Diesel Esports just had two players standing, considering they took a fight against Hidden Ones. And now Diesel Esports eliminated. Rough luck. Tomorrow's day has to be bang on. And once they need at least one big game in their hands to bring themselves once again back in the overall standings. They've got 62 points so far, not doing too bad. They can easily make the bounce back, easily make the leap. You move on towards this fight. God's Rean pinning down Revenant X-Spark. And looking at the circle shift 2 Fixes, we all thought that this zone's going to shift up north. But look at the shift it's taking. It's moving down south, catching a lot of teams off guard, and Hero Extreme Godlike might just be one of those.
I mean, for Hero Extreme Godlike, I still feel it's A-okay. Still second stage, but for Wild Fangs, I might have other ideas. Saran, threading up. He knows he has to strike. Still deciding not to really go for that. Maybe he does not want to give his position away. It comes at a cost, right? You take shots. If you miss it, you are visible to the entire lobby. And there are a lot of players around who would love to want to have a chance at Sarang. Hence just relaying all that important information to his teammates. But Wild Fangs, I'm kind of surprised they're still alive. Roaming around in a hovercraft like that, out in the middle of nowhere. Deciding to play across the certain sides as we wait for another shift. It's going to be quite crucial. It'll give us so much information. And God's Reign. Oh my goodness. They find themselves at the central spot. Maybe Necro. They could get another one.
They maybe can. I mean, the circle just keeps on getting worse. You've only got 40% of the zone to play with, while the rest is in the water lines. 40% of landmass. And you can already see all the good spots are taken by the teams. Hell's about to break loose soon, my friend. Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be looking forward to take that rotation from the bridge. Myth Official from the top. Spear with just a red dot. Or it's a holographic sight.
Yeah.
He's not able to get a lot done. I'm not exactly sure what Spear was even taking shots against. It was a moving vehicle, but even he himself knows connecting that is impossible. But if he does, though, that's going to be a clip.
You know, we did talk about the scarcity of the loot coming in from Myth Official. And all for the right reasons. We knew that they were kind of limited to just those C compounds. And then we saw them instantly getting themselves away from harm's way. And as a result of which, did not have an abundance of loot. They do have a little bit of a high ground to play with, but they do not have enough equipment to really support what they're trying to do. Whilst Wild Fangs making such a wild entry inside the circle, playing around the southern areas. They've got a couple of teams around them, of course. Cincinnati Kids could be one of those imminent threats. And Cincinnati Kids, they're all charged up, all heated. Even Team Tamilas and Genix FM. I think the southwestern cluster, we're going to get a little bit of bloodshed over there in the next couple of minutes.
Indeed. Wild Fangs, they've got their own fair share of the circle. Looking untouched. Oh, out in the open. Genix FM. They're getting that greed of points in their mind. Dhruv is just waiting for that player to stand still. But it does not seem like Maxi's got any intentions of doing so. The player just wants to keep the line of sight, but his teammate broke that silence. And eventually, Madrek is also able to find the knock. That's a great thing. Team Tolas, they're going to be in shambles after this knock gets confirmed. Maxi OP, I'm not even sure what the player was thinking there. Out in the open like that. Definitely some rookie mistakes being made by Team Tolas' Maxi. And now he does not seem revivable at all. He's in such an exposed spot. Going for the revive onto Maxi is going to be equivalent to pretty much digging your own graves.
Pretty much a lost cause over there. Far from home. And can't really even beg for mercy. He dug his own grave there the moment he was so exposed. Really, Team Tamil is not being aware of their sakes. And this is how they are starting to get dismantled. And now even for Genix FM, they have to be cautious. They have to watch out even for the players of Cincinnati Kids. However, they've decided to take another route. Maxi, is this going to happen? Our Team Tamil is really going to do this. Because if they've got a couple of vehicles, maybe they could potentially sneak in a revive. But Rico, he sensed all that attention through closing in on him, and Rico's position compromised, and this is not looking good for Team Tamilas. As Genix FM, they show no mercy, instantly charging in. Dhruv does get a beautiful knock over there, gets traded off, right coming in from Fox, as Team Tamilas not able to deal with this threat coming in from Genix FM. They start falling down. And now Genix FM in a 1v1 situation against Rico, and somehow they are doing it. In fact, Fox, he is the one man standing tall in this situation. But it's going to be Madrek who wraps things up, but now completely exposed. That push coming in from Cincinnati Kids, as even Hero Extreme Godlike find themselves in a precarious spot.
They want to brute force. Hero Extreme Godlike on the bridge, trapped by the players of Red Ross. Nowhere to go. And yeah, getting that revival onto Maxi was a mission impossible. Only Tom Cruise could have done that.
Look at Reckoning though.
Yeah.
Behind Hero Extreme Godlike, Necro.
They're definitely going to try to press on, but Reckoning Esports themselves, they need to wait it out for a bit longer. There's also Jonathan behind the players of Reckoning, so both the teams on the equal level. Admino now playing a little bit on back foot. Red Ross Arto, rotation out from this spot. Even Red Ross themselves, they need to leave this spot, prioritize the circle as soon as possible. Get a good spot in their zone. That's going to be the main call. If they do want to play for the chicken, that's how they're supposed to play. Jonathan trapped with the opponents. It's not the best possible spot you would love to be in, but he's forced to play that. Cincinnati Kids get night out by the players of Wild Fang. Trey Scott is just waiting for Flock to stand still. And finally, now it's going to be the place where he should go for the shots, but he's still not doing so. Why is there so much trigger discipline? I'm a bit confused. His teammates took the shots, and now Flock knows what exactly is going on. Trey Scott, that could have been a free knock for your team. And now still Flock is moving out in the open. This can be the moment that he's waiting for. Take the shots. Go for it. Trey Scott, why are you not going for the shots? That's a free knock for your teammate. But I guess Trey Scott just wants to keep his position anonymous, because somewhere down line he knows getting it out alive from this spot will be tough. But still, he's got so many opportunities that he can go for the strike. For a moment, he could have taken down 2 players of CK, but he still did not go for any shots.
Flock, get the out of there. This is abysmal. I mean, we've already seen on the minimap feed, Necro, that a couple of the other players of Wild Fangs, they were fighting at Flock's direction. And still, for him to stick by, he is calling for trouble. I do not know what he can do from this situation, but Trey Scott, he's got him pinned over there. He's just waiting for the right opportunistic moment, maybe hoping that somebody ambushes Cincinnati Kids, because when you take a look at the map feed, of course, the other players of CK, they are far. Flock has been alienated, and Wild Fang still holding on to the triggers. Kind of forces me into thinking, what are they really up to? Maybe this is the right moment to strike. This is where they need to make a move, as Red Ross is getting really intense. They've got so many foes around them. The circle shifting Myth Official's way. It's going to be such an exciting game to witness.
Wild Fangs are holding their trigger for too long. I'm not a big fan of that. Sometimes when you overextend that trigger discipline moment, it can reverse on top of you. And we've seen a lot of those moments happen in the past as well. Myth Official getting rid of Jonathan from a Hero Extreme Godlike, as he wanted to pull off that rotation. And look at Godlike too. Simp is all the way down south, while Admino is up north, and he's taking that risky route. A lot of shots taken against Admino, but still somehow he's pulling off that bold rotation. He's moving all the way down south. This is impressive. Out in the open still, Admino does not catch a lot of hurt. Beast does finally spot Admino, but he finds himself a safe wooden shack. But that shack is going to be filled up with a lot of nades soon. Admino needs to be quick. He needs to get rid of Beast right now. Beast finds that range, which is going to be nadeable. He will toss those nades in the wooden shack, and that's what he does when nade is tossed, but that's not going to find the mark, because he was taking a lot of shots upon himself.
He certainly was in this situation, though. And now Admino finding that perfect route to escape, just hindering Beast's vision, and suddenly he lands himself in another situation. And Lucifer, that was a jump scare and a half, and somehow he manages to deal with the threat. But now his position compromised. Myth Officials, they know what's happening behind them. Surely they will have to capitalize, but had they even had a 2 times on them, couple of decent scopes to work around with, things could have been much more better. As Beast, still confused, still wondering if there's still somebody hiding inside that wooden shack. He's not moving, he's not budging at this situation, as stars are definitely aligning for Myth Official. They have to hold on to the higher grounds, as even Red Ross, they find themselves a very sweet spot right at the center.
The fact that Admino wanted to go for that 1v1, it's crazy. The man's got so many guts that he still wanted to go with the odds. And if he would have came out on top in that 1v1, imagine the amount of space Hero Extreme Godlike would have had to play with. Respect, though. Now you've got Cincinnati Kids finally breaking that silence. Wild Fangs, as I mentioned, when you overextend that trigger discipline, sometimes it can backfire, and that's what exactly happens. Wild Fangs had so many opportunities to bring down the players of Cincinnati Kids, and now look at CK. They're going to make it out alive from this entire bat spot that they had a while ago, and Wild Fangs is in such a big trouble.
Cincinnati Kids at this situation, now getting themselves out of one situation, landing in another. They still have Wild Fangs to deal with on the backlines, though. But for Wild Fangs, they are taking massive damage from the blue. But for Revenant X-Spark, they are starting to prepare themselves, but seems like they are pinched. completely sandwiched, and now Godsrain, they are striking from the sidelines as Revenant X Park pose no threat whatsoever. Sarang, the one man alive there, as Cincinnati Kids get a lot of room to maybe recuperate, get their numbers back up as Ninja Jot just making sure he's got all the players pincered right on his radar, as now Sarang, he has to deal with the threat, and seems like Sarang, he gets taken down in that situation as Cincinnati Kids, they get so much room and space to play around, but Mighty suddenly gets taken down from elsewhere, and Aditya almost on the verge of a collapse, Necro.
Fixes Godsrain once again, having such a good spot to play with. Not in the zone yet, but still. I'm loving the formation that they're showcasing in these moments. CK back in full force, but one nade from GDR can spoil everything for CK. And that one nade's gonna find the connection too. I just mentioned it, and that's exactly what happens. Justin's one single nade wipes out the entirety of CK. Oh boy. Guys, I'm not the one who cursed it, please.
Bring it on, Necro. Loving what we are witnessing, but come on. You've got Shadow, the last player surviving from Revenant X Park against these mammoths. The wolves running rampant throughout the lobby. Godsrain just chucking their heads off over there. And now Destro, he's just gonna patch himself. And how do you stop this, Godsrain? Absolutely on fire. They have been ludicrous. They have been such a sight to withhold. And at this situation, as the dust settles, we have the final three. Godsrain, but Bot Army Esports find themselves in a really good spot over here. Have all that information to play around with, whilst Godsrain, they look unfazed, but they've taken a couple of damage, but they don't care. Sim gets taken down, his head's cut off, and now it is down to the final two.
If Godsrain somehow bounce back from this spot, it will not be good for Bot Army Esports. If Godsrain get back-to-back chicken dinners, this will be one of the most insane moments witnessed in the tournament. Godsrain, they're going for the revival on the fallen player. The nade from Monty could have almost found the knock, but a little bit short and overcooked. Destro still stays alive. The utilities from GDR still falling pretty close. And Monty, all he's looking for is the first knock, is the first confirmation. Nade's overextending from GDR now, not exactly able to find the knocks. But this nade, it might just be on the gold spot, and it will be. One nade finds two knocks. Justin is still in that same territory as Justin now repositions. Destro and Justin, last two remaining players. One man's behind that tree. Another nade's gonna find the knock as well. Devotee is single-handedly dismantling the entirety of GDR, and that nade as well will find the last player. Devotee took down all four players all by himself.
Oh, the Hunters getting hunted in the final phases of the game, and the fourth denied from Godsrain. And it will be the boys of Bot Army Esports who've not only secured a lot of finishes in their bags, but finally have unlocked that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Godsrain, of course, they were gasping for breath, no room to play around in that situation, and as a result of which, Bot Army Esports having a lot of this utility and doing what Justin just did recently to Cincinnati Kids, just raining down hellfire, being the Grim Reapers from atop and dismantling Godsrain. But what a moment it would have been if Godsrain had gotten their fourth. But regardless, whatever being said, it seems like Godsrain might just have taken even the first spot now.
Yeah, they might have. But it was such a nuclear performance from Bot Army Esports too. They had a lot of eliminations to back up that previous game. And Fixes, would you like to talk about the previous moments that erupted? I mean, especially that trigger discipline moment from Wildfangs. And then later on, it just completely flipped right on top of them. I'm not exactly sure what Trace God was doing. There were two players for a moment standing still in front of him, and he still did not go for the shots. I'm actually annoyed because those were free knocks. CK would have been taken down right then and there, and then CK later on flips around and takes him down instead.
I think a little too much patience over there. Of course, we do need answers, and maybe their coach, Explicit, has to, give some explanation to that huge wreckage over there. But because, for Wildfangs, that was not acceptable. They could have done so much better in that situation. holding on. Maybe it was the lack of information. They did not know where the other players of Cincinnati Kids were positioned, and maybe they were just wondering if the circle goes away from them, and they wanted to hold on to that little bit of a stealth. And this went completely against them. But Bot Army Esports initially dealing with the likes of these esports there, and later on going on ahead and getting the chicken dinner. But God's Reign, man, they have been such a delight to witness. Even for Hero Extreme Godlike, I must say, Necro, they made the most out of the situation, which could have been almost an impossible task. Still entering inside the circle, still Simp being alive for such a long time. And look at that grenade. Justin, he gets a 4-pointer over there. And look at God's Reign. This is exactly the charisma. This is exactly the confidence that they were exuding with. What God's Reign could have really done better in that situation, Necro, I felt like maybe they could have really gone in for a push. Maybe a little bit of a bait and switch strat because they had the numbers favoring them. Take a vehicle, try to draw all that attention, whilst maybe Delta or most of the times it is Ninja Jord who is on the backlines and could have a different angle and could have taken even one player down. The other players could have just run over. That could have been the case, but it felt like they were so much in the zone. They were in that flow state that they kind of stopped down, broke their momentum, and the chicken dinner went away.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, look, for God's Reign, it's completely okay. For somewhere down line, even God's Reign themselves, they tried their best, but look, they themselves know that, yeah, getting the chicken dinner is not necessary. It's just all about the consistency now. And if they've placed themselves even in top 3, even if the upcoming games, they're not that great on the last day, God's Reign can easily afford that. They've got such a big cushion to play with, even for the upcoming weeks now. So God's Reign's going to be chilling in the overall standings. You look at the stars of the match, Monty was, of course, the MVP of the previous game. Cincinnati Kids, Aditya being the best companion. And then you've got Devotee with the most amount of eliminations as well, considering he got 5 finishes from that previous game. And he also wiped out the entirety of God's Reign in the end with just utilities.
Devotee, I think he's been such a constant menace to deal with, honestly, because the way entire Bot Army Esports have been playing. So far, we've seen almost, we are halfway through week 2, and we can say for sure that God's Reign, they have been impeccable. Even Cincinnati Kids, they've been quite stellar, but Bot Army Esports, I think they're bringing in that underdog story, right? They've also been in the scene for quite some time. Yeah. They have been one of your favorite teams to watch out for, especially in the official tournaments, but I think you must be feeling quite elated to see them finally grab this chicken dinner.
Bot Army Esports is always one of those teams that loves to play on the aggressive side of things, and you clearly saw a little bit of that example in the previous game as well. Bot Army Esports were getting so many elimination points, and it's not just the first time that's happening. Even if you look at the overall standings, Bot Army Esports have a lot of elimination points. The only thing they were lacking were the placement point, and that's why they were on the latter half of the board. But now as they've got the chicken dinner, maybe it's going to compensate for all the bad games that Bot Army Esports have had so far. But for some reason, Fixes, I'm just not able to get my mind off of that one single trigger discipline moment that just happened. Because, look, in my opinion, that was a fight that was supposed to be won by the players of Wild Fangs miles away. And still they threw it away in such a bad manner.
You know, the only explanation that I can think of is maybe Wild Fangs did not have vehicles. Because the last we saw, they were roaming around with a hovercraft, and that is not something that you want to traverse around, especially in those final circles. And considering the fact that they were playing from the edges, I mean, in their defense, that was the only way. Maybe have enough of that intel. But yes, a lot might argue that maybe he could have just gotten that knock, applied a little bit of a pressure, have gotten a little aggressive. And this somehow really comes down to sometimes the IGL maybe overthinking, maybe taking a lot on his plate, trying to analyze and figure out what is the next best way of approach. And in the midst of it, in those certain situations, I really feel like in those final circles, you have to rely on instincts. Because once you sit down to think and wonder and ponder on what's going to happen next, I think the train just passes away. And that is exactly what happened to Wild Fangs.
We saw 2 big mistakes in that previous game, and one of them was also being made by M40. It was such a big blunder in that fight that they took against Hidden Ones to the point where the entire team was completely disconnected. It was just one single player taking a fight against the 4 players of Hidden Ones, till the point where Hidden Ones made the push out in the open, and wiped out the entirety of M40. There was also Hero Extreme Godlike applying that pressure from the backlines later on, but still M40 could have gotten rid of the players of Hidden Ones in much more of a better manner, but they still choked that fight in quite the big margin. Now you've got the schedule popping up on the screen. Group A and C are done for the day. You move on towards Group B and D now, and off the rip they're going to kick things off on the map of Sanhok.
Of course, it's going to be so interesting to see now Group B and D go off against each other. And now, of course, Sanhok, you would be expecting a couple of drop collisions, especially around that bootcamp area. And when I do mention bootcamp, we can see Gujarat Tigers, 8-bit right beside each other, playing in the same group. So that is inevitable. And when we do talk about bootcamp, also a little bit of a fight is also anticipated, Necro, on towards the western shorelines. You remember around that shrine area, K9 and Aiku Soul. Yesterday, however, was not the case, right? They sort of avoided each other. But today, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I mean, looking at the fact that you've got so many more teams as well stepping in the mix, and I highly doubt K9 Esports is going to go for that clash once again. Do you think they're going to go for it? Because, I mean, the last time when it happened, it was K9 Esports to come out on top, and a lot of the times in the past, they have evaded the tracks.
K9 still dropped down around Shrine. Aiku Soul did not. They went back towards Camp Alpha, and we also remember that K9 got wiped out. In fact, wiped out Aiku Soul later on.
Exactly, yeah. So it was K9 Esports to sort of come out on top. And they've got the lead when it comes to that winning score as well. But without wasting any more time, we jump straight in the game of Sanhok as the plane flat path begins all the way from Hathin towards down south docks. And this plane flat path, once again, considering it is the map of Sanhok, it's not really going to be mattering to the teams unless if they want to go all the way towards the extremities, towards Mongna or Camp Bravo.
Well, it can, but for now, I'm excited about the bootcamp fight, Neeraj, which Fixes pointed out, because we have so many teams who like dropping in towards bootcamp. We also have the plus of Team Aiku Soul and K9 towards Camp Alpha, where Aiku Soul loves to go for the shrine, and K9 will be heading over to the side of Hathin. But we also have God's Rain, which likes going towards the side of Paradise Resort. But this time, let's see which team is going to go, since they are not playing. And the circle this time is towards the eastern side.
And my guess was right. K9 Esports is not going to go towards the shrine. They move away from that spot. And Aiku Soul is the only team that is currently over there. They've got the control, and they've also got the hilltop control to play with. K9 Esports is going to try to play this one safe, drop on towards the compound, get their hands on the vehicles, get their hands on some loot, and then probably move in towards the zone.
They certainly can. That certainly could be the approach. But in Paradise, we have the plus of Team Vasista and RGC locking horns with each other. We have a drop clash, but we also have Genesis and 8-bit going up against each other. As per the finish feed, Ash has been knocked out, and in fact, the confirmation has also been made. So 8-bit, again a bad start for them. But for now, we have got Rage God on our screens. Not moving a muscle, not giving any sort of sound cue, and just waiting for the plus of RGC to come out in the open. And the minute RGC comes out, I think Rage God will make sure the confirmation is there onto the player of RGC.
A diabolical start for 8-bit. And now Rage God spotting out a few players in the open, but he still whiffs the shots. What a quick turnaround that was from Rishi. Nice stuff. Player gets slapped on his face, and Rage God will be confirmed as the second man as well falls apart. Big blunders coming through. Vasista Esports, a very bad start for them as well. RGC, beautiful stuff. Flipping the table against the players of Vasista Esports, and now systematically wiping them out slowly and steadily. There's still one more player in the nearby vicinity, which can prove to be quite venomous. And if that one player even finds 2 strikes, that's going to be more than enough. So RGC, they need to be a bit more careful about that one single individual that's left over.
I think that's going to be Fierce, who is a little away. As Bunny gets a confirmation onto Kamla Boy as well. But like you pointed out, that RGC needs to be cautious. They need to have that surrounding awareness, especially from the side of Fierce. And Fierce finally strikes in and takes down Bunny. He will be looking for the confirmation as well. And Rishi also goes down. The confirmation has been made. This is not looking good for the plus of RGC. As Sanchit is also down to 50 HP. This is a big blunder from the side of RGC. As Fierce is looking for the confirmation onto Bunny. This can go either ways. Fierce looking for the revenge. And Bunny, there is no help, there is no rescue mission coming for him as Fierce is trying to get the confirmation point through a grenade. And even the players of Genesis are also looking nearby, Neeraj.
Yeah, moving up close and personal, one a third party. Looking for a bit of the piece of the pie. Greed's now starting to take over the players, and Bunny's ball is slowly and steadily ticking to his death. Someone needs to save the day for Bunny. They need to get the revival on the fallen player. Dope is moving up. It's going to go for the stick as well. Bunny might just be back up. Sunchet in the back lines. His job is to provide that cover fire, but the damage is already done. This could have been a flawless fight for RGC, but moving out in the open like that gave it away. And everything just came apart. Still, one less man of assist to Esports is enough to do a lot of damage against him. And now Fierce realizes the fact that it's better to just back away and try and play for the safety. There's one more nade, and he gets his hands onto it. Exactly what I was thinking. If he lands this nade on the perfect spot, everything will be good. But they've already moved away from that spot, so Fierce, he should realize that. And they're also looking to flank Fierce now all the way from the back. Needs to watch out from this flank as well.
I'm loving this. RGC, now they are going for the hunt onto Fierce. Like you said, Bunny has a vague idea where Fierce could be. Still checking all the areas very carefully. Bunny deciding not to charge in alone and go with his teammate just in case if Fierce is hiding somewhere, which he certainly is. But this is not a good news for Fierce. Like you said, he has got only one single grenade and not too many utilities to work around with, especially in a situation where he's outnumbered the 1v2. In fact, a 1v3 situation right in front of him. Fierce not trying to give any sort of sound key as Bunny with his teammates is still trying to find him. And Fierce just waiting with the DBS in his hands. Let's see if can he find at least one more player of RGC.
He spotted. No. Fierce, what are you doing? Should have been aware of the fact that he's visible. Fierce was too exposed to that corner, and RGC played that perfectly. But still, at the loss to one player. Rishi could have been an instrumental aspect in the future lines of the map of Sanhok, but unfortunately, he got taken down. And Rishi was the man who opened things up off the rip too, considering he took down Rage God. And let's speak about that whiff from Rage God. Rage God had all the advantage you can ask for. An M249 in the hand, he went for the shots. Rage God, he still missed a couple of those final shots. And that's why Rage God got turned around and slapped.
Absolutely agree with that, because Rage God was in a position where I thought he's going to get the first knock, but instead he got knocked out, he got confirmed, and that gave a big opening to the players of Team RGC to make that aggressive push against the players of Vasista. So definitely a few mistakes were made from the side of Vasista, but we also have the players of Team Middle, then we have the players of Team 8-Bit as well. 8-Bit, they lost on to Ash at the very early start of the game, but they also have the players of Gujarat Tigers, a looming threat nearby. And Omega, I think he has a vague idea about the position of Gujarat Tigers, but for now they're just holding on to the compounds, and I can see that Omega is not having too many resources. Even Mafia is not having too many resources. They don't have proper armor or those utilities or those first aids. So I think 8-Bit, they need to go for the secondary loot, but since they are surrounded by the players of Gujarat Tigers and Genesis, that secondary loot is not going to be easy for 8-Bit.
Indeed. Soon the next zone's gonna pop up. And everyone is waiting for that shift to happen. And it centers on up towards that quarry area. As we move on towards the fight that's popping up on the screens for Miracle Esports. Taking the fight against Just Jelly. Ninja out in the open. Will be knocked easily. Beard Baba secures that knock too, but unfortunately runs out of bullets. We'll get the fresh magazine too. Ninja is almost on the verge of being confirmed. There's two different fights happening at the same time. Even Phoenix Esports is under fire. They're not looking too safe in that spot that they've gotten. And 4-0 for Miracle with the advantage. Definitely looking to constantly deliver on that aspect. Beard Baba, he created that flank angle to secure the knockout. But anyways, he ticks away to his death. Legit Esports against K-Knight as they've already found the opener. And Slug gets knocked out. And also confirmed, legit Esports, a great start to the fight, considering this time around it's not Omega who falls down first, it's K9 Esports' Slug.
But look at the position of the players of K9. They need to make it to the other end of the shoreline. They need to cross that river. And since Legit is present over there, this is not going to be an easy journey. They need to take a different route to move inside the circle. Then they also have the players of Team Aiku Soul are still towards the Camp Alpha Island and taking the brunt of the blue. So the late rotation which is coming from the side of Team Aiku Soul, K9 can get sandwiched in that scenario. They need to be very cautious of the surroundings. Like you said, we also had the players of 4 Miracle and Team Just Jelly out in the blue, still going for the late rotation. Whereas we have the players of VXT. If you look at the position in the map feed, Neeraj, they have got a decent spot. They have kept themselves away from all the traffic and the commotion. They are sticking to the southern side of the circle. And in fact, speaking about VXT, I think you'll agree with me. As compared to day number 1, I think VXT has also changed their playing style. They're not that aggressive now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, teams, if they do find themselves in quite the comfort zone in the overall standings, they do tend to bring new stuff on the board. And that's what VXT is doing, experimenting around. They do not really need to play that seriously when they're already doing too good in the tournament. So it is understandable why VXT is sort of bringing on new playstyles and trying new stuff. It is Samraj at the end of the day, right? And he's also someone who's defending his own title. Samraj and the boys in the past, they won the SPS BGMI trophy previous year. So this year as well, looking to replicate the same thing. As CG is now taking a fight against GT, and Zerov gets confirmed. A bad start for GT. As the players out in the open, Clutch God gets spotted. Once again gets prone down. One single shot could have actually done the job. And Clutch God's out in the open. Does not have a lot of breathing space in the first place. Carnival Gaming looking for to make some moves against him. And Gujarat Tigers is now pinned down. They cannot be the one to be on the dominant side of things. Instead, GT, they need to play defensive. Clutch God somehow makes it out alive from that spot. But once again, there's also 8-Bit waiting for the players of GT in the boot camp.
Oh, they certainly are. And 8-Bit can do a third party in this scenario. Carnival Gaming, speaking over yesterday's performance, it was not up to the mark. They were struggling yesterday, and Carnival Gaming might be looking for a cautious approach in this one. Yes, they were peppering few bullets towards the side of Gujarat Tigers, but for now, I think they are going to stick to the compounds which are on the outskirts of boot camp. But Gujarat Tigers, it's not only Carnival Gaming, it's also the players of Team 8-Bit, as everyone is just waiting for the next circle shift. And after that, they'll start going for those rotations. And the circle goes a little, I think it will go north. Yes, it finally goes on north. And RGC, Team Empire, even the players of Phoenix Esports, I think they're going to find themselves in a pretty solid spot. Then we have 4 Miracle and Team Jelly still taking the brunt of the blue and going for a very late rotation. And look at the position where we have the players of Wind God. They do have a solid compound to their name.
Gujarat Tigers facing off against a team that is down to a 3-man squad themselves. Omega, Termi, Mafia. And you talk about GT in the front. GT themselves, they know how much is on the line this time around. Utilities tossed out. And they're not going to find any sort of connections just yet. They need to find the right spot. But even GT's playing quite pushed back. So taking down GT seems tough.
Kind of a stalemate situation here.
Yeah, everyone's on that defensive posture. Both of them are waiting for each other to make the first move, but no one wants to be the one to break that ice. Maybe Termi can be caught. He's out in the open in the trenches. But instead, Termi's the one to find the knock onto Erman. And now that's going to be the main opener that the opponents were looking for. 8-Bit, beautiful stuff. They can finally start to make the moves, and that's what they're doing. 2 players pushing in tandem. Gujarat Tigers a little bit more laid back now in the defensive posture. And Mafia from up top. He knows exactly where Gots is positioned. This nade is going to find Gots too. Gujarat Tigers now getting systematically dismantled. Nowhere to go. Gots gets confirmed, and eventually the entirety of Gujarat Tigers, they get eliminated from this game.
Of course, 8-bit. They wanted finish points and they had a lot of information onto the plus of Gujarat Tigers just by the use of those grenades. First, it was Termi opening things up by taking down Arman with a precise grenade. Then Mafia, being so aware about the position of Gods, immediately striked and took him down. So 8-bit finally seems like this team has woken up from their slumbers. These early finish points are definitely going to boost the confidence of the players of Team 8-bit. But for now, we have the players of Medal Esports up on our screens. They do have a good compound to their name, but they need to be aware and a little cautious from the side of Carnival Gaming, because Carnival Gaming and Vingod, they're also towards the adjacent compounds of Vingod Esports. Then we have the players of Team Just Jelly. They lost on to Ninja at the very early start of the game. As 3 players remain, for now they are on the move to move inside the circle. We also have the players of Team Ico Soul who are trying to migrate inside the circle from the western periphery. And since Genesis is placed perfectly, I think they can stop the players of Ico Soul.
VXT. It seems like VXT, they found themselves quite a peaceful spot to play with. You look around, there's Novan. Team Empire, they're there, but blocks away. Fine. Ikusol. Knuckles enjoying the horse right. Just hope that he does not get taken down from this horse. Would not be a good sight to witness. We've also seen the next zone pop up, and the next zone's going to be favoring the players of RGC and Team Legit. Phoenix Esports do find themselves on the edge. Team Empire, they're going to be looking for a breach on the same way that Phoenix Esports is currently. This brute force might just not work out for Team Empire. They need to find a new route. Maybe move in from the top right. That can be a bit more safer.
Just look at the position of Team Jelly. Up towards north. A very good spot for them, but we have the players of Medal also going up against RGC as Sanchez gets taken down. Bunny finds one. Can he find the second one? But Dope gets a confirmation point as well. Bunny left all by himself in a outnumbered situation. He needs to deal with the players of Medal as Legit also with the DBS shuts down Bunny, and that marks an in for the players of Team RGC. These 3 finish points are definitely going to help Medal, but they need to go for the revival as CG is also showing on their doorstep as Sarvit deals with one, not just one but 2 players of CG.
Yeah, CG making a huge blunder. Moving in from that vehicle in a straight line. What were they thinking? And they get mowed down by the M4. This was expected. Medal Esports instantly in the fight. They've got such a big advantage. One single nade, if that's going to find the exact mark they're looking for, it will wipe out the entirety of CG. But Legit's moving out in the open. Overextension. Medal Esports, watch out from the surroundings. You guys are in the smack center. You're also going to be the center of attraction. Legit will be back up on his feet thanks to the smoke that was tossed out by Prince. And now Medal Esports, all they need to do is just play the patience game. They've got all the 4 players standing. CG's anyways getting picked off from somewhere else.
And that is going to be Legit. As Curse God finds one player of Team CG, Zyrex. Hector needs to go for the rescue mission. This should not be a problem for CG. But one single grenade from the side of Medal Esports can mark an end for the players of CG. Once again, a bad start for the players of Carnival Gaming at this point. Legit Esports, they certainly do have a good compound to the name, as few teams are trying to migrate from the northern side. We have Team Just Jelly, K9, Iku Soul, where Knuckle is left all by himself. Then we also have the players of VXT up north. Team Empire and Phoenix trying to lock horns with each other towards the eastern side of the map. Medal, they need to be very cautious. This could be their game, as 5 finishes, already looking very strong. They have the numbers advantage. They have all the 4 players alive. Medal, they need to play their cards right in this one.
They indeed do need to. Five finishes racked up so far, and Medal Esports, they've got 2 compounds to play with, a solid hold as well. The next zone's going to shift down south. Wingod, they find themselves on the advantageous spot. And let me tell you one thing. Wingod Esports' win percentage on this map is pretty high. If they get favored by the zone once again, Wingod will be the one to snatch the chicken dinner away. I'm already saying it. Wingod is pretty strong on this map. Genix FM, or Genesis, both have got the same name tag, but Genesis on the left. They've got a decent bit of terrain as well to play with, but they don't seem too safe. The rest 3 players in the outskirts, hugging the blue. You've got 8-bit 2 moving on that same line. 4 M's, 1 player gets knocked out, Dragon OP. And then you've also got Poco in the back lines. 4 Miracles now looking pretty safe. Looking at Phoenix Esports. Oh no, with how things are looking like for Phoenix, it does not look too safe, and Phoenix Esports finally breaking that silence against 4 Miracles, as one of the players is already being shredded through. And somewhere else, it's also Genesis taking a fight. There's too many fights happening at the same time in Phoenix Esports. Looking at the amount of teams that are around the same vicinity, it's crazy. Hell breaking loose on this side of the map is even Team Empire. Now they step in the action. Phoenix Esports, they've got too much to worry for. In the front, it's going to be the players of VXT. In the back, it's Team Empire. Where can you go? Trapped from both the sites, and Team Empire, even they're taking heavy damage upon themselves. Predator, he's got some heavy lifting to do. His teammates are taken away to death, and Team Empire, all they can do is play for the Met strat now and secure as many points as possible. Legit, they've closed on up, and now they want to take a fight against the players of Metal Esports up close and personal, but this seems too forced. Metal Esports, they might just come out on top. Team Legit, it does not seem like they've got any sort of proper game plan to play with.
Legit needs to be very, very careful as the circle takes a sudden shift. The circle goes away from this compound. Metal Esports. Legit is just having a nade in his hands, trying to pop it off, looking for some sort of connection. But on the other side, we have K9 also locking horns as finally they find 1 knock onto the plus of Vingod and gets the confirmation point as well on LeBron. K9 playing it very careful, but Legit Esports going a little aggressive, finds 1 knock onto the plus of Metal as Prince also goes down. This is not looking good for Metal Esports at this point, but seems like the tables have turned as Legit also goes down, Proton also goes down, Sarvit goes for the confirmation, but Team Empire Predator left with just the last first aid. Seems like this is going to mark an end for the plus of Team Empire on the 4th spot with only 3 teams remaining. We have the entire control of the circle with the plus of K9.
Everyone in that compound got eliminated. Got evaporated into thin air. Be it Metal Esports, be it Team Legit, everyone got taken down. K9 Esports, look at the split. They've got Omega, Ninja Boy, and Beast. Once again, Omega separated from the pack. I don't understand this game strat that K9 had. I do understand they wanted to play for the area control, but still, it's a big risk they were taking. And of course, it was evident that Omega was going to get taken down. That split's not going to work out that well for them. And eventually, now it seems like the entirety of K9, they're going to come crashing down. Ninja Boy gets spotted too, and just like that, K9 eliminated from the game as well. VXT, now they've got the major advantage because the zone is sort of in their court. All they need to do is just step in, and Raiden is super close to that circle, and they're pretty much going to try to go for that proactive control as well. Sketch, he's got the striking advantage. Can he go for the strike? That's my question. Somraj is right above him. He's just waiting for Somraj to overextend on his side a bit more. But Sketch realizes that's not going to happen. Instead, even he needs to crawl up. And that's what Sketch is doing. But VXT, they're going to play for the circle. They just leave Somraj in the back.
That also marks an end of Somraj as Sketch deals with him, gets a confirmation point. Now the numbers advantage is with the plus of Team Genesis. VXT trying to find some sort of connection with those grenades. Sketch... Hero down to a sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up. And Espever also gets taken down, leaving Raiden all by himself. Raiden has to go for the revival, has to go for the rescue mission where Sketch is trying to lob those grenades, but not finding that proper connection, not finding that proper projectile. Raiden all by himself. This looks like a chicken dinner for the plus of Team Genesis. But wait a second, Raiden deals with 1 player, deals with a second, takes on 2 player, making it a 1v2 now. This is
Raiden.
Huge from the side of Raiden.
Yeah, indeed. And this seems pretty diabolical for Genesis. What is going on? Raiden can single-handedly clutch it out, and he does! A 1v4 in the end, and what a clutch! But that was diabolical from Genesis. Everything dropped apart, but Raiden in the final few moments, like a bright star in the sky, he erupts and emerges victorious for his team, VXT, with a great winner-winner chicken dinner. They once again established themselves a great footing in the overall standings. I mean, they were already doing good. They were on the 4th spot, but this chicken dinner might just propel them on the 1st.
VXT Raiden, kudos to him, valiant effort. Definitely he played it perfectly, but Genesis, Neeraj, few mistakes were made from the side of Team Genesis. How they did allow such sort of a thing to happen? A 1v4 where Raiden turned it into a 1v2 situation, then dealt with the third player of Team Genesis. Instead of striking onto a solo player as a unit, Genesis gave individual fight to Raiden. And Raiden made the most out of it. Team Versatile definitely coming victorious on this one. Yes, they are looking fantastic in the overall standings. And this is going to just boost the confidence of Versatile to go for that extra risk in the upcoming matches.
That was a big throw. That was straight up a major throw from Genesis. I mean, Genesis is one of those banners that is quite the, you can't say a rookie team in the mix, considering they're quite the newer faces, but still having a chicken dinner almost being served on a silver platter and still throwing it away. Genesis, that's got to sting in the longer run as well. But you know what? Let's just try to overshadow that fact and move on with the highlights. And something that's not going to be overshadowed is that whip from Rage off the rip. He went for the shots and still got turned on by one of the players from the side of RGC.
Well, certainly. And 4 Medical also logged horns with the plus of Team Just Jelly, where they took down Ninzeth. And in the boot camp, we had the plus of Team 8-Bit also trying to fight against the plus of Gujarat Tigers, where 8-Bit came victorious. But this fight, which Metal had against the plus of Team CG, big blunders were made from the side of Carnival Gaming. I don't know why. Carnival Gaming is also facing a dip in the performance, and after that, Legit was also there. All these teams, they went down by the play zone after that. Even Metal couldn't survive for a very long time, but after that, King9, they were also quite dismantled by the plus of VXT.
Indeed, they were dismantled. I mean, just look at the highlights, and that just showcases everything. With the way Versatile played, with the way Raiden played in that final few moments. Man, he did not even have a lot of HP to get rid of the final player, but he still somehow took him down. Now, that's impressive stuff from Raiden. Being able to take down those 2 players with that S12K, just straight up spamming through, then moving out in the open, knowing that even the wall of death is pushing up. There were so many odds that were against that player, and still somehow Raiden came through victorious. That was supreme. That was intense. But still, Raiden did not let that mental pressure take over. And of course, the MVP. It is going to be Raiden from VXT, doing a 1v4 in the end. 7 finishes in total.
This is definitely going to be one of the highlight moment of SPS this season. Raiden going up against Genesis, doing a 1v4, 7 finishes strong, 41% finish contribution. Map impact is going to be 12%. In fact, the entire team of VXT has been looking super strong since day number 1. But after this 1v4, I think this is going to give that extra edge to the plus of VXT to go and experiment and do whatever, especially on the map of Sanhok, because I think Sanhok has proved to be one of the best map for VXT. But looking at the stars of the match, we have the plus of Team Genesis, where Sketch is coming as the best companion. Raiden definitely going to be the finisher.
Indeed, I mean, the best companion being Sketch, as you mentioned, and Raiden, of course, being the finisher too, considering he was the one who put the final nail in the coffin for the players of Genesis. But moving on the conversation, for a moment we thought even WinGod Esports can be the one who can sort of get that chicken dinner, but unfortunately, WinGod Esports, we just did not even see them in the final few moments. I'm not even sure what happened to WinGod. You move on towards Metal Esports and all of that fight that was happening in that same compound. It was also Legit that came through. Legit took a fight against Metal Esports, and in the end, both the teams were wiped out from that compound.
Well, that was a few mistakes were made towards the side of Legit and from Carnival Gaming. I think Medal they did most out of that situation where they were. They took down the plus of Legit Esports, and they also took down the plus of Team Carnival Gaming. I think Medal, they do have decent amount of finish points. Yes, they don't have enough placement points, but finish points they do certainly have. And Medal, I think they're looking fine as of now, but I'm concerned about Carnival Gaming, Neeraj, because at the start of the day, I was also pointing out there was a dip in the performance of Carnival Gaming. And today also, the way they started off, I think Carnival, something is going wrong in the team.
Definitely does seem like it. Carnival Gaming is indeed on the struggling side of the factor. But let's just hope that it's not going to be repeating in the future too, right? I mean, CG is one of those banners that is quite the known ones. Veterans, again, you're speaking of, and you talk about the firepower as well. Of course, it's on point. And we're speaking of CG. Now, just like the other groups, CG is also doing the same thing. All it takes is one good game to bring you back in the race, and CG, even for them, they're not doing too bad in the overall standing. Still pretty close to being in that top. So all they need is one solid game, and CG can instantly bring themselves back in the race. But the real concern was definitely for Genesis. They almost could have snatched that chicken dinner away, but unfortunately, that chicken dinner was gifted to the opponent. And now Genesis, they're once again going to be down in the slumbers. Yes, decent amount of points acquired, but those amount of points are not enough to bring you in the top 16.
Well, I don't know how this is going to affect the momentum of the players of Team Genesis, because when you throw such a situation, when a chicken dinner gets taken away from your hands, I don't know how that is going to affect your performance for the upcoming games, because I don't know. It can either give you the boost to go a little aggressive, or maybe it is going to affect your mental. But for now, we have the match ranking where VXT, they are on the top with 27 points. Then we have the players of Middle having too many finish points, sitting on the second spot with total of 11 points. Genesis on the third spot with 10 points. K9 also did fairly well in this one with total of 10 points to their name.
Indeed. I mean, looking at the match ranking, it says it all. You've got VXT 27 points, Metal Esports 11. For VXT, it was a nuclear performance. One single game instantly puts them back maybe on the first spot. Latter half of the board, yeah, a few concerning names. Phoenix Esports is one of those. And we had to talk about Phoenix Esports at the start of the day too in the pre-show. And Phoenix Esports still not delivering on the expectations. Just Jelly too, just getting 0 points from that previous game. I mean, Jelly mentioned that there's still a lot to improve. And for some reason, we're not seeing that improvement being implemented in the game. GT, even they had a bad game. A lot of known names, actually, were not able to perform in that previous Sanhok.
Yeah, of course, there were a few big names like the plus of Vingod as well, because I remember Vingod, they were trying to migrate inside the circle, and K9, they had a good compound to their name. So I think K9 marked an end for the plus of Vingod. But looking at the overall ranking, we have the plus of Team Godlike on the top with 141 points, and they have the plus of Team Versatile on the second with 134 points. GDR on third with 131. Definitely GDR had one fantastic day today. RG on the fourth with a total of 117 points. And VXT, since they have few more games remaining, 2 more games remaining, maybe they can topple over Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, the overall standing says it all, right? Look, for VXT, they're way too close to almost toppling over the players of Godlike. And I don't think so. VXT's goal is also going to be on that first spot. VXT, yeah, they're just playing with a complete different variation. They're trying new stuff in the playing field, and somehow it's working out as well, because the individual firepower on that team is just too much that the lobby's not able to keep up with the pace. You flip the page and you see a few concerning names. Just Jelly is also there on the 9th spot. Then you've also got GT on the screen on 10th spot. Then Hidden One slowly and steadily slipping away from that spot. They've gotten Team Empire. They're on the 16th. Team Empire is one of those teams that gets a quick burst of those points, and instantly that puts them in a good spot in the overall standings.
They also don't shy away from going a little passive and changing their playstyle. One game they go aggressive, and when the situation is not favoring them, they go opt for the mid strat, just like they did in the map of Sanhok. So they do make sure to get those average points in every single game. Then we have the plus of Team Ikusol on the 20th spot. They also need to bounce back, 68 points to their name. Then Phoenix Esports, Diesel Esports. These are the few names which I'm concerned about, especially Diesel Esports. They're not having the best of the time. RGC, they try to redeem themselves in this Sanhok, but still not a good outing for them. Yes, few finish points, and that's it. Sitting on the 25th spot with 56 points.
Indeed. I mean, look at the bottom teams, you can't really say it a lot, but honestly speaking, look, we were talking a lot about 8-Bit, but even Vasista Esports is on that same terrain, right? Vasista Esports is not doing too great for themselves, just 53 points. And if you talk about this team's past, if you talk about this lineup's past, they do pack a lot of punch. They do have a lot of firepower too, but we're not seeing that firepower being implemented inside of the game. It feels like the players, they're not feeling the same groove that they did in the past. They've lost the touch. That's what it feels like.
Yesterday also they got 15 points, and I think the worst day for Vasista was day number 2 in week 1, where they got just only 9 points. So they're getting 19 to 18 points every single day, and I think that's not enough, because inconsistency is there. If you remember in the Sanhok also, Vasista, they lost onto a few players in the very early stage of the game, and the way Rage God was sitting there, it was his game. He should have been the one to get the knock onto the plus of RGC, but that didn't happen at all. So few mistakes are definitely there from the side of Vasista.
Indeed, the mistakes are there, but now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Weekendy, where things are going to be pretty passive off the rip. First 4 stages, barely any fights are going to happen, but then you will see that burst of action. Hell break loose as soon as the stage 5 hits, and we've seen a lot of times that happen in the map of Weekendy. But who's going to be the one to get that chicken dinner? Hopefully someone who's deserving. I would love to see Vasista Esports establish their comeback in the overall standings with this map of Weekendy.
You know, I want Aiku Soul to get a chicken dinner in this one.
Interesting. And why so?
I don't know, because I remember in the last SPS, Ronnie's performance, that left a mark in my head because they were on a rampage. Ico Soul, I think they can do wonders on the map of Weekendy, but I don't know, something is happening wrong with them. Even Carnival Gaming, I would love to see Carnival Gaming go aggressive and get a winner chicken dinner in this one, because they came close to getting a chicken dinner in the previous week in the map of Weekendy. So maybe this could be the map where Carnival Gaming try and redeem themselves.
The funny part is, Hector in one of the interviews mentioned that everyone should try to take this tournament seriously off the rip. And now seems like CG is not taking the tournament seriously themselves. But you know what, Shadow? I'm going to let you cast the game of Weekendy right next to Fixes, because I'm going to take a leave.
Well, thank you so much, Neeraj. And like you said, I have got Fixes with me, and he never gives me predictions, so I'm just going to ask him what sort of a circle he wants to see. Fixes, what sort of a circle you want to see in this one?
You know, I think we're going to get the same old boring circle, something happening around Mount Kresnich once again, because, you know, for all the right reasons, we understand why Weekendy has now been removed from the official tournaments. And, of course, because a lot of predictable circles and a lot of the other things also. But, yeah, I think somewhere something happening around the center. It's long gone past where we used to see those redonkulous circles somewhere across the map, maybe around Winery or even as far as Port or Dobromesto, not around the corners anymore. But like you said, I completely agree. I also want to see Ico Soul staging their comeback because, you know, their arch nemesis in the form of Hero, Extreme Godlike, they are sitting right at the tippity top. And for Ico Soul to not being performing at par for what we expect from their side, that's sort of a little bit of a bummer, to be honest. And this is where you would want the players to really pull their socks up and put their best foot forward.
It's not only Ico Soul which is facing a dip in the performance, Fixes, it's also Team Just Jelly, because if you notice the performance in the previous Sanhok also, first it was Ninze who was taken down, after that Sam was taken down, and I think Team Just Jelly is just giving individual fight a lot instead of the team fight. Sometimes the rotations get cut off. Something is really happening wrong with the plus of Team Just Jelly. Yes, I do agree. In the overall ranking, they are doing very good. They can go and experiment. But these sort of plays do make me ask few questions that what's really is happening wrong. Because Jelly and the entire team, if you remember on day number 1, in week number 1, they were looking super strong.
I think they were. And then suddenly, it's all about the momentum game, right? And there's a new week, you've got a couple of days to prepare and you lose your groove. But even, to be honest, for Jelly's team, I'm not really concerned. But yes, concerns definitely arise for Ico Soul, Carnival Gaming, especially Carnival, because they had been soaring higher lately in the other third-party tournaments. They had been performing so well. And so far, inside of week number 2, they have been looking quite lost. And there you go, Shadow. Look at the circle. Still somewhere around Kresnich, Podvosto, towards the eastern side, a little bit of a shift. A circle which could massively favor teams like Medal Esports. Because Medal Esports, yesterday also we saw them delivering some good results. And this is one of those teams that heavily prioritizes on taking on the center of the circle. So if they can quickly do that, I think things might really work out for them.
Course, Medal, they are looking in a very good spot in this particular circle as we have complete northern eastern circle. In fact, the plus of K9 I think are also looking strong as they have the entire control of the Cosmodrome. If the circle keeps shifting towards north side, I think K9 can also enjoy the city of Cosmodrome for the next few circles. But we have the plus of RGC also towards the side of Coal Mine. And since so many teams would try to come from the Western front, I think RGC, they can try accumulating those finish points and try gatekeeping all those teams. So a lot of things can happen, but Weekendy is definitely one of those slow maps which gives us a lot of time to discuss what's really happening with all the teams in the lobby. Speaking about VXT, I was having this conversation with Neeraj also that VXT, they have also changed their pace. Do you think it's really the experiment, or it's just that there was one game where they dominated and now they're just taking things very slow?
I think for Versatile, to be honest, they're still trying to gauge the lay of the land because, as their name suggests, they're quite versatile, right? We've seen different approaches coming in from their side. Yesterday's day wasn't really lucky for them, or they found themselves at really sticky spots. But I think the real prowess of Versatile lies on their team fights. We've seen in those 4v4s, if they get that first knock, they really get on your face. I think one of the biggest examples was how they defended that compound yesterday in Miramar against Wildfangs, if you remember. Even if they were outnumbered, they just did not care, right? Took them down, and his power has been such a delight to watch. Akunox and now Raiden. He's even started to pull off clutches of his own. And one of the biggest examples, just a previous game. A game where Versatile were almost on the verge of a collapse. He somehow redeemed them from that situation. So this goes on to show that so much depth is inside of that roster. When you look at Somraj, even as an IGL, as an assaulter, he's done so much. And at this point, Versatile could well enough execute different ideas, different states of approach, and put themselves in such harsh conditions that they prepare themselves for the grand finals. Surely they're getting it, aren't they? But for Genesis Esports, it is quite painful to watch how they let go of that previous chicken dinner and how they just let go of Gujarat Tigers right in the middle of nowhere.
Well, definitely. Few mistakes were made from the side of Legit Esports, but for now, Phoenix Esports, they did find one of the player of Legit Esports out in the open and immediately got that one finish point for themselves. Phoenix Esports, they were also on the struggling side yesterday, but seems like this particular game, they're trying to redeem themselves. Then we have the players of Gujarat Tigers, and speaking of Gujarat Tigers, yes, I agree that they're looking fantastic in the overall ranking, but yesterday they got 13 points. That's the lowest they have got in the entire challenge season, because day one 30 points, they were looking strong. But for now, Team Empire and Gujarat Tigers are locking horns with each other as Gujarat Tigers lose on to Gods as well.
This is not looking good for GT, especially one of those teams that does have the expertise in such a map like Vikendi. We've seen them get nice win rates of this one, and now losing out on Gods, a very crucial piece, especially for Gujarat Tigers. It's not going to be a good news for them. Of course, they have to readjust themselves. And for all of I think the reasoning behind this would be all these teams, they drop down around the edges, not inside the circle, and everybody wants to flood in. Everybody needs a control around the center, because we all know how stagnant Vikendi zones can be. But look at K9 Esports. They drop down around Cosmodrome and Omega. He's got so much information to work with. I'm pretty sure his position still uncompromised though. And he's making sure he has all the angles checked. Just waiting for the players of Team Empire to come out of their hiding and just deal a death blow to one of their players and sort of rattle things around, because K9, I think they're going to be following suit. But we have another fight right in front of us. Wingod taking on RGC Esports, one of those teams that look quite explosive in the previous game of Sanhok with a couple of squad wipes of their own, but weren't really prepared for the wrath coming in from Sahil OP as he just bursts open that DBS, gets a couple of finishes here and there. Wingod, of course, have a little bit of a casualty around in the form of LeBron, as Dope has got a different angle, but his position has been compromised, Shadow, and now he has no other chance. He has to tuck his tails and run.
Of course, he has to go for the placement points. He has to find a safe compound for himself. But Wingod, Sahil, kudos to him. All the three finishes came to Sahil. He saved the day for the team because his teammates are quite low onto that HP. But Team Empire and Omega, they need to be very careful, because Omega, yes, he found one of the knock and confirmation onto Empire, but he's all by himself. And look at that. Ace trying to fire a few bullets toward the side of Omega at this point. But K9, the next victim, could be the players of Team Empire, but they also need to be careful because we have the players of Wingod also in the close proximity, and maybe Wingod can chime in and do a third party just in case if K9 decides to rush onto the compounds of Team Empire.
Oh yeah, they can. at this point, K9 have a lot of options. It's all about to which door they decide to knock. But yes, like you said, right? Even if they engage in a fight, could kind of expose them to a little bit of a third party, some intervention from the sidelines. And Medal Esports, they're so good at doing that. And Medal Esports, they're also well aware. This is a well-read team. You know, they do their homework right, very balanced, and very strong defensively. And even when it comes around those counter-attacking situations, they've also shown in those situations. But yes, Team Empire are drawing so much heat. They are completely surrounded. Feels like they're that tiny goldfish inside of this huge ocean surrounded by piranha, sharks, and all sort of apex predators. But now, you know, I think we have to go back to that conversation, Shadow, we were having around Carnival Gaming and IQ Soul. A little bit of a different approach. Yesterday we saw CG contesting for the center, but this time they want to wait things out a little bit. And for IQ Soul, who were rather late inside the circle, this time they are deciding to make an early entry.
Of course, they are sticking towards the southern side of the circle, quite to the periphery of the circle, in fact, keeping themselves away from all that traffic, all that commotion, which is towards the center of the circle. I like the approach of IQ Soul because things were not really working for them yesterday. So instead of going a little aggressive, they're just playing circle to circle, edge to edge, and that might work in their favor. But we also have few teams going for the late rotation. Like we have the plus of Team Legit Esports, Phoenix Esports still taking the brunt of the blue. And Weekend and Sanhok are one of those maps where you can afford to go for the late rotation, which is what they are doing. Even the plus of 8-bit towards the side of Dino Park are taking the brunt of the blue. But I'm still waiting for that one hard shift. If it goes south, I think IQ Soul can benefit heavily. But if it goes towards the northern side, I think K9 and Medal Esports are in the prime spot to go for a big victory in this one.
I mean, for K9 Esports, I really hope they convert this. They get something golden out of this one. Because it is as good as it gets for them. And even yesterday, if you remember, K9 Esports did not get that chicken dinner, but they did get quite a lot of finishes inside of Vikendi. They went up against some big foes. Carnival Gaming, they have been sharing such a bitter rivalry with them, even against the likes of OG and First Slug to survive till the very end, and did manage to get a couple of finishes. And this time, when the circle really favors them, they want to double down on it. But look at Vasista Esports, another team that has been looking quite distraught and quite erratic nonetheless. Questions have been on their consistency. We could see Team Jelly even beside Versatile, and that is one of those fights maybe Team Jelly, they will have to think twice about, because Versatile, they are a wrecking ball right now, especially after winning that chicken dinner in Sanhok. I think it's going to be so difficult for Team Jelly to stop them as they are. But Genesis could pose a threat. They want some revenge. They have all 4 of their players alive, but they decide it's better to be safe than rather risk their bodies and fall down.
Genesis, I don't know in the previous game, but wait a second, we'll talk about Genesis. We have a thing happening between the plus of Wingod and Vasista, as one of the players, Yash, has been knocked out. Wingod, they were out in the open, and Vasista strike at the right moment. Look at the split. One of the player was so close to the plus of Vasista. There is no chance of a revival as Yash has already been eliminated. The confirmation has been made. And Pukar having a certain height advantage onto LeBron. LeBron needs to be very careful, because if a knock comes in, I don't think a revival will be easy in that situation. Pukar trying to boost himself. But Wingod, kind of a stalemate situation, just waiting for the players of Vasista to come out in the open, not moving a muscle, not giving any sort of sound cues at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's better, right? Just try to stay hidden, not too much. And wait for somebody making a mistake. That is the right time to strike. For Vasista Esports, yeah, of course, we've seen times have changed. They have notched down their aggression a little bit, and I respect that. But look at this push coming in on Wingod Esports as Infinity. He had a flank angle to play around with, losing composure, losing patience. And now suddenly Vasista Esports, They are being under heavy fire. LeBron creating such a nice angle and Fierce completely in an awkward position of what to do next because Rage God is already down on his knees and LeBron, he's got all the time to play around, but Pucar, he pulls off a miraculous nade, lobs directly on the face of LeBron as now things might get interesting in this fight. Rage God still begging for help, but seems like Sahil OP's got a very good flank angle on him. And now Gamla Boy, he has to carve something different.
He has to, as Fierce goes up close personal to LeBron to get that confirmation point when God left with only 2 players remaining. And Vasista, yes, do have the numbers advantage, but let's see what sort of play Fierce is going to make as Infinity is also right in front of him. Fierce needs to be very cautious as he's trying to find something, but Sahil finds an opening towards Gamla Boy, immediately knocks him down, and Pucar, now he has a job to do. He has to go for the rescue mission onto Gamla Boy, and Fierce is left all by himself. He has to find the cheeky angle onto the plus of Wingod, but for now Pucar finds that onto Sahil, immediately shuts him down on the other side. Fierce also goes down. Now Pucar, it's all down to his shoulders. A 1v1 situation as Pucar is going for the confirmation point, but finally trying to find something towards Gamla Boy, going for the rescue mission. There is no chance that Fierce can get a rescue mission in this situation.
I mean, at this point, I'm kind of baffled on how Wingod Esports really threw this one out. Everything was going in their favor, but really, they did not get conditioned to such environments. They were staying put, and as a result of which, Vasista Esports really outsmarted them, especially Pucar. And now Wingod, without a lot of options, it's got to get a rev up on Sahil OP, and still at the same time, Infinity has to fight it out. With Pucar having that high ground advantage, does not make anything easier at this point. Pucar drops down on a Molotov. Infinity somehow manages to dodge his way through. And now he's changed the angles. And now the tides have changed. And look at how beautifully Vasista Esports, they're getting their players back up. Time is of the essence, and Infinity does not have a lot of it. Wingod, nice shots coming in from Infinity, gets a knock, but now reduced down to barely 10% HP. And that grenade might just flush him out. And Infinity, his times were numbered. And Vasista Esports, from such a precarious spot to win this fight and still get back 3 of their players, that is some insane stuff that they had pulled off. But at the same time, Wingod, comedy of errors happening, as a result of which they get outsmarted and outplayed.
Of course, Vasista, they needed these 4 points. And this is going to help boost their confidence at this point. But for now, we have the plus of Team Just Jelly, as Jelly has got the plus of Aiku Soul right in his crosses. Few bullets being peppered. But for now, Aiku Soul, they're trying to scuttle back to the safety, find those hard covers, because they do realize it's an open area and fighting at this spot might not go in their favor. But also looking at the circle, we have the plus of VXT and Aiku Soul also in the close proximity. But for now, Goblin opening things up against the plus of K9 as Slug has been eliminated. This is not a good news because back-to-back in 2 games, in the previous Sanhok also, it was Slug who was taken down at the very first. And this time again, same thing getting repeated. K9, they need to play the cards right because Circle is favoring them heavily.
You know, they go for those high risks and high rewards. Mostly it's Omega, and now it's Slug. And you would want Slug to be alive in those final circles because this young lad, he's got so much to offer for the team. And you could clearly see when we take a look at the map feed, K9, they're kind of trying to cover so much areas. And that comes with their own problems, especially for you getting picked off. And then the trades aren't really there on time. And as a result of which, K9, they are suffering. And this is again going back to that old conversation where we were of the assumption that this is a very good circle for K9 to pull off some nice points, and getting those early casualties on their side really does not help their endeavors, at least as of now. But for Team Jelly, look at this. Got Aiku Soul in a very good position over here. They've got some nice high grounds to play around with. They've breached in through from the eastern side. A little bit of that hilly advantage. They've also got a decent spread, a lot of coverage for Aiku Soul, but the looming threat will also be in the form of Team Jelly. But then again, Aiku Soul, Bhavna, they're aware of where Team Jelly are, and we'll be on a lookout for that.
I like the approach of Team Jelly. Yes, every single time this team is having a good rotation. Even now also they're keeping themselves on the periphery of the circle, all away from all that traffic and commotion. But the thing is, they don't have the numbers. Every single game, if you notice, since the start of this week, this is a similar thing happening with the plus of Team Jelly. They have good rotations, but they don't have numbers to back that up to win those 4v4 fights. Let's see how this map is going to turn for Team Just Jelly, because then it can have that entire northern control for themselves, where everyone else is trying to migrate from the southern or the western side. On the western front, we have the plus of 4 Miracle also taking the brunt of the blue. Then we have the plus of Team Vasista as well, taking the brunt of the blue. But look at the position where the plus of Team 8-bit are. Quite towards the side of Cement Factory.
For 8-bit, it's going to be a very interesting game, and they have to get good points out of this. We've seen them making a few adjustments, especially in that Sanhok fight. They did not drop down on boot camp, and this time they want to be the last ones to be making an entry inside the circle. But I hope they have enough information, because Genesis is right in front of them, and it could be a point where they match up against each other. And that time, considering it's already stage 4 and the damage would be quite hurtful, I think 8-bit will have to think twice. So it's all about these teams just hunkering down on all these good spots and waiting it out. As Versatile right next to the players of Just Jelly, and look at this. Versatile will somehow manage to free one of their teammates and somehow get them back into safe lines. Yes, as Jelly and the boys haven't really proved fatal to Versatile. If they had gotten one knock, maybe they could have had that situation under their control.
Even the plus of Team 8-bit and Genesis are also locking horns with each other. And even the plus of Genesis also lost 2 of their players. 8-bit, they also suffered casualty. And both these teams fixes, they are fighting in the blue. It's not looking really good for them. Yes, Team Jelly, they do have a good compound to their name, where Team Versatile is just holding on to the adjacent compounds. Team Jelly can do really well in this particular circle. K9, they're still sticking to the compounds of Cosmodrome. A good position, but 8-bit Termi also takes down Sketch of Genesis, leaving Genesis with just a single player remaining. That is going to be Hero. I don't know how 8-bit is going to traverse themselves inside the circle. Yes, they are getting those finish points, but this is going to be a stage 5 circle in few seconds. And after that, the blue zone damage is going to be a lot. And 8-bit, this journey inside circle is not going to be an easy fun for them. Yes, they do have those vehicles, but the circle again shift towards the side of Cosmodrome, where Jelly, Versatile, K9, 4 Miracle, RGC, even Gujarat Tigers, they do have a good spot.
They certainly do. Especially GT, like I said, right? Had they not lost out on those early casualties, but even for K9, this is their territory, Shadow. This is where they know the lay of the land. They're aware of all the nooks and crannies to play around Cosmodrome if the circle favors them. But then again, I really love the positioning of Versatile also. A little bit out of Cosmodrome, and we know the circle takes those shifts. But now RGC spots right in front of Gujarat Tigers as Dope. The last member alive from his team is already managed to find one knock, but fails as the IGL leading the team by an example, pressing on, gets the trade at the right nick of time, and Gujarat Tigers, they live to fight another day. Whilst for RGC, Dope had no other options, early casualties for his team, and still a valiant effort put up by this mad lad. But right now, as things are on, this is the point where finally Vikendi starts to cook.
Gujarat Tigers also need to be very careful from the side of Carnival Gaming, as they're trying to migrate from the northern side. They can try to breach into the compounds where we have the plus of Gujarat Tigers, but Phoenix and Team Empire, they're also locking horns with each other, finding trades here and there. Phoenix, they also need to come from the southern end. And I think Vasista, they are placed perfectly to gatekeep Phoenix Esports. But for now, for Miracle, I think they're also aware about the position of Team Aiku Soul. The thing is, for Miracle, they do have a good compound to their name, but Aiku Soul trying to breach into the compound as Somme takes hefty damage from the side of Reaper, and seems like for Miracle, they just want to run away from the situation and find a better position for themselves. But Knuckle gets taken down, but by some other team this time.
Yeah, it's going to be Team Jelly, and their worst fears have awakened. And this is what we were concerned about, weren't we, Shadow? Constantly talking about Team Jelly somewhere breathing down their necks, and this is what has happened. Iku Soul getting fixated, tunnel visioned, and trying to deal with the players of Miracle Esports, and suddenly they get struck apart from the backlines. As now for Miracle Esports, they set their attention on towards the players of Carnival Gaming, as Goblin yet again out of position, gets compromised, gets taken down. Xerix, however, somehow trying to pick up the pieces apart. As now Team Jelly, they are unloading all that Hail Mary into Iku Soul's way. With Iku Soul not having the best of angles, and what happened to even 8-bit last we saw was them trying to get inside the circle, and now they're out of the server.
Oh, they are. They certainly are. Team Just Jelly, they also need to migrate inside the circle. The circle has taken a southern-western shift. It is heavily favoring the players of Team Vasista, Team Empire, Team Phoenix Esports, even the players of K9. But speaking about K9, they have managed to take one player down from the side of Gujarat Tigers. Even Zeref gets knocked out, and Beast is placed perfectly to confirm all those finishes, leaving Clutch God all by himself down to 30 HP. Clutch God needs to patch himself up, and Beast single grenade can mark an end for the entire team of Gujarat Tigers. Beast, Ninja Boy, they're still fighting with tooth and nail. Gujarat Tigers getting an early elimination is definitely going to hurt them. But for now, Team Jelly is still fighting with the players of Team VXT. At this point, I think Team Jelly, they need to prioritize the rotation because they are close to 200 meters away from the circle.
Oh, look at this. Just Jelly trying to make the most of the situation as Metal Esports. They're looking to somehow get inside the enclosure of the blue. It seems like Just Jelly, they've missed their opportunity because even they have to get in. And it does not get easier from here. You've got the mammoths in the form of Versatile watching out for you, on the lookout for any wandering vehicle. And we know these Zimas cannot withstand all that lead. Instantly gets burst down. So Just Jelly opts for the rather tougher approach, or rather the better, in fact, as Metal Esports, they're hurt and they're wounded. As Versatile, they are starting to rack up a lot of finishes. Ispower going after the players of Miracle, and so will Somraj follow up. As Carnival Gaming, against all that chaos that's happening, they are pushing in deep. Hector, his vehicle is almost on the verge of exploding as Versatile, they rack up all those finishes, trying to wrap up Iku Soul and dig their graves over there. It is gonna feel quite chilly. It is gonna feel quite cold. As Iku Soul, one after the other, they are just getting dismantled.
So many third parties are also happening here. VXT is trying to make a mad dash inside the circle. They need to deal with the player of Phoenix Esports, especially Venom. And I think S-Power is aware about the position of Venom. I think he has spotted him down. Grenade being flung over, and Venom finally gets taken down. Phoenix Esports is also in quite shambles at this point as VXT is going for the confirmation. Even in amidst all this, Team Jelly also get eliminated with only 3 finishes. K9 Ninja Boy with a Molotov finding a knock onto Hector. Team VXT, they can rank up so many elimination points. 8 finishes already in their pockets, and they are raining death and destruction. The next victim could be the players of Team Phoenix Esports, as Venom's position has been compromised. But wait a second, Toy gets taken down by the players of Carnival Gaming, a third party coming in.
It's fights happening left, right and center, and it's so difficult to say who's going after who. It is annihilation, carnage everywhere throughout the frozen tundra, as Phoenix Esports somehow have rescued themselves from such a tough spot. 7 finishes already in their bag, and Fury has been a hero. A very underrated player, and every given moment he decides to step up for his team. As now Team Empire, they're deciding to close in on the players of K9. In fact, the only surviving member I can see in front of my screen will be Omega, just slithering his way through as Gujarat Tigers Clutch God spots out Predator, takes him down. Trades were definitely there, but Clutch God still breathing, still alive, still kicking. But Omega, can he make something out of the situation? Can he maybe before his departure get a couple of finishes stolen? This would be really exciting stuff. We can also see Zeus from the backlines. He's also gone unchecked as Hunter constantly trying to just poke Clutch God over there, trying to limit his options with that Molotov, and now looking for an avenue to maybe try and give a revival there. He will succeed. Look at Omega's HP, next to none.
Of course, Omega is trying to hide inside that smoke, but the blue is also closing in as the circle has taken an eastern shift and favoring heavily the players of Team Vasista and Phoenix Esports. Clutch God trying to move inside the circle, finally gets taken down by the play zone. Even Omega also needs to move inside the circle, but seems like he has spotted down Zyrex of Carnival Gaming. But finally Venom deals with him, shuts him down. This is not going to be an easy job for Omega. Neo still a little closer inside the circle. Omega might be going for the heal battle, but he doesn't have enough meds. Just the last first aid he has popped and made it inside the top 6. But this is either going to be a Phoenix Esports chicken dinner or for the plus of Vasista, because the circle is favoring both these teams heavily.
No, either of them winning it will fill my heart with delight and joy. Especially for Vasista Esports, how they dealt with the foes like of Wingod, and now for Phoenix Esports. Again, trying to rise from the ashes is now K9. Finally take those breath, and they're also out of the server. With Neo still lingering around. Seems like he's out of picture as well. As now it has come down to this situation. It is going to be a 3-on-3 fight. With one outlier somewhere patching himself up. And looking at things, Vasista Esports, they've got the better of the circle. But it all depends on Venom. If he can somehow spot out Kamla Boy or maybe Fierce and catch them off guard, Phoenix Esports can make a run.
Of course they can, but Fury and all too, I think they need to patch themselves up. Gamla Boy is still hiding behind that hard cover. Fierce do have a solid hard cover. The circle is favoring the plus of Team Vasista heavily at this point. And Phoenix Esports, they need to play the cards right. Yes, they need to deploy all that smoke to have that soft cover if they want to deal with the plus of Vasista. But so many things can go wrong in this situation. As Alto is trying to move inside the circle, gets dealt with instantly by Pukar. The confirmation is there, leaving Phoenix Esports with just 2+ remaining. Even the last player of 4 Medical is also going for the heal battle. Gamla Boy with a perfect grenade takes down Altu. Fury, Venom, only 2+ remaining. Vasista looking so strong at this point.
They certainly are. They are finally doing this, and this is what we wanted. All their fans, the organization members wanted Vasista Esports to pull through. And this is going to be as good as it gets. But no, Fury does not want to back off without a fight. Gets that knock, but fears a devastating blow with that grenade that leaves Venom to be the final player alive. Out of options, really limited. 2 foes in front of him, and Venom, with a gun on his hand, he marches through. Trying to pincer in through, trying to pierce through Vasista Esports' Fierce and Gamla Boy. They huddle up, they are ready for the fight, but did not anticipate Venom. And now it has come down to a 1v1. Gamla Boy, of course, with that Molotov being deployed, trying to restrict the movements of Venom out here, but he is here for that final death blow. Has taken quite some damage, jumps and proves, but nothing favors him. As Vasista Esports, they sail through. And now we've got another outlier in the form of Beard Baba in the open. Gamla Boy wants to get that final finish before Vasista Esports will seal this game in the bag in a fantastic manner. Really, words fall short of how much they had to grind to get this chicken dinner. From rags to riches for this team. Wow, especially that fight against Wingod. And then somehow keeping themselves alive into the circle. Everything according to the plan. And getting a chicken dinner at that. This is as good as it gets.
Well, certainly, Team Vasista Esports, at the start of yesterday, they were on the 22nd spot. And this chicken dinner is definitely going to help them propel themselves in the overall ranking. Especially having those many finishes also is going to help the case of Vasista Esports. They played it perfectly. They prioritized the rotation, they prioritized the circle. And once the circle was in their favor, they were on a rampage. They were accumulating the finish points here and there. And I think Vasista, they started off by getting finish points from the team of Team Wingod. They eliminated Wingod. Yes, that was kind of a scrappy fight which elongated quite for a long time. But I think Vasista played it perfectly by dealing with the plus of Wingod.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Vasista, I don't know how they got away with it, but that was such a narrow escape. Now, I'll take you back to the point where they were almost down to their final man. It was Pukar, I believe. And then that dude decides to go for a revival and does everything. And suddenly, Vasista Esports, yes, they had 1 casualty, but then they had 2 of the other players alive. So then playing so well, adjusting to such situations. It was not just Widgod they had to deal with. It was so many other multiple foes they had to go up against. And this is what we were talking about. This is Vasista Esports finally putting everything on their line. And that intent is something that was missing. And I think this chicken dinner is gonna somehow parch their thirst. And I hope they continue with this run. But even for Phoenix Esports, it was such a close game. I mean, Venom fought valiantly towards the end. It could have also been Phoenix's game to win, but regardless, it's not the first time they've lost out. But it's all right. I mean, they made the most out of that situation.
Of course, Phoenix Esports, it was so important for Phoenix Esports to stage a comeback because yesterday didn't go entirely in their favor. So I think coming this close to a chicken dinner, definitely going to help and boost the confidence of Phoenix Esports. But it was not just Vasista and Phoenix who were playing really good. It was Team VXT as well, because if you notice, VXT, they were accumulating so many finish points. And all the chaos and all the traffic which is coming from the eastern side, I think Versatile did play it to the perfection.
I think they made the most out of that situation, to be honest, because the circle constantly putting, all these teams on a toss and everybody just figuring their way out. And since we did not have those early battles in the early phases of the game, so we knew that a lot of teams will be squandering for some sort of safety. And that is where Versatile made a lot. And this is, again, nothing taken away from Versatile. We're used to see this. This is nothing special from Versatile. This is just another day in the office, but for Gamla Boy to having accomplished an MVP, this is very special, and this was much needed for Vasista Esports. Something to latch on to, a little bit of that hope, and this chicken dinner secures that.
Of course, that is going to help the players get that confidence back, because all the players of Team Vasista are the veteran players. They are quite the experienced bunch of lads, and they were struggling. And finally, after this chicken dinner, I think Vasista is going to find that foot in the game and maybe go a little more aggressive and go for that extra risk. But along with that, the best companion is also going to be Kamla Boy from Vasista with 2 rescues and 0 assists. And I think, speaking about the confidence, I think it is going to boost the confidence for the players of Team 4 Miracle also, because they did had a good outing in this one in terms of the placement points.
Honestly, for Miracle Esports, I think we've seen them resort to healing battles in the games of Vikendi. And last we saw for Miracle Esports, they were in the thick and thin of things. They were under fire from multiple directions. I think Carnival, Josh Shelley, Aiku Soul, there were so many teams. And I think if they had got maybe around 5 to 6 finishes and a second position point, I mean, I'd take it. Still better than how they had been performing, especially with such a huge revamp, new banner, Dragon being the coach of Dragon being the IGL, then them getting Ayun as a coach who used to formerly coach 8-bit. So now they're on a little bit of a rebuild over here. And have they improved? Certainly yes. Can they get even better? Hell yes. So for Miracle Esports, we've seen so many of those variations, and it's lovely for these young lads to come out and give it all. They are playing like it matters. It means the world to them. And this is necessary. Get those crappy points. Does not matter. Just be there. Make it to the grand finals.
They were on the 16th spot after week number 1, so I think 4 Miracle are doing decent. Just yesterday they had a little bit of the fumble, but I think they have recovered themselves in the map of Weekend, and Erangel they'll be looking super strong. The thing which I like about 4 Miracle is they never shy away from those 4v4 fights. They also give me a little bit of a glimpse of Bot Army Esports, because Bot Army, they're also super strong in those fights. Yes, they are struggling for quite some time, but Bot Army, nothing taken away. They're good in those 4v4 fights, and so are the players of Team 4 Miracle.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are, and I'm not going to categorize Miracle to be really good in those 4v4 situations, because there have been moments when there have been mistakes, and I think it's the best way to learn. And for Miracle Esports, a lot more time has to be put in, so much work needs to be done, and they're working from scratch, right? When you completely change your IGL, so everything changes, and then you've got new coaching staff and all of that. For it to really come into play and it starts showing positive results, I think we have to give them some time to cook. Maybe week 3 or week 4, but I hope they still stay afloat, as the match rankings in front of us, 11 finishes for Vasista Esports, earn themselves 21 points out of this one. Even for Phoenix, I think they've also been one of those teams that has there has been a hit and miss. We've seen them in such situation where they pull off some ridiculous plays, and then there have been places where they fall flat. And Versatile, like you discussed, Shadow, just don't care about position points, do they?
No, they don't. They certainly don't. But Team Just Jelly, they were also looking quite decent. But up until that hard shift came from the circle, after that Team Just Jelly, they also couldn't make it inside the circle. And 3 finish points, 3 total points to their name. Team 8-Bit also not having the best of the time in this one. Only 3 points to their name. Gujarat Tigers, they were also eliminated pretty early. And just 2 points to their name, but Medal Esports, RGC. See, I'm not concerned about Medal at this point because Medal, anyhow, they'll make it to the challenge finals. But Genesis and RGC, these are my concerns because just single or 0 points. I don't think Genesis and RGC can afford such a gameplay at this point.
You know, there's been such a stark difference in how Genesis used to come out to play in the Open Finals, and suddenly inside the challenge season, they are back to their old struggling ways. So I think it all comes down to the demons in their head. They're fighting against them, and they need to find out measures on how to get past them. And the best way possible is trying to slay Titans. Go after the big names. I mean, for heck, I don't care if you take down the bigger names, the rather more popular names, and that will instill that confidence, and then you could take another step. So I think for Genesis at this point, what do they have to lose? They've already accomplished so much. I think the stars are out there. They can just grab it. That is the kind of pep talk they need to have amongst each other to perform even better.
And forget the previous Sanhok, I'll say, because whatever happened wrong, just rectify the mistake and don't repeat that sort of a mistake again. So I think Genesis will be looking forward to better games from tomorrow. But looking at the schedule, we have the last game of Erangel, where Group B and D will be playing again. And maybe this could be the game where Genesis can try coming on the top.
Certainly. I think Genesis, we've seen... for me, Genesis has always been a team which is kind of sneaky, kind of gives you that Hidden Ones vibes, where Hidden Ones somehow replicate what they were doing in the Open Finals. But Genesis have been missing out. Where do Genesis thrive? They thrive in those awkward spots where teams would be rotating, and suddenly, boom, boom, they take down 2 players and they get themselves into the thick and thin. They have never been one of those teams that likes to initiate fights or control the situations. Rather, they've always been the ones to meddle their feet inside of awkward fights or awkward situations. So if they can capitalize on that, because, getting yourself indulged in such cases, that does not give you that amount of surety that you would want to have as a roster. You need to know how to control your players. You need to know how to move in a cohesive manner. So they need to work on that. But all that done and dusted, put aside, thank you so much, Shadow. It was a pleasure, as I have to welcome Necro back on the desk for the final game of the evening. It is going to be another match of Erangel and Necro. From the looks of it, seems like it is going to be such a very awkward fight part trajectory down the line. And this is something that you really enjoy. But for the players, it is a different story altogether.
I love this play and fly path all the way down south, catching so many teams off guard if they do want to move up north. Yes, now Poliana is out of contention, even School's out of contention. You've also got Georgia pulled way too far away from this trajectory. So one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of those pit stop clashes happen soon. Team Empire is one of those teams on the struggling side of things, not able to get a lot of points. And I just had a conversation with Shadow a while ago, saying that Vasista Esports is one of those teams that is struggling a bit too much. And now look at Vasista Esports, one single big game, and they're once again back in the action.
I think that was lovely stuff, especially what they pulled off in the Kendi. I'm pretty sure, literally from the point of just getting eliminated down to their last man, to winning that fight, getting their remainder 2 players alive, getting inside the circle. That is a YouTube-worthy chicken dinner, right? I'm pretty sure somebody has to clip it and somebody has to put it from their side. It's definitely gonna earn them a lot of engagement. But this team, Necro, Hero Extreme Godlike is doing so well, and Aiku Soul suddenly found missing. And why does this ever happen that none of these teams can get to their peaks at the same time? I mean, one time we see Aiku Soul at their very best, whilst Hero Extreme Godlike, they are in rugs. and suddenly Hero Extreme Godlike are doing good, and vice versa has been the case.
Fixes, I think so. IQ Soul's gonna make a comeback soon. Maybe not
Question
today,
is
but it's
when.
gonna happen soon. It will happen soon. Trust me, man. IQ Soul, for some reason, it does not feel like it's the actual IQ Soul that we're seeing. Something new is being tested every single time. We don't really see the prime IQ Soul over here. But I genuinely think so. There will be a moment where IQ Soul will be like, you know what, now it's time to buckle things up and start taking things a bit too serious. And maybe this game might just be the game where they get the chicken dinner. Anything can happen. Playing flat path, catching a lot of teams off guard. The Circle 2 sort of moving up north. IQ Soul, they want to be the quick ones to make those changes and move on forward towards their main drop location. And speaking of Soul, look, we know what they possess. We know what they're capable of. Manya, one of the best IGLs in the community. I just think we need to give them a little bit more time. They are not taking things seriously.
I mean, if not now, then when is the question? Because surely the winds are not in their direction. Going against a tailwind, it's not going to be looking easy. And especially with what happened in that previous game, makes it look so much more sketchy. You have to be so careful. Medley Esports right beside them, and seems like they're a little unaware. But even Medley Esports let them pass. And for all the right reasons, we understand that they have to get to their desired drop location. That's going to be somewhere around school and apartments. And considering the circle is a centralized one, a generic one, I think they do not have much to worry about.
Indeed, they don't. IQ Soul on the screen. So many teams around the fray. And IQ Soul do not want to go for any sort of fights just yet. They do spot out a lot of foes, but not getting too greedy just yet. Elimination feed, though, it's starting to pop off already. WinGod Esports taking a fight against 8-Bit. And speaking of 8-Bit, it's also one of those concerning names. Right next to Vasista Esports it was. But Vasista Esports, they've already made the comeback. 8-Bit, we're still waiting. One player's already knocked out, or almost on the verge of getting knocked out. WinGod Esports, they're looking quite confident. Even though they've lost out on Yesh, still it's not stopping the players of WinGod Esports to be a bit more proactive, as they're still looking to find a few more knocks on the fray. And looking at the setup too of the opponents, 8-Bit, the setup seems pretty fine. But finally, two vehicles collide, as it's going to be the man from 8-Bit to come out on top. But then Sahil himself finds another knockout and the confirmation. Too many back and forth trades happening, as there's going to be another man from the side of 8-Bit who ejects outside of the hovercraft and will be instantly greeted with that shotgun. Sahil OP, instead, he's the one to take control of that hovercraft now, but he instantly gets back, and his teammate's going to be the one to put that nail in the coffin.
Oh my goodness. What was going on in that situation, Necro? Suddenly a hovercraft comes in out of nowhere. It's not one player, it's two. And then you've got Sahil OP. This man, gotta give it to him. Because in such situations, we have even seen the mighty struggle. And for WinGod Esports to come out of this one alive, that's good stuff. Especially after that hiccup against Vasista Esports in the previous game of Vikendi. But the story continues. That abysmal spiraling down story of Team 8-Bit. What is going wrong? I mean, for a matter of fact, I can attest that nothing is really going right for them.
Of course, we can see that in the performance too. Nothing's going right for the boys. I mean, looking at the fight too, with the way it was taken, 8-Bit had the advantage in the first place, but they threw that advantage away when they took a fight against Sahil. Such a scrappy fight. 8-Bit could have taken much more better precautions, but they still decided to go for a one-on-one. They could have went for the trades too if they wanted, but no, instead, 1v1s were taken, and that's one of the main reasons why WinGod Esports was the one to come out on top. Firepower's looking on point so far, and you speak of the confidence too. WinGod Esports, their confidence is through the roof, so it makes a lot of sense. In firefights, it will be WinGod Esports taking a cake. You've got Versatile on the screen, and when you speak of the firepower, of course, this is one of those banners that pops up in front of your eyes.
No, honestly speaking, I feel like this is one of those teams that is so complete that Necro, if somebody had to ask you who has to be their star player, at times it will be difficult. of course, the obvious name shall be S-Power.
Yeah,
But I can give you many scenarios where Equinox and Raiden have been doing the bidding.
Of course.
And even when 3 of them fail, we've seen even there have been cases where Somraj gets around 7 to 8 frags per game.
Oh yeah.
This is such an aggressive team, and then they also know how to control the situation. And heading on into 2025, versatile esports kind of takes you back to the peak IQ Soul days, or even maybe the good old days of TSM Entity, where all 4 of the players were good. But now they feel like an evolved version of them, where all 3 players, along with the IGL, they're so well adept at taking fights and winning that there might be a point where they might look nigh unstoppable.
Indeed. And speaking of Raiden, just that previous game of Sanhok, he pulled off a 1-on-4 clutch in the end. What else do you want? Secured that chicken dinner for his team too. So yeah, every single player in VXT is more than capable of pulling off these type of shenanigans. And right now they're sitting on the first spot as well in the overall standings, which makes a lot of sense. They deserve it. One of the most supreme teams you can count them as, next to Hero Extreme, Godlike, and a few more names. Hands down. Just Jelly's on the screen. And for this team, we've seen a lot of the times in the past as well, a few ups and downs. They're doing pretty okay in the overall standings. Nothing taken away from that, but still, the ups and downs can be something that can fiddle with your mind. And right now, Just Jelly definitely struggling to find those points.
Truth be told, I'm not really concerned about Jelly right now. We've got bigger teams who are in worse places than they are. Because even for Jelly, I think there have been a set of mixed bag, right? And it's like for Team Jelly, one thing they're really good at is their rotation. And we have said this time and again, if they also start putting in a little bit of a heat, I think this is one of those teams that can look complete. Definitely top tier, not top tier yet, but still somewhere in the mid packs. Or somewhere we could draw comparisons for Team Jelly alongside the likes of Orangutan. And what makes them special is they have taken much lesser time than OG for a rebuild. So that's really good. But that being said, look at Metal Esports. Now, they have a good coverage, even for Gujarat Tigers. Both these teams, as the circle takes an western shift, you've got Wingod also having such a good position to defend. And seems like all these 3 teams might want to make the most out of this situation.
Indeed. And you know what fixes, once again, speaking of the struggling names, there's also Phoenix Esports. And speaking of Phoenix Esports, quite the veterans in the banner. Still not doing too good. In this game, they're already eliminated, by the way. So this is definitely a tough pill to swallow. In the overall standings at the start of the day, Phoenix Esports wasn't doing too good. The first game, not there. Second game as well, completely missed out. And now third game, getting eliminated off the rip with 0 points. That is a big concerning factor. Vasista Esports too, look at that. They instantly dropped the ball. Consistency out of the gate.
One good game and suddenly everything just evaporated and vanished in thin air for Vasista Esports. Wanted to see a little bit of that consistency, and seems like I think would be the players of CG, since they're lurking around that area. And Carnival Gaming is a team that I wanted to touch upon because week 1 to week 2, the graph has gone down, especially with them just winning a recently held third-party tournament, a bigger one at that, and seems like they've got their stomachs full, not the hunger, a little bit missing, and constantly been making those changes. Tweaks around their roster, they're getting Zerix in, sometimes Goblin, somebody has to sit out, few mistakes here and there, and they're still yet to kind of find that perfect lineup to come out to play with.
CG's still on the 14th spot, though. All it takes is
from
one
2nd to 14th,
fixes.
Necro. That raises questions, doesn't it?
Understandable, but CG as well, they themselves know. All it takes is one big game. One big game. And we have seen a lot of the times in the past as well where CG sort of take those unwanted fights. Right now, CG, they've gotten 4 elimination points off the rip. Quite aggressive, which I'm loving. And CG, sometimes they can overextend in the fights as well. A bit too much. We've seen that happen in the past too. But considering it's just the week 2 we can't really say a lot. Maybe from week 3, we can start making some proper statements about teams. But CG, considering they're on 14th, I genuinely think so. All it's going to take is a bit more. A little bit of warm-up for Wingard Esports' players.
At this point, for CG, I really hope, like you said, from week 3, they get everything back right. Because for Hector, it has been such a challenging phase of his career. Carnival Gaming, shutting down, still playing from that banner, not knowing what the future holds. I feel like it's more about that stress, that tension of the game. And now with Ikusol inching in closer near, he finds himself alienated. He finds himself surrounded, as now he needs to somehow bait their opposition to where Carnival Gaming are. And seems like Ikusol aren't really going to fall prey to it. They know that something's up, and hence, clearly visible on the map feed, they're deciding to part ways. Maybe they're aware of each other's position. They know it's Carnival Gaming and Ikusol. They do not want to take a fight in which they do not have the control of. Seems like they're learning from their mistakes.
Indeed they are. Looking at how the circle's forming up too. Team Empire on that southern side, or at least off the main island, playing on the edges. You've got RGC2 getting approached by Just Jelly soon. That would be an interesting fight. Gujarat Tigers as well. A little bit isolated towards Corey. Looking pretty comfy. As long as they're not going to get pounced on by anyone, it's all good in the hood. And speaking of pouncing on, Team Empire, they step in the wrong territory. Ace could have been taken down in that scenario, but the man's barely surviving. One single HP, and Ace is still trying to get something done. Sarvit checking for the edge lines. He wants to go for the finishing blow on the player right underneath, but he can't because there's Empire across the way who can't provide the cover fire. Sarvit knows overextension means death, so he will back away from that.
At least for now. But of course, Metal Esports, well aware, they know that the trap has been laid, and Team Empire, their options have been limited. Especially for Ace, this young lad. It's all about Metal Esports now controlling the situation. Pretty sure they know that there's somebody lying across. Yes, it's Empire himself. And if Sarvit can maybe lure him out, maybe get him out of his hiding, there are 3 pesky players just waiting, coiled up, ready to strike, and then maybe Metal Esports could make their next move. But then again, this also comes with a caveat that Metal Esports have always been one of those teams, Necro, that do not really initiate those fights. You bring in fight on them, they are ready to defend. Always
Indeed.
One of those defensive teams, and they have really excelled at that, haven't they?
Hands down they have. But it's not that they run away from the fights at all.
They don't,
Metal Esports,
but they are
when
not the
it
ones
comes to-
poking fights.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to taking a good position, though, they can straight up ram their vehicles on that compound. We've seen that happen. So once they do need to do something, they are going to do it. But Metal Esports, usually, they do like to stick to their own grounds. As long as they're having the comfortable shoes, they're completely fine. If the opponents have those, though, that's where they start to get jealous. And they would want to take them down as soon as possible. Team Empire, they've got still a decent position in the upcoming circle. K9 Esports, Beast and Ninja Boy. The only 2 leftover players, in my opinion. Or no, they've still got a few more. Just getting overshadowed by each other. Ikusol going for that rotation all the way up north. I'm not exactly sure what Ikusol is trying to pull off, but Salma is the player who's going for that scouting role. And Ikusol moving in tandem. That's going to be a safer ground as well. But Team Empire, they're looking so comfy on that spot.
I think Ikusol, they're planning on to take over those exterior parts of Pachinki. Some may have been deployed to maybe scar the land, because Some has to be really quick, really agile. You've got Versatile coming their way, and they're nothing less than a thunderstorm at this point. Especially for Ikusol, and a little bit of a dip down, or in fact that massive dip down that they're going through. I think Versatile would be such formidable force that we messed up with. And now Ikusol, they've got some cover to play around, especially around that squad house. But at this point, K9 Esports, you find themselves in such awkward positions every single time. And I think that has also been one of the reasons where they find these knocks, right? You do not expect them. Suddenly they're out in the open, middle of nowhere, and they still come sailing through. They get that swing. But the trades haven't really been there because the moment one player gets knocked down, then they're done.
For K9 Esports, once again, the same problem exists. Omega is not in the game anymore. What just happened there? Like, how is Omega the only player who gets picked off every single time from K9 Esports, and then there's only Beast, Ninja Boy, and Slug alive? There honestly needs to be a cure to that problem.
In Omega's humble defense, last game he was in the first one to get wiped up. It was Slug. So I think we know the ongoing issues, at least for K9. Keep all your 4 men alive. That's it. That's all they have to do.
The IGL is the one to get knocked out first, though. That's the problem. In majority of the games, Omega is the one to get taken down first. Often is an understatement. In 90% of the game, Omega is the one who gets taken down first. And then you've got Beast, Ninja Boy, and Slug, the only 3 leftover players playing in tandem. It seems like these 3 guys, they've got a good understanding of each other, and then Omega is a complete different candy.
But at this point, I mean, we've been through these conversations, right? Sensei, he's been one of those players. Even in the past, we had seen Ash under the banners of OG, him also suffering. I think this is one of those risks that these IGLs get themselves indulged into, and that really does not come out helping them. Even a lot of fingers on Jelly on that one as well. Can't take that away from him. Quite famous for that. So many of these IGLs, and that comes at a cost, right? Because if at times it works out, we are in awe that they have pulled off something special. So I think this is where the other IGLs really are better. They take very less risks. I think something that all these teams can learn maybe from Prince's playbook.
Yeah.
He's been one of those IGLs who's very calculated, who's very meticulous. No unwanted movements. And look at this circle shift out in the middle of nowhere. But around that central spot, you could see a couple of terrains to play around. And this is where it comes down to the fact that whichever team gets there with having their backlines clear could potentially get a chicken dinner.
IQSOL can rack up so many finishes. There's Genesis in the back lines. Even VXT's following up. And soon Genesis and VXT, they're going to duke it out. That's going to happen. IQSOL can go for the third party if they want. These are supposed to be some free elimination points. Even legit esports now stepping in the playing field. This does not seem like the right call for legit esports, but they do not have anywhere to go either. The grounds are quite exposed and legit. They just need to play with that dip and the terrain that they've got so far. IQSOL, they found themselves a nice settled ground to play with on the edge. And as I mentioned, there's an opportunity they can rack up a lot of finishes. And that's what IQSOL's going for. Get those knockouts, get those finishing blows. Manya is the only player separated out from the pack. He's in the front lines. He's holding a proactive position for his team on top of that hill. But if Manya gets taken down, IQSOL, they will come crumbling down as well. So Manya is going to be that X factor that IQSOL is relying on heavily. VXT in the front, Genesis as well in the sidelines. IQSOL, they're just waiting for VXT and Genesis to lock horns. And even legit esports is now going to step in the action. IQSOL, they need to be super careful.
They have to be, and this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Manya seizing that opportunity, taking on that spot I was talking about, right at the smack center. He's got so much vision to play around, but IQSOL, they have to play it safe. Cannot make a mistake over here. And just to make matters worse, you've also got Genesis into the mix. Now, all the players of IQSOL fixated on Versatile, Genesis might have a go at it. And if one player gets knocked down, we know Team Versatile, they're capable enough to instantly go in for the push. And with Raiden having a really nice angle, he's got so much of that information pouring in. Ninja Boy position compromise, he knows where the players of IQSOL are. Also has a decent cover to play around. So Versatile, they're also starting to cook. But the only ongoing problem for Versatile is what I feel like they're yet to make an entry inside the circle. Of course, they might just edge in. But the next circle shift, that might be really brutal for them.
Might be. Still, it's a big might. GT. On paper, this looks like a nice spot. But around GT are the open fields. And as soon as they move out, GT is done. Luckily enough for GT, the next zone's going to pop right on top of them. So they're not going to have any sort of issues just yet. For Miracle Esports, taking that rotation. Poco, a little bit of rookie driving. The man needs a driving lesson. But Dragon OP crashes in the opponents, and straight up it will be WinGod Esports ripping through the players of 4 Miracle. Slow and steady, the players keep on getting dismantled. Beard Baba, the only man left alive. And for WinGod Esports, they've got every single piece on board. WinGod have only got one casualty in this fight. We'll make that 2. Because the backlines, they seem pretty exposed as well. But WinGod, they can easily get the fallen comrades back up on their feet. A few smokes will be tossed, and the fallen players will be back up.
They need some cover to play around. The only problem is that they do not have enough of that. Of course, Carnival Gaming unleashing hell on them. As Jelly takes on Team K9, of course, a lot of casualties here and there. Bodies dropping down like flies. As now Medal Esports, they're also here to do their bidding against the likes of Team Jelly. As Cyrix, he gets caught in the middle of nowhere against Sam. As Sam pulls through, legit drives over Cyrix. And in fact, it's the other way around. But whatever the case is, Sam is going to go for round number 2 against the players of Medal Esports. Both these players and both these teams, in fact, trying to maybe find a decent position to play it through across the hills as Medal Esports decide to take a little bit of that defensive approach once again. Proving my point. They love controlling situations, and Josh Jelly, it was a little bit of a scare, but still keeping their pieces tight.
Indeed. Josh Jelly, Medal Esports in the front. This fight's going to be deadly. They want to make sure that Medal Esports does not cross on forward in the safety lines, while Just Jelly on the defensive side. They don't seem too confident in taking this fight. Few utils being tossed by the opponents, and they're now starting to find a bit of those marks. Sam is taken down pretty low. The man backs away instantly. Kill him out there in the front lines as well. In Medal Esports, they want to make the move as well against the opponents. But instead, it's going to be WinGod Esports 2 now stepping in the playing field. What is Medal Esports supposed to do? How can they take care of the players of Just Jelly? WinGod Esports, a 3-man squad, can definitely make things much more worse. And as we say so, they're getting picked off by GT. Too many shots taken against WinGod. There's LeBron all the way back in the blue going for the Met strat. WinGod Esports, they don't seem safe in this spot. The only thing that's keeping the players of WinGod alive are those smokes. And as long as those smokes are blossoming, they are still going to be in the game. Medal Esports, even they are looking in quite a dire spot. It's not looking too good for them. Medal Esports, just 2 players left standing. And they've got so much to worry about. Even VXT now, they step right next to Medal Esports. There's too many teams. It's looking like a hell break loose.
It certainly is. At this point, I am still baffled at the fact that WinGod are still breathing inside of the server. Given the fact that there is constant bombardment coming in from multiple ways. Now Versatile, they've also come in, trying to get the most out of this situation. And now Medal Esports, they also know that this is not anymore their fight to take. But nothing is really going their way, considering the fact that they're outside the circle and getting in front of so many foes as Versatile. They just don't care, right? Blitzing their way through, taking down players after players. And look at how comfortably they're doing this. As Team Josh Jelly, they are being torn apart. As even the likes for Medal Esports, they have also been dealt with. WinGod still sailing through, somehow still alive and getting so many things done. A lot of frags secured for WinGod. As Versatile, they finally want to put the nail in the coffin, at least for Team Jelly, as Kyola Mao and Sam. 2 players scared to death, but look at this intervention. Yash, look at his position. He somehow managed to sneak through and is collecting all those dead boxes. And he might opt for a healing battle, Necro.
Hold on. This nade is pretty close.
Ouch.
And Yash gets blown apart. But there's still LeBron alive in that compound. He's all the way back in the blue. I'm not exactly sure what LeBron is doing, what the game plan is. But CG now on the screen, under heavy fire against Team Legit. And Neo gets knocked out. One more man in the backlines of CG. And Xyrex is gone for that revival. He's taking too much damage upon himself. Now the man's taking down barely any HP. And he will be suffocating to his death. And finally, a shocking blow to seal things off from Proton. Team Legit, they come out on top against CG. Valiant effort. But now you've got Genesis, and they need to get rid of the players of iQsoul. iQsoul, they're also getting charged up by VXT. A three-man squad of iQsoul. They need to stand tall against Versatile, and it seems like a tough task. As Power's been on point, his utility utilization has been precise. And Knuckle is just driving around in that vehicle. Raiden gets caught, and that's going to be the death blow instantly handed out. iQsoul coming out on top of this fight. Versatile getting dismantled. Big mistakes being made from the side of Versatile. And now, just like that, it's going to be just one last man standing. But a third party, too, is something that's really making things tough for iQsoul.
Blows after blows being exchanged from both these sides, incurring heavy losses. But both of them refusing to bow down. A little bit of their air being given, a little bit of that time to get the momentum back up, get their forces back alive. As Knuckle down on his knees, but it has all calmed down to the nimble shoulders of Troy. Per Versatile, as Legit might just pull this one off. Pretty sure they're aware of iQsoul's position with all that smoke being deployed over there. As Troy, one of the lonely members, the last surviving member of Versatile, Legit having all their forces tight as Gujarat Tigers. They also decide to march in. Team Empires is what they have to deal with at this situation as iQsoul. They also decide to run over Troy and absolutely devour him over there. And now still keeping their forces tight over here. We've got Legit. 3 players up front, 1 player watching their backlines. They're doing it right. But can they secure this chicken dinner? Or is this the day? Or is this the moment that iQsoul, they strike back?
Good question. iQsoul, 3 players standing. And the funny part is, before this game started, I mentioned this might just be the game where iQsoul can actually get the chicken dinner. And now they're super close. The only team that's a big problem, that's going to be a big thorn. Seems like it will be Team Legit. And iQsoul, they push up, put the nail in the coffin for Team Empire. Hunter gets wrapped up in a sheet. iQsoul looking pretty good so far. 5 finishes racked up. Okay, on this terrain. But they still need to move in the circle. And it does not seem so safe for iQsoul. They do have the high ground to play with, and iQsoul can get as much intel as possible with this high ground. Knuckle goes prone, and iQsoul is looking to pull off some new moves on the block. Knuckle is going to be the main intel collector. From the top, he will be the one to rain down hellfire against the teams that he can have the line of sight on. But the sidelines, they don't seem so safe as Knuckle gets caught by Proton. Team Legit, they're really making a lot of wonders happen this time around. The newer faces on the block, they strike hard.
They're striking hard and heavy. 8 finishes already secured and maybe could have pulled this one off. But looks like we've got so much inside of this game as Gujarat Tigers, they've had it. Now going after both their foes. Some in the thick and thin of that smoke inside of there, but Ronnie has to emerge out as the hero. His position finally compromised. Arman knows, lobs that grenade to perfection. As Some in the middle of nowhere as Ronnie strikes back. Some, beautiful knocks coming in from his side as now there you have it. Gujarat Tigers, they have been dealt with. Leave Choco to be the last man alive, but iQsoul, they've got a perfect crossfire setup, and Some will wrap it up and get a chicken dinner, finally pulling them back from the ashes as iQsoul, they pull this one through. Don't ask me how, but they just did.
I told you, Fixes. All it takes is one big game, and iQsoul will be in the race once again, and that's what exactly happens. The moment we raised our fingers on iQsoul, they get a chicken dinner. The same thing happened with Vasista Esports too. Me and Shadow had a lot of questions, but then in the other game, they instantly come through victorious. And now it's iQsoul getting the chicken dinner. With this one, they will also be in the top 16 without any trouble. iQsoul was already not too far away. So they're already doing good, in my opinion, in the overall standings. All they need to do is just keep on moving up with the consistency now. 7 to 8 points per game, and iQsoul will easily be there in the LAN finale without any problems.
Week 2 has been quite challenging for the players of iQsoul in comparison to the first week. And it took them a lot of time, a lot of... in fact, in majority of the moments, Necro, they were the first ones to be wiped out. And that set so many questions. You know, a lot lot of critics wondering what on earth are they doing with Skips? Why is he not playing? They could do so much better. Why this decision? Why that? And nothing seemed to have worked out. But this time, they looked so calm, so collected. And I think that is that specialty when you've got somebody like Manya leading you, in such tough situations. And it was not an easy chicken dinner. It was not something that was served on a silver platter. Everything was against them. But I think that pivotal fight and them surviving versatile and still somehow keeping their troops tight is what led them to win this one.
For a moment, we witnessed quite a sketchy stretch between the players of IQ Seoul. Manya was the only man inside of the circle, while the rest three were playing the edge. And I was really confused with that stretch. I do understand the thinking behind it, but still, it's a stretch that could be countered easily. And that's what exactly happened too. Manya was taken down in the late moments, but still, somehow, the remaining three players recovered in a great fashion and saved the day for the side of IQ Seoul. As soon as the next zone popped up, I mentioned this too. IQ Seoul can be the one to get this chicken dinner, and they instantly do so as well. But a little mess up was definitely there, but the recovery was pretty good as well. In the final few moments, of course, IQ Seoul surviving that wrath, even from VXT. They also were taking a lot of shots upon themselves from Gujarat Tigers, legit esports. As soon as Knuckle got taken down, some are down line, it felt like maybe the hopes are now starting to fade away for IQ Seoul. But then Ronnie and Same, they came up with an incredible play. That Molotov from Ronnie was also quite insane.
It was so much on point. I think he had a lot of information to play around, and the risky part was however to toss it, because the moment you're going to do that, you are going to have yourselves exposed. And there was a moment when we saw it from Arman's POV. Ronnie's position was compromised, and throwing that Molotov at the right nick of time, but it was just not Ronnie doing the deed, right? It was Some who got that knock. So both these players scattered apart, away from each other, but still connected. They knew what needed to be done, and exercising extreme composure in such a situation is something that IQ Seoul should be doing. And Some filling in some big shoes at that. He's been a rather relatively newer player, newer addition. I think if Knuckle would have been there in that situation, I mean, it was pretty much set in, right? That was a chicken dinner. But Some also being one of the members to do that, I think this gives so much assurance to the fans of IQ Seoul that yes, he is the right fit to be a member of the playing four.
Hands down, I mean, he's doing his job. It's not that Salma is lacking back and the rest of the players are doing pretty good. I feel like even if the games are going pretty bad for IQ Seoul, it's a complete team not doing that great. So it's not just one player lackluster in the back lines. But you know what? The match MVP of the previous game is going to be S-Power once again, with 5 finishes racked up and a lot of finish contribution, 7 knockouts, 2 bonuses, and damage still is going to be 749. The best companion is Silo P from WinGod Esports, and yeah, you got to give it to WinGod Esports too. The amount of times they were able to survive and cheat death was insane.
I think, IQ Seoul's chicken dinner really overshadowed how good WinGod were in this matchup.
Indeed.
Sort of reminded you of versus the Esports, how they were fighting tooth and nail and against every possible situation. I think WinGod couldn't have been in any worse situation than this, right? Out in the middle of nowhere. Literally, they were exposed to Gujarat Tigers. You had Medal, you had Versatile, you had Josh Jelly. Everybody unleashing hellfire on them. And these boys just refused to give up. And especially this young player, Side OP, I feel like he could be the next big thing, because it's not just this tournament that he's been performing. I think recently held officials, that is where we saw more out of him. And he brings in so much promise. And WinGod, I think this time they've played their chips right. I think deciding to go on a rather younger squad filled with hunger, this WinGod can go a long, long way.
And we can't even forget what happened off the rip, right? 8-Bit taking such an awkward fight. Honestly speaking, 8-Bit had the advantage in that fight. WinGod Esports were almost down on their knees, but they still messed things up big time. That hovercraft move wasn't the move. And even if they wanted to go for a play like that, both of the players should have hopped out at the same time and play for the trades. Instead, one player hopped out first, then he got knocked out, and then the second player moved out and he got ran over by the vehicle. You've got the match rankings of the previous game on the screen. IQ Seoul getting 18 points, Team Legit getting 14, VXT getting 12, and GT getting 11, and even WinGod Esports getting 11 points.
I think, what goes on to even amaze me is, like you said, how many times they cheated death. It was just not against 8-Bit where they survived that jump scare. there was also a moment, if you remember, for Medical Esports around the edges. They also decided to charge in through. They dealt with them. They dealt with many teams. And, escaping death like that goes on to show that, yes, this team looks really high on confidence at this point. But for Team Jelly, really felt like Necro, they could have dug in a little bit more. Again, that reluctance in being the ones aggressive. They've been rather very submissive inside of this lobby and letting the other teams run over them. But there has been one of those teams that has been trying to be super alpha, but they have been beaters lately. I'm talking about K9, another disappointing performance from a position where they could have actually gone big.
It did seem like K9 Esports had a lot of control to play with. They also had the high ground to play with, and I also loved the amount of landmass they were controlling. But I guess it's also one of the main reasons why they got taken down. Just a three-man squad, not really having the man advantage in the fights they were going for, and that's one of the main reasons why K9 Esports could not do anything. Another disappointing name is also Phoenix Esports. Not getting any points in that previous game as well. Phoenix Esports, the performance, it just keeps on getting worse in every single game that we see this team in.
I mean, to be honest, Phoenix Esports, it's them just kind of repeating history. One good game, they go all out, and the next game, they instantly get torn apart. And for all the right reasons, I don't know if we can really blame them, but I think they should be doing better than this because they've stuck onto this roster for such a long time. And yes, against Versatile, it's going to be a difficult fight. But again, you need to trust on each other. And we were having a look at the overall rankings, and we did see, Necro, that Versatile have reclaimed their spot atop, finally taking down Hero Extreme Godlike once again. But I think
that first spot in the overall standings.
And the headlines, however, have been made by God's Reign, undoubtedly. From rags to riches, what a story, especially today. Having been denied their fourth chicken dinner, that might be hurting them a little bit, but still, in the grand scheme of things, I'm really happy of how they've rescued themselves from just drowning down.
Last page of the overall standings, and look at here, Fixes. You've got Legit Esports. The previous game was pretty great, but that's the only good game they've had so far. You've also got Diesel Esports. You've got 8-Bit. These three names, quite the known ones, considering Diesel, there's quite a known man in that lineup, and still Diesel Esports is struggling so much to the point where we just don't understand what exactly is going wrong. You move the conversation on towards another team, and that will be 8-Bit. 8-Bit is struggling a lot as well. Veterans packed in this lineup. They've got so much experience too, and still for some reason we're not seeing that same performance. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's going to be the one to sort of uplift that performance because it's already been almost 2 weeks. One more day to go for this week as well, and this week will also be converted pretty much, and still 8-Bit's performance, it seems all the way down.
For 8-Bit, I think the biggest reason for their success had always been Mafia and Omega. Yes, Oasis had picked himself up. Yes, Ash had improved, but they were literally the firepower. They were doing so much, and when we look at even the stats and figures, Mafia and Omega have literally been caught napping. I haven't seen much out of them, and so have you. And I think that is what is really pulling them back, because even in the past, even when Ash maybe got taken down, even when Ovesh was down, it was always these two lads, along with, if you remember, Ninju, one of the players who's no more a part of 8-Bit anymore after that shift. So I think Mafia and Omega need to get their mojo back. And I do not know if I could just say that they need one big game. They need at least 2 or 3 consistent days, if not chicken dinners. Get yourself back into the pace, because they're completely losing out. It feels like it has come down to a point where they look uninterested in even participating. Every single fight they take has gone against them. So 8-Bit, a lot needs to be done in their department.
Sort of does seem like it, right? And you brought up Mafia. Of course, they were doing pretty good. But you can't really forget the fact that even Ash was doing pretty good in this lineup in the past. Even Oasis was doing really nice. But you know what? Another team that's on the struggling side is also Diesel Esports. So let's call one of the players on board, which will be Albie. And let's ask him the questions. What exactly is going wrong with Diesel Esports? Albie, welcome on board, my friend. How you doing? And how's the new year been so far for you?
Yeah, fine, bro. What about you?
It's been pretty good so far, LB, but you guys on the overall standings in a little bit of a sticky spot. What's going on there?
Yeah, currently we are taking like new Adap and Gokul. So we have to gel with Gokul and we have to adapt with the team. So that's the thing going on. And we are trying new strategies. Like we have strategy like 7 points gameplay. Like we are doing heal battle and going for kills. We have 6 points in average in our pocket. So we are trying today like new strategy. Like we can play and fight like edges, so we can avoid third parties. So we tried today, but we could not finish it very well. So tomorrow again we have to work on new strategies, because what will be working with the team is so we are working like new strategies with Gokul. Okay. So
I mean, from
which
what
one
I'm
will
really
be the good for
perceiving-
team? Yeah.
So Albi, what I've really perceived is a lot of challenges for you guys to really blend in with Gokul, and a lot of new strategies. So are you really comfortable? Are you there? Because there have been so many moments where we feel like, yes, Diesel might have a good game, and suddenly you guys get broken apart. So what's going wrong? What are the challenges that you're facing with Gokul, and what are the good pointers that you're taking playing alongside him?
Yeah, so he's doing like fighting agile is very good. He's leading a team in fights, very good. But in some like in rotation only we are lagging. Like if we are taking in rotation fight, we are losing our like man loss. If man loss means we are unable to convert it into dinner. So that's the one thing we are lagging. If we are making dinner means the point table will be increased automatically. The dinner only we are like lacking in the gameplay.
But then that was the strong suit for Gokul, right? If we remember, even back when he was leading Team Limra, they used to execute such perfect rotations, and I think rotational fights is where they really excelled at. So what is that issue that you guys are having? Are you getting the timings wrong, or is it because of the newer teams partaking inside of the lobby? What exactly is the problem?
Yeah, timing is right only, but players also have to adapt. Like previously, we played like passive gameplay. After fourth zone, like our third zone, we will take fights. Now we are taking initially, so players also have to adapt to Gokul as well. That's the one thing we are lagging.
Hands down. I mean, look, we know, of course, Gokul has found a lot of success in Team Limra. And honestly speaking, you being under the IGL ship of Gokul, if there's one thing you would like to change about Gokul, what would that be?
He's doing great. Maybe the zones, like he's giving importance to fight. Maybe he can give like little bit importance to zone, but he's doing definitely great. But little bit we have to important to zones as well.
Okay. You know what, Albi, thank you so much for joining for this interview. Really means a lot. And we hope the best for you in the upcoming days and for your team as well. We hope that you make the climb, and we hope we'll see you in the grand finals or in the LAN finals of the tournament. Thank you so much, Albi, for joining. Means a lot.
Thank you. Sure.
Cheers.
So Albi mentioned this, Fixes, that he wants Gokul to focus a bit more on the zones and not on the fights.
There it is. I think we finally figured out where the problem lies. I think the players are in two minds. That little bit of a hesitance is what's causing Diesel Esports to fall down like that. But I really hope to get to see these players making it to the LAN. I think I'll be such a cheerful lad. And especially for all these players being underdogs over here, trying to hustle their way through. I think not a lot of time remains, because now when you're having that conflicting opinion, and your IGL wants to take a fight, and you want to focus on the zone a little bit better. So I think that unwavering faith is missing. If they find a middle ground, I think Diesel could work it out, is what I believe.
That's the thing, right? Everyone's mindset, they need a match in a team. There's a reason why it's called a team in the first place. Everyone needs to know their roles, and as an IGL, he's supposed to drive the team. If an IGL's making some sort of call, the team is supposed to follow. I do understand in the back of the mind, you do want to play it a little bit safe. You do want to stay on the safer side of things and go for the rotations. But I do understand why Gokul wants to go aggressive in the games in the first place, because elimination points have a bit more of that priority. Diesel Esports have been going for the med strats from the start. But somewhere down the line, even eliminations is something that can give you the confidence before you move into the challenge finals.
Now, another important thing that that Albi mentioned was them averaging out. So that is what they're looking forward to, 6 to 8 points per game. And as long as they're getting there, as long as they're in the mix of things, it's still good in the hood, maybe.
Yeah, but they're struggling with confidence as well, and we've seen that in the past. The firefights don't look that sharp from the side of Diesel Esports, so they need to work on that. But you know what? Something that Diesel Esports needs to work on, I'm pretty sure they're going to go back on their drawing boards and work on that before now the day 2 comes to an end. We'll see you guys on the day 3. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Fixes. We'll see you guys on the week 2, day 3.
So we're just gonna do our thing, ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing. Steady job design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cut through code, run it again. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do. Say that we don't. Let's do. Say that let's do. Say that we don't. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me